accepted as a couple, though other officers had certainly not ceased their attentions to her. It was almost 9:30, she saw, in a nervous glance at a large clock in the hallway, when they adjourned to the drawing-room. Her heart was beating so fast that she was feeling breathless. She was laughing too much, she thought. But she was always laughing. It would seem strange if she stopped. There was no clock in the drawing-room. The half-hour dragged by. Surely a whole hour must have passed, she thought eventually, and a little later she was certain it must be so. Madame Savard was even suggesting to the colonel, her husband, that it was time to leave. And then Joanna thought that she heard noises in the hallway beyond the drawing-room, and then she was certain. The drawing-room door burst open. There must have been at least a dozen of them, though when she tried to count, she found that her mind was not functioning rationally. There were more who stayed out in the hallway. They all wore scarves or handkerchiefs up over their noses, and would have been difficult to recognize anyway. But she knew a moment of panic when she realized that they were all strangers. She could not recognize even one member of Duarte's band among them. And then she saw Duarte himself, and she felt herself sag with relief before the tension and danger of the moment grabbed at her again. Perhaps 5 seconds had passed, perhaps not so many, since the door had burst open. One of the other ladies, perhaps both, was screaming. The men had all scrambled to their feet. Joanna felt her arm being grabbed, and she was pulled firmly behind Colonel Leroux. "Stand exactly where you are," a voice said in heavily accented French, and Joanna located with her eyes a great mountain of a man, his black hair wild about his head and shoulders, his dark eyes fanatic. "Move a muscle and you die." They were all carrying firearms. "Do as you are told," the large man said, "and no one will be hurt." General Valery took one step forward, and something exploded at his feet. "That is your warning that we are serious, senor," the Spaniard said. "We have come for an Englishman, Captain Robert Blake." "I have never heard of him," the general said. "The English are in Portugal." "You will have him fetched, if you please," the partisan said. He chuckled. "Or if you do not please. Here is a sergeant." One stepped into the doorway, his arms raised above his head, a musket at his back. "Send him!" The general pursed his lips. One of the ladies screamed again, and was instantly silenced. Duarte took a step forward, and Joanna felt her breathing grow ragged. He looked directly at her, and stabbed a finger at her. "You," he said, "come here." "Leave the lady alone, you cowardly bastard," Colonel Leroux said. "Come here." Duarte kept his eyes on Joanna and ignored the colonel. "Stay where you are, Jeanne," the colonel commanded. "Come here." Joanna threw back her head and stepped out from behind the colonel. "I am not afraid of him," she said. "You will find, monsieur, that French women do not cringe easily before scum." She stepped forward just before the colonel's arm came out to prevent her. The next moment she had been swung around, her back against Duarte, his arm tight about her shoulders, his knife at her throat. She could feel the edge of it against her bare flesh as she swallowed. He had killed with that knife. She knew that he kept it razor-sharp. "I suggest, monsieur," he said quietly, addressing General Valery, "that you send for the Englishman without delay. My hand might grow unsteady after a while, and I am sure that your digestion and that of your guests would not be helped by the sight of the lady's blood." He leered down at Joanna. "And such a lovely lady, too." Joanna closed her eyes, her head resting on Duarte's shoulder, the blade of his knife grazing her throat. Very little was said during the interminable minutes that passed after the French sergeant had been sent about his errand, presumably under guard. They all stood like statues, the masked partisans at one side of the room, all of them except Duarte with pointed firearms, the French at the other side. Colonel Savard was granted permission to allow his lady to be seated. "You will not get away with this," General Valery said after a few minutes. "Will we not, senor?" the mountain of a man asked politely. "I will kill you," Colonel Leroux said steadily a few minutes later, looking intently at Duarte. "Will you, monsieur?" Duarte asked politely. That was the extent of the conversation. And then there were voices in the hallway, and the clattering of dropped guns. Joanna held her breath. She swiveled her eyes sideways. She dared not move her head. And within seconds he appeared. She drew in a sharp breath. He was almost unrecognizable. He looked thin. Surely he had lost weight even in 5 days, and dirty. His hair was a darker blonde than usual, and there was a heavy stubble of beard on his cheeks and chin. His face, every part of it, was swollen and raw. But surely in 5 days he would have recovered somewhat from that beating when he had been cruelly outnumbered, thanks to her. The truth dawned on Joanna, and she closed her eyes again. The first thing he saw, though he was instantly aware of the whole tableau, was Joanna, her back hard against the chest of one of the masked partisans, the blade of a knife resting against her throat. His first foolish instinct was to rush forward to her assistance, though his arms were still bound behind his back. But at the same moment he recognized Duarte Ribeiro, and beyond him the mountainous form of Antonio Becker. What the hell, he thought. Joanna had closed her eyes, but he did not believe she had fainted. He felt a reluctant admiration for her, uncowed by even such terrifying circumstances. "Ah, senor," Antonio Becker said, glancing his way quickly. "I see the French pigs have been using your face as a punching ball. They have done nothing to improve your looks." He chuckled. "Free his hands." He nodded to someone behind the captain, and a few moments later Robert's arms were free, and he was rubbing his wrists and looking warily about him. "We will be leaving, senores and senoras," Becker said, also looking about the room, "now that we have what we want. No one has been hurt, you see, and no one will be hurt if you do not try to pursue us or raise the alarm against us." A French colonel laughed shortly. Duarte Ribeiro spoke, and Captain Blake's eyes returned to Joanna. "If there is pursuit," Duarte said, and he grinned unpleasantly down at Joanna, "some harm may come to the lady." Captain Blake watched her close her eyes again and swallow, and he felt a surging of exultation. Yes, of course. These men would need a hostage, and who better than Joanna? Oh, yes. Perhaps he would get his 15 minutes with her yet. Perhaps longer. Colonel Leroux took one step forward, and instantly 6 muskets were levelled at his chest. "Let her go," he said, his voice tight. "If you must have a hostage, take me instead." Antonio Becker laughed heartily. "But who would think twice about a colonel having a bullet shot between his eyes, when the alternative would be to capture a band of Spanish partisans and an escaped British officer?" he said. "Remember, senores, that the lady dies if anyone tries to prevent our leaving Salamanca." "Marcel," Joanna said, and Captain Blake felt that twinge of admiration again when he heard not a tremor of fear in her voice. "I am not afraid of them. You will come after me." "Never fear otherwise, Jean," the colonel said, his hands opening and closing into fists at his sides. "This is now my personal war. The man who holds you will die slowly. Every other man will die, including Captain Blake." "Come after me," she said, and she gazed across the room, seeing no one but the colonel. Her voice dropped almost to a whisper. "I love you." "Very affecting," Duarte said, as the other partisans withdrew from the room. Captain Blake stood where he was until Antonio Becker caught at his sleeve. "Come, senor," he said. "We have come for you. Never tell us now that you are reluctant to leave." Duarte was backing slowly from the room, the last to leave, his knife still at Joanna's throat. Her eyes were open, Captain Blake saw, and they turned and met his as she drew level with him. He smiled slowly at her, though he doubted that his damaged face registered his expression as a smile. "So, Joanna," he said, "we are to be travelling companions for a while. How pleasant. For me." And he turned and strode into the hallway. The only unmasked Spaniard, the one who had accompanied him from his prison, was holding out his sword to him in one hand and his rifle in the other. He was grinning, just as if he had conjured them out of thin air. "You will not wish to be naked on your travels, senor," he said. Captain Blake grinned back. "You will be sorry," Joanna was saying in a clear voice behind him. "You have made a powerful enemy tonight, monsieur. He will come after me, you see. He will not rest until he has found me and rescued me, and killed you." Captain Blake strapped on his sword-belt with hasty fingers. God, but he was sore all over, and wondered at the strange good fortune that had brought both Antonio Becker and Duarte Ribeiro right inside Salamanca to rescue him. And for the first time he blessed the woman's spite that had unwittingly helped release him from his parole, and he exulted at the chance that had made her their hostage, his hostage. Joanna da Fonte, the Marquesa das Minas, would rue the day she was born before he had finished with her, he decided. Within a matter of seconds they were all outside the house and had divided up. At least half of the partisans melted into the darkness. The reason for the masks, Captain Blake guessed, was that several of the men actually lived in Salamanca. They were the ones he had not recognized. The others strode at a brisk pace through the darkened streets of the city. It was not easy to keep up when every bone in his body ached, but keep up he did. He was, after all, accustomed to pain. Duarte Ribeiro's knife had disappeared. He had an arm about Joanna's waist, hurrying her along with them. Captain Blake kept behind them. He would not risk her escaping, and with Joanna nothing was impossible. If he had to carry her every inch of the way beneath his arm or slung up over his shoulder, he would do it. He did not intend to take his eyes off her until they had reached safety, wherever that happened to be, and he could deal with her at his leisure. They left Salamanca on foot, mounting onto horseback only when they reached an old monastery beyond its walls, and they rode all night and on into the morning, frequently at a gallop, always at a trot. Joanna rode up behind Duarte, her arms firmly about his waist. "You are all right?" he asked her as he led his horse at a walk from the monastery courtyard. "I am all right," she said. "What took you so long, Duarte?" "I came," he said. "That is what matters." "They will come after us," she said. "He will, at least. Colonel Leroux." "You do not really love him, do you, Joanna?" he asked. "Lord, it was a most affecting scene. Did you have to say that, knowing that now he will move heaven and earth to rescue you?" "I had to convince them that I was reluctant to come," she said. She had decided long before that she would not tell Duarte who Colonel Leroux was. The pleasure of killing him was going to be all hers. She would not deny herself that, not after having suffered for the privilege. She thought of the Colonel's kisses and shuddered. There was no chance for further conversation. There was no sign of pursuit, but they had to reach the mountains and Portugal before they could breathe with any ease. It was a long, long night. At first she was cold. Later she was cold and stiff and sore. Eventually she was cold and stiff and sore and tired. Very, very tired. A few times she even almost nodded off to sleep. "Bite on your lips," her brother told her, as he felt her arms slip from his waist and lifted a hand to restore them there. "Flex your toes. Open your mouth wide and gasp air. Sing. Stay awake, Joanna." "Oh, I shall," she said. "Never fear." And she concentrated her mind on the horse and its rider just behind them. Always just behind. Tomorrow, in just a few hours' time, she was going to be able to tell him all, and she was going to help bathe his wounds. Were there wounds on his body, too? She shivered at the thought, though not with cold this time. Yes, there were bound to be. They would not have worked only on his face. She was going to bathe and bandage his wounds and apologize for having been the necessary cause of them, and he would forgive her. Once he knew all, he would forgive her. And then Joanna shivered again at all the possibilities. She had said something to him just before she had caused him that dreadful and savage beating. She had said it out of desperation, out of the urgent need to draw him into an embrace before Colonel Leroux came through the door. She had said it out of desperation, and yet she had frightened herself with the truth of her words. Perhaps she would be able to say them again to him. Perhaps he would say the same words to her. "How pleasant, for me," he had said. She shivered again. But of course it would all be different once she had told him everything. He would know that she had done it all for him, that her loyalty had never wavered from her half-brother's country and from her mother's. She could feel his presence at her back, almost like a large and menacing hand. Chapter 17. It was still early morning, though the sun had been up for some time, when they rode into a deep wooded gorge between bare and rugged hills. They passed 2 men on guard. Captain Blake recognized one of them as Teofilo Costa, and paused while Duarte exchanged a few words with them, and then rode on to the welcome sight of several rough huts built in the shelter of the trees. Even more welcome to the captain was the sight of a stream bubbling its way down the centre of the gorge. He had not washed even so much as his hands in almost a week. "Portugal! Home!" Duarte said, a note of relief and elation in his voice. But the Spanish partisans who had ridden with them drew back. "Safely delivered," Antonio Becker said. "Now we must safely deliver ourselves to the northern hills, senores, before the avengers discover our tracks." He saluted Captain Blake and grinned broadly. "It has been a pleasure, Captain. It is a long time since I and my men enjoyed ourselves more." Captain Blake extended his right hand, and the Spaniard caught it in a strong clasp. "I shall not forget," the captain said. "Thank you, my friend." He held his horse still and watched the partisans ride out of sight up one hillside. They had not even stopped for a rest or a bite to eat. And then he turned his head back to watch a crowd of Duarte's band gather around their leader as he dismounted and reached up his arms to lift Joanna to the ground. She set her hands on his shoulders and slid along his body until her feet touched the ground. And then she wrapped her arms about his neck and kissed him on the cheek. "Duarte," she said, "you are wonderful. It is so good to feel Portuguese soil beneath my feet again." She looked around at the other men with a dazzling smile. "You are all wonderful." Duarte Ribeiro caught her in a close hug and swung her once around while Captain Blake watched, as if turned to stone. That devil! She must have been whispering sweet nothings into his ear all through the night, and he had fallen under her spell, as all men did. He had fallen despite the feisty woman and the dark-haired baby he had left behind in Mortagoa. All the men were falling under her spell. They stood around watching and grinning. "Aren't we, though?" Duarte said, looking down at her with a grin and bending his head to kiss her firmly on the lips. "You owe me a number of favours in return, Joanna." She smiled at him almost impishly and turned to address the other men. "Which hut is mine?" she asked eagerly. Captain Blake felt his jaw tighten. She would probably expect a feather bed, and a case full of perfumes and jewels inside too. She was soon hurrying toward the closest hut. He swung down from his saddle, schooling himself not to wince, and not sure that he had succeeded. "Ribeiro," he said sharply. The Ordinanza leader looked around with a smile. "You will want a bath and a shave and a meal and a sleep," he said. "In that order. Are there any broken bones?" "No," Captain Blake said. "And in that order, yes, please. Keep an eye on the Marquesa. More than an eye. Keep 10 eyes on her. She must not escape." Duarte's smile turned to a grin. "She is a handful, yes," he said. "You have realized that too. but she is mortally tired and will not be going anywhere alone. At least she had better not try if she knows what is good for her." One of the other men, Francisco Braga, had just come out of another hut and was holding out soap, a towel, and a razor to the captain. "I am afraid we cannot supply warm water," he said with a grin, "but this water will wake you up for your breakfast at least." The need for a bath and a shave overcame all other needs, Captain Blake found. He glanced uneasily at the hut, into which Joanna had disappeared, and around him at the half-dozen or so men who were there to guard against her escape. She would not be able to do it, and if she did somehow get away, then he would go after her. There was no way on this earth she was going to get away from him until he could deliver her to headquarters for imprisonment as an enemy agent. "Thank you," he said, and he took the articles gratefully and looked about him for a secluded part of the stream where he could strip off all his clothes and bathe at his leisure. The cold water caught at his breath 10 minutes later when he plunged into a deep part of the stream. But it felt strangely good against his bruises, at first soothing and then numbing them. And the luxury of water and soap against his skin and in his hair was more delicious than he could have imagined possible. He shaved with care. His jaw was sore and bruised, his lips still swollen, but he put up with some discomfort for the sake of being able to rub his hands along smooth jaws and chin. He flexed the shoulder that had been so badly wounded the year before. It felt no stiffer than the rest of his body, which was not saying a great deal, he supposed. He floated on his back, feeling clean and pleasantly cold all over, and marvelled at the freedom the morning had brought. Looking about at the trees and the hills and the blue sky, one would not have thought that war was not far off and all around. But he was free at least, free to fight the enemy again, after a few hours' sleep. It struck him suddenly that he was bone-weary and hungry enough to eat a bear, and Francisco Braga had said something about breakfast. He waded out of the water, shaking his arms and legs before toweling himself dry and rubbing at his hair, which had grown longer than he had worn it in years. And of course, he thought, the enemy was right at hand. There was an enemy to be fought that very day, and she was within his grasp. The thought brought renewed energy. He strode back toward the Ordinanza camp as soon as he had dressed, and stopped short when he was still several yards away. He had not realized that the men had brought a woman with them. She was wearing a faded blue peasant dress, which reached barely to her ankles, and leather sandals. Her dark hair was in a wavy cloud about her head and shoulders. She was small and slender. The musket that was slung over one of her shoulders looked as if it must be very much too heavy for her. And then she turned and looked at him with dark eyes from a beautiful face. There was a wicked-looking knife tucked into her belt, he saw at a downward glance. It was only when he looked up again into her face, startled, that he recognized her. Christ almighty! She was looking at him rather warily, but when his eyes met hers for the second time, she smiled slowly. "Joanna? What the hell?" Joanna had stepped outside the hut, where she had changed from the trappings of the Marquesa das Minas into the self she enjoyed most, and threw back her head and closed her eyes. "Ah," she said to no one in particular, "fresh air and freedom, blessed freedom." And then she lowered her chin and looked about her. "Where is Robert?" She was talking directly to Duarte. "Having a bath," he said. "I guessed that it would be more important to him than either eating or sleeping." "He is going to kill me," she said cheerfully, "unless I can explain everything to him first. He must have a dreadfully low opinion of me, don't you think? I had him imprisoned just so that he would be freed from his parole. I did not imagine that he would be so severely beaten." "He does not know anything of your part in all this?" Duarte asked, grimacing. "As far as he knows, I am a hostage," Joanna said. "He does not know that you are my half-brother. Don't say anything, Duarte. I want to tell him in my own way." She laughed lightly. "Unless he kills me first, of course."
"I don't think the knife and gun are necessary at the moment, are they?"
Duarte gestured toward her weapons and grinned. But his words merely made Joanna shade her eyes and squint off along the valley and up the hillsides in the direction from which they had come. "He will come after me, you know," she said, "and he will bring men with him. He fancies himself in love with me. He was on the verge of proposing marriage to me, I know. I can sense these things. He will come, Duarte, and soon."
"But not too soon," he said. "He does not know this country as we do, and Teofilo and Bernardino are still on watch back there. There will be time to eat and to sleep for a few hours. Before nightfall we will be gone from here."
"But he will find us," she said, almost anxiously. He had to find them. And then she turned at the sound of loose stones being displaced behind her. Robert was standing some distance away, looking quite magnificent, she thought, his face clean and shaven, his hair wet and waving, close to his head. His face also looked as if he had come out at the wrong end of a fight, but it was a look that somehow enhanced the tough soldier quality that was uniquely his, and his virility. She felt self-conscious and naked to his gaze. He had never seen her in her peasant clothes. He had never seen her with her hair down, and she knew that he was looking with some incredulity at her weapons. She felt breathless suddenly, and peculiarly uncertain of herself. She reacted in the only way she could under such circumstances. She met his eyes and smiled. It was totally against her nature to show anxiety. He did not smile back, but then she did not expect him to.
"Your breakfast, Joanna,"
Francisco Braga said, holding up a plate to her from his squatting position at the fire.
"And yours, Captain."
He held up another plate to Captain Blake. Duarte was already eating. They both accepted their plates in silence and took their places on the ground beside Duarte. Joanna was between the two men.
"I hope the knife is blunt and the musket unloaded,"
Captain Blake said over her head to Duarte, just as if she were deaf and dumb, or did not understand the Portuguese language.
"She is a hostage, Ribeiro, a hostile hostage, and if she has spun you a tale about really belonging here and really being loyal to your cause, don't believe a word of it. The woman is incapable of telling the truth."
Joanna lifted a piece of fish to her mouth and chewed on it steadily. Duarte grinned.
"But women's wrists are weak," he said, "and muskets are notorious for never hitting what they are aimed at. Nevertheless," Captain Blake said, "I would not like to wake up to find either one pointing at my stomach from 2 feet away. Keep a guard on her, Ribeiro. I warn you she is dangerous."
Duarte shrugged and grinned down at his half-sister.
"Perhaps I will take them before you go to sleep, Joanna," he said. "I would not, after all, like to have you roll over onto the point of your knife."
It was not the time for explanations. They were both very tired, and everything was too public. She would suffer the humiliation of handing over her gun and knife, she decided, and explain later. She was so very tired. She did not believe she had ever felt more tired in her life. There was a broad and green-clad shoulder close to her cheek. How wonderful it would be to rest her head against it and close her eyes. But one glance upward showed her the hardness of his expression and the hostility in his eyes. She laid both her knife and her musket on the ground before her. It would have been just too shameful to actually place them in Duarte's hands.
"There was a message from Lord Wellington," Duarte was telling Robert. "One of my men brought it on here while I was in Salamanca. He is hoping that Almeida will hold out for another month, and that after that the autumn rains will come early. They will slow down the French and make things that much worse for them." "Almeida has not fallen yet, then," Captain Blake said. "Good. I was afraid that I was going to miss all the fun. Whose idea was it, by the way, to come to rescue me?" Duarte ignored the question. "Our task, apart from the usual," he said, "is to visit as many of the farms and villages between here and Coimbra as we possibly can, and persuade the people to flee west with as many of their possessions as they can carry, and to burn everything else, including their homes. It will not be a pleasant or an easy task, I think."
He shrugged.
"But Wellington swears that he will not abandon our country or leave us to occupation by the French. And against all the odds, I believe him. I suppose there is nothing else I can do and remain sane. It is essential that the French armies be unable to live off the countryside in Portugal, as they usually do on their advances," Captain Blake said. "They must be stranded far from their supplies. It is the surest way to defeat them." "You have your part, too," Duarte said. "Lord Wellington specifically mentioned you, and directed that if your escape from Salamanca was effected in time, you must join us in our task. A soldier's uniform may do much to convince the doubtful, he feels, and who knows, perhaps he is right." "I am not simply to rejoin my regiment, then?" the captain asked. "It would seem not." Duarte smiled at him apologetically. But Joanna could concentrate no longer. The words had drifted a long way off, so that she could hear only sound, but no meaning. Her head was just too heavy for the rest of her body. The side of it touched something warm and solid, and she gave in to the temptation to relax and to sleep. "She is very tired," Duarte said, looking at his sister asleep against Captain Blake's shoulder. The captain had not moved a muscle except to harden his jaw. "As we are, too. I don't know why we sit here talking when time is so short. We must be well away from here before dark. In the meantime, let's sleep." He scrambled to his feet and leaned down to pick up Joanna, but she awoke with a start as soon as he touched her, and looked up, startled, at Captain Blake, who was not even looking down at her. She was glad he was not. She was not one for blushes in the normal course of events, but she knew she was blushing now. How unspeakably mortifying. "Go to bed, Joanna," Duarte said, "and that is an order." Normally she would have had to refuse out of mere principle, but now she scurried toward her hut, rather like a frightened rabbit, she thought in disgust. But she could not think. It was almost painful to think. Too much of an effort. She lay down on the blanket spread on the ground and slept. It was late afternoon. Almost all of them were squinting off to the east, but if Colonel Leroux and the men he would bring with him were coming, it was not yet. The 2 sentries had just been withdrawn from the entrance to the valley and had reported that all was still quiet. Even so, camp had been broken, and they were to be well on their way from the ravine before nightfall. They would split up into small groups, Duarte had ordered, there being many places to visit, if they were to carry out their orders from Lord Wellington with any thoroughness. Besides, small groups would form a smaller target for the French to spot. "And we must never forget what our primary reason for existence is," Duarte said, his eyes narrowing in an expression that made his face look cruel for a moment. "Our purpose is to keep Frenchmen out of our country and to kill those who try to enter it." Captain Blake, Duarte directed, should move south, toward Almeida. There was no particular hurry in persuading the populace until the fort fell, it seemed, but there might be very little time afterward, and there was no real doubt that Almeida would fall eventually. Perhaps it would hold out for a week or a month, but it would never withstand a determined siege by the French armies. "She comes with me," Captain Blake said, jerking his head in Joanna's direction. Joanna lifted her chin as Duarte and all his men looked at her. "It is I the Frenchman will be looking for most determinedly," Captain Blake said. "It is only fitting that I have their hostage with me. Besides," his swollen eyes narrowed on Joanna, "I have a score of my own to settle with her." Joanna half smiled at him and made no appeal to her brother. "Very well," Duarte shrugged. "Joanna goes with you. I suppose she will be as safe with you as with any of us, even though the 2 of you will be on foot." The southern route was the steepest. It would be impossible to take horses up the slope. And so the huts were destroyed, and dust kicked over the ashes of the fire. There was no point, the men had decided,
in wasting time trying completely to camouflage what had so obviously been a camp, and hasty farewells were made and good luck greetings exchanged. Duarte took Joanna in his arms and hugged her hard.
"You will not let me send you back directly to safety?" he asked her for the last time.
"When life is suddenly so full of meaning?" she asked, her face hidden against his shoulder. "Never, Duarte."
"Then stay close to him," he murmured into her ear. "He will protect you, I believe, once you have explained to him, and probably even if you do not."
"And I shall protect him." She lifted her face to his and grinned impishly at him. "I shall see you and Carlotta and Miguel at Mortagoa, Duarte. Be careful."
"Yes, and you."
He gazed into her face as if to memorize it, and then kissed her on the lips.
"There is no half-relationship in my feelings for you, Joanna. You are as dear to me as Maria and Miguel were, as dear as our mother was."
She smiled and touched his face with one palm before pulling away and turning to face Captain Blake, who was standing a little distance away, stony-faced. She smiled at him. "Well, Robert," she said, "shall we go?" He motioned her to the southern slope, steep and rocky and bare across the stream. The day was still blistering hot, despite the advanced hour. Soon they were scrambling upward, using hands as well as feet in places. Their weapons and the food and blankets strapped to their backs were an encumbrance, but a necessary one. They were travelling as lightly as they dared. He reached a hand across to help her in one particularly difficult place, but she turned her head and smiled at him. "I can manage, Robert," she said. "You do not have to play the gentleman."
"I am no gentleman, as you know," he told her, his voice and his eyes cold. "What I am playing, Joanna, is guard. You will answer to Lord Wellington when I have got you to headquarters, probably with your freedom until the wars are over. You should be thankful that the British do not treat their prisoners out of uniform as your countrymen treat theirs. And in the meantime, you have to answer to me. You will be sorry you did not beg your new lover back there to take you with him."
"Duarte," she said with a laugh. "Duarte is my brother."
"That was not even an intelligent lie, Joanna," he said. "We both know that your father was French and your mother English. Remember? Duarte Ribeiro is Portuguese."
"My mother was married to his father," she said, "before she married mine. He is my half-brother." He clucked his tongue impatiently and reached across to smack her rather painfully on the bottom.
"Move," he ordered. "We are wasting time. Or rather, you, in your usual way, are forcing me to waste time. He has a woman who adores him, Joanna, and a plump little baby on whom they both dote. Does it not touch your conscience at all that you forced him into being unfaithful today?"
"No."
She ground her teeth together and scrambled upward out of reach of his large hand.
"I will not be satisfied until I have enslaved every man I have ever encountered, Robert, and slept with as many as it is possible to sleep with. Let their wives and women beware, and if any man resists me, well, then he will be sorry, as you were sorry in Salamanca. They hurt you, did they not? I am glad, very glad. I am only sorry that it did not last longer than 5 days."
"Ah," he said, moving up beside her effortlessly, despite her burst of speed. "At last we have stripped away layers and come to the real Joanna. I think I prefer her to the one everyone else knows. At least she is honest."
They climbed the rest of the way to the top in silence, needing every breath to accomplish the steep climb. Captain Blake paused at the top to look back down into the valley and away to the lower hills to the east. He shaded his eyes and reached out to take Joanna's wrist in his grasp. Then he swore and jerked her down to lie on the ground beside him. He pointed.
"There comes Loverboy," he said, "together with a whole company of horsemen. Panting with frustration after a whole night without your favours, doubtless. And I was stupid enough to stand against the skyline. Well, Joanna, it would be strange indeed if they did not see us. But don't allow hope to soar. I have no intention of relinquishing either my freedom or my life yet. I have even less intention of relinquishing you."
"Am I to be flattered?" she asked sweetly. He wormed his way back from the crest of the hill, drawing her with him, before pulling her to her feet and half running with his hand still grasping her wrist over the barren, uneven country above the ravine. The horsemen had been miles off, and perhaps had not spotted them, but he intended to find a safe hiding place before nightfall. He found what he was looking for a few miles farther on, when the gamble of climbing a lone peak paid off and offered a low cave that sloped inward for some distance and would hide them completely from the view of anyone below. He pushed Joanna inside none too gently.
"They will not catch up with us tonight," he said, "or even tomorrow at a guess, and we will be difficult to track in this country. But we might as well establish a few ground rules from the start. You will not try to attract the attention of any Frenchman, Joanna. If you do, I may be forced to slit your throat, and you will not try to escape from me. If you do, I shall use your belt to bind your hands and attach it to my own belt. And I shall have your weapons now."
"Don't be tiresome, Robert," she said, turning to face him. "Do you not realize that I am on your side? That Lord Wellington sent me after you to make sure that your paper was believed to be a hoax? That I arranged for you to be freed from your parole? That I arranged for Duarte to come to rescue you and to take me hostage? That I am as much a British spy as you are?"
"Your weapons,"
he said, standing in the entrance of the cave, his feet planted firmly apart, his expression implacable.
"And I might yet have to bind your mouth too, Joanna. You must think me more of a fool than I have already proved, if you think I will believe any more of your lies. And such outrageous and stupid lies. Your weapons."
"Very well." Her voice was quiet, sweet. "If you think I am going to beg and grovel and plead with you, Robert, then you are sadly mistaken. You will believe what you will, and you may go to hell with my blessing into the bargain." She hitched the musket off her shoulder and dropped it with a clatter to the stone floor of the cave. "But don't expect me to be a docile prisoner." He scarcely saw her hand move, but the next moment her knife was pointed at his stomach, and she was crouched in a defensive stance. "You want my knife, Robert?" she asked him sweetly. "Then come and get it." He was furiously angry, with her for trying, after all she had done to him, to make a dupe of him yet again, and with himself for expecting her, against all the evidence of his experience, to act as one would expect a woman to act and lay down her arms meekly.
"By God, Joanna," he hissed at her from between his teeth, "you are asking for trouble."
She smiled at him, that feline smile that he had seen once before. "Are you afraid, Robert?" The foolish, the idiotic part was that he was afraid of hurting her. He should go in, twist her wrist, and allow her to stab herself. That was what he should do. He cursed himself for being unable to do it, and so he circled her in the confines of the cave, feinted one way and then the other, and both times found the knife still trained on the very centre of his stomach, and was finally forced to grab for her wrist at the same moment as he reached out with one boot to catch her smartly behind one ankle. She went down with him on top of her, and they wrestled soundlessly, except for their laboured breathing, while he slowly forced her hand up over her head and to the ground, and then cut the circulation from her wrist until her hand opened and the knife fell with a soft clatter to the stones. "Bastard!" she said to him.
"Slut!
Coward and brute!
Traitor and siren!"
She snarled up at him. He snarled back. And then suddenly, and quite unexpectedly, she smiled at him, her eyes sparkling, her mouth curving appealingly. "Oh, God, Robert," she said, "I would rather fight with you any day of the year than make love with another man. I don't know when I had such fun." He looked down at her guardedly. Always when he thought he had her finally figured out, she ducked around and came at him from another angle.
"You might have killed yourself with your own knife,"
he said.
Never. She continued to smile and pant. You would not have allowed it. Do you think I did not know at every moment that you were completely in control of that struggle? But only physically, Robert. Physically you can overpower me, but you can never overpower my will. Never. You will lose if you try. So don't try laying down rules for me. I never obey rules. When I left school at the age of 16, I vowed that never again would I obey a rule I did not like. And sometimes I break rules I do like, just because they are there. You are heavy.
Am I? He said. But you do not have a mattress at your back, Joanna, as you usually do when you have a man on top of you.
Do you think I would care?
She asked, and her eyes sparked up into his.
If we were making love, Robert, do you think I would care about a stone bed at my back or your weight on top? But we are not making love, are we? And you are heavy.
He moved off her slowly, not taking his eyes from hers. He reached up, took the knife, and stuck it into his own belt, and he moved the musket over into one corner and stood it there with his rifle. We had better eat, he said, while we have the dregs of daylight in which to do so, and then I will give you 5 minutes to go outside to make yourself comfortable. 5 minutes, no longer. And I would advise you not to defy me by trying to escape, even if defiance is in your nature. Try to escape this time, and you will never be allowed privacy again. Understood? She merely smiled at him as she sat up and smoothed her dress over her knees.
Are you going to have the bedroom on the left or the one on the right tonight? She asked. There is so much choice.
We occupy the central bedroom, he said, together. You do not think I would allow myself to sleep without my arms firmly about you, do you? She made a kissing gesture with her mouth.
I am that irresistible, she said. I told you you would fall in love with me, Robert.
He unpacked their food without either replying or looking at her. There had been definite advantages to that prison cell, he thought. Despite the daily beatings, he had had long hours alone with the peace of his own thoughts. Chapter 18. She had dozed and woken again, but she knew that she must sleep. She was unaccustomed to the life of Joanna Ribeiro, and the first few days would be tiring, she knew. More so than usual. There was not usually quite so much travelling as there was likely to be in the coming days, and the travelling would be filled with tension, for they would be journeying not only to various places, but also from the pursuit of Colonel Leroux and his company. Colonel Leroux, she thought. He must come. He must find their tracks and follow, and she must be ready for him when he came. It struck her suddenly how suicidal her plan was, and how dangerous for Robert. She might as well have killed the colonel in Salamanca, where only her own life would have been forfeit as a result. But for some reason she had wanted him on her own territory. She wanted him in the country where Miguel and Maria had died. But she would need her weapons. They were in the back corner of the cave with his sword, though his rifle, she knew, was at his back, within his reach. She could reach none of them, imprisoned as she was. One of his arms was beneath her head and curled about her shoulder, a comfortable enough pillow, but really only a chain of captivity. The other was firmly about her waist. One of his legs was thrown over hers. He would awaken, he had told her earlier when she had protested, if she moved so much as a muscle during the night. It was hard trying to sleep on a stone floor without moving a muscle. There was no way she could get to her gun or her knife without waking him, and even if she could, she would never get away without being caught by him again. She thought with some indignation of her belt binding her wrists and attached to his belt, and knew without a shadow of doubt that that would be her fate if she tried to get away. She would never get to her gun again if that happened. No, she would have to have patience and await her chance. It would come. She had never wanted anything that she had not got, and he could be made to fall in love with her. Despite everything, she could have him wrapped about her little finger within days if she tried. She clamped her teeth hard together when she recalled the scorn with which he had greeted her attempt at explaining the truth to him. Not that she had tried very hard. It went against her pride to beg and plead. If he chose not to believe her, then so be it. But she could still make him fall in love with her if she so chose. They were kindred spirits, she and Robert Blake. They sparked desire off each other, and yet neither would ever fawn on the other. She knew she could never make him her slave, and she exulted in the knowledge, difficult as it made her task. If she ever called him bastard again, then he would call her slut again. He would give insult for insult. He was not a gentleman, and did not know that one did not insult a lady no matter what. She was glad he was not a gentleman. She lifted one hand to rest against his chest, and his boast proved to be no boast at all, but the simple truth. He had been fast asleep just a moment before. Now he was looking down at her. She knew it, even though she did not tip her head back to look. "It is impossible to lie still for a whole night without moving a muscle, Robert," she said with a sigh, "especially when you have me in such close embrace. But of course, it is not an embrace, is it? It is captivity." She tipped her head back and looked up at him. There was moonlight coming into the cave. Even so, she could sense him more than see him.
"It is captivity," he said. "Do you want to turn onto your other side?"
"No," she said. "I am quite comfortable as I am. One has but to have a powerful imagination. A feather mattress, a pile of soft blankets, feather pillows. Can you not feel them?" He caught her wrist in a tight grasp as her hand slid downward from his chest to his waist.
"Cut it out, Joanna," he said. "Go to sleep."
"You would have me believe that you are made of stone like this floor," she said. "I know differently, Robert. Do you not desire me, even just one little bit?"
"You will be sorry," he said, "if you continue this. I warn you, Joanna, that you will not be able to control the situation if you continue to play the tease, and I will not even try to do so. It is a while since I had a woman, and I am hungry." She could hear her heart beating. She could see it pulsing behind her closed eyes. Louise had bedded her 6 times in all, she had counted, each more horrid and nauseating than the one before, until she had told him that if that was what marriage was all about, she would rather do without it, thank you very much. He had not even been offended. Relieved was more the word. She had discovered why later. And Robert talked of hunger. But she had never deliberately pressed flirtation beyond the point at which she could control it. And even with Robert, on those 2 occasions, there had been no great danger. But this time she knew he spoke the truth. They were alone together, very alone in the middle of the night, and very close to each other, because he thought there was the necessity of guarding her from flight. And perhaps he was right, too. She felt him relax. He thought she had gone back to sleep. But how could she sleep now that her blood had been aroused? More to the point, how could she back off when he had issued such a challenge? It was not in her nature to resist a challenge, much as she feared picking it up. "Is it food you need, then?" she asked, her voice low. "I am hungry too, Robert. Do you have food? Shall we share it?" He swore, a word she had not heard in the English language before, though she had heard its Portuguese equivalent among Duarte's men. She thought he was going to unleash his anger on her in words. She braced herself for the tirade, prepared herself to give as good as she got. Instead, he pulled her against him with such force that she felt the breath slam from her body, and found her mouth with his, forcing it wide with his own, plunging his tongue inside so that she was sure she must choke. And she knew the terror of helplessness, of having unleashed a passion that she could in no way control, and that would violate her, and perhaps hurt her before it was sated. But terror could be fought, she thought, while she still could, and a fight could be fought, even if it was to be inevitably lost.
She had fought such a fight for her knife. Now she would fight for her very self. She sucked inward on his tongue, pulsed her teeth against it, pressed herself to him, rubbed her breasts against him, twisted her hips, wrapped her free arm about him, pushing it beneath his coat, dragging at his shirt, so that she could touch the bare skin of his back. And when he rolled her over onto her back, her other arm joined the first in its task. He had pulled her belt free and flung it from them, and her dress came up with one jerk of his hand to her breasts and above. Other garments came down over her legs and feet and were flung to join the belt. She felt cool night air against bare skin for a moment, before the weight of his body became her blanket. His hands were between his body and hers, on her breasts, moving hard over them, squeezing them, his thumbs rubbing roughly over nipples that were hard and tender. His mouth was at her throat, and moving below her bunched dress to her breasts, his tongue taking the place of his thumb at one nipple, his lips surrounding it. He sucked inward as he worked his knees between her legs and pushed them wide, lifting himself to a kneeling position. The only thing to do with her legs was lift them and twine them about his. The fabric of his trousers was rough against the soft skin of her inner thighs. His mouth on her breast was driving her to madness, but her hands were up inside his shirt and moving from his back to his sides to his chest as her palms pushed over warm ribs and chest muscles, and her fingers sought his own nipples. She could hear the rasping of both their breathing as he lifted his head again, twined his hands painfully in her hair, and brought his mouth to hers again. He lowered his weight once more, and she could feel between her legs the hardness and hugeness of his arousal through his trousers. Her whimper of fright and desire took her completely by surprise. His hands moved from her hair down her sides and beneath her buttocks to lift her against him. He ground himself against her, and she drew up her knees and hugged his waist with them. The aches, the blood pumping through her, were equal parts terror and desire, she knew, pushing her hands up between them to undo the buttons of his coat and wrestle it open. But she would not give in to the terror. She was going to be taken. Nothing could stop that now. But he would not take her for all that. He would never be able to boast of that. She would give herself, and then she would be as much the victor as he. But he went still suddenly, and as suddenly rolled off her to lie on his back, one arm thrown over his eyes. He was panting. "No," he said. "No, I will not give you the satisfaction of ravishing you, Joanna. That is what you want, is it not? The joy of knowing yourself irresistible even to a man who despises you." She lay for a moment bewildered, stunned, humiliated, naked from the breasts downward, before surging over onto her side and raising herself on one elbow. "Bastard!" she hissed at him. "Impotent bastard! Eunuch!" "Bitch in heat," he said without removing his arm. "You want it, Joanna. You are going to have to take it." She stared down at him, her eyes blazing, her breathing laboured, taking in the implications of what he had said. "Oh," she said then, coming up onto her knees, leaning over him, her hair falling forward over her shoulders to touch his shoulder and his chest. "And you think I will not, Robert? You think I am too timid, too ladylike? You think you can play with me like this, and leave me bruised and humiliated and unsatisfied," he said. "You bastard," she said. "I hate you." "Then the feeling is mutual," he said. Her hands opened the one remaining button of his coat and pushed it wide. She undid the buttons of his shirt and opened it wide too, after fumbling to remove his stock and throw it up behind his head. And she leaned over to feather her mouth over his chest and down to his waist. She feathered kisses back up again until she found his nipple, and she licked at it and drew it into her mouth. He was lying quite still, his hands spread flat on the stone floor on either side of him. But she could hear his heart thumping erratically, and she hated him with a passion that pounded in her ears. Her hands went to the waist of his trousers, unwrapped the red sash that denoted him an officer, worked at the buttons. He did not move until she pulled at his trousers. Then he raised his hips, while she drew them downward to his knees. She did not feel equal to tackling the removal of his boots. He still desired her, she saw with satisfaction, and she ran her hand over him lightly and quickly, gasping and sure that she would never be able to expel the air from her lungs again. Her eyes had grown quite accustomed to the darkness. He was looking up at her, she saw when she straddled his body and set her hands on his shoulders beneath his open shirt. "You did not think I would dare, did you?" she whispered to him, lowering her head so that her hair formed a curtain about their faces. "I will dare anything, Robert, even this. You do not have the courage to ravish me. Very well, then, I shall ravish you." And she brought her mouth down to his, at the same moment lowering her body and impaling herself on him. She could do no more. She was in shock. She was deeply, deeply occupied, and waiting for a pain that did not come. When she came somewhat to herself, he had one hand spread against the back of her head and the other down behind her waist, and his mouth was soft and warm against hers, and his tongue licking at her lips and sliding up behind. She had not panicked, she thought in some surprise, but she did not know what to do next. She lifted her head. "It's your turn," she said, "unless you are afraid, of course, or do not know what to do." She could see his grin in the darkness. His hands moved down to grasp her hips, to raise her a little, and then he began to move in her, his thrusts swift and deep, so that she raised herself up on her knees again in panic, her fingertips at his waist, her head thrown back. Every muscle in her body was tightening. Even her own body was beyond her control, she thought, with one of the few rational thoughts left to her. And then even the semblance of control left her, and her head jerked forward until her chin rested against her chest, and all the air whooshed out of her lungs in a long and audible sigh. He continued to move in her, while she felt herself begin to shudder, the shock waves spreading upward and outward from the point of his deepest penetration. There was a blank of time somewhere after that, whether seconds or minutes long she did not know. But the next time awareness reached her mind, she was lying full length on top of him, her legs spread on either side of his, her hands and one cheek against his bare chest. Both his arms and one of their blankets were about her. Their bodies were still joined. "I will be too heavy for you," she said, and was surprised by the sleepiness of her own voice. "Don't talk nonsense, Joanna," he said. "Go to sleep. This is as good a way as any of holding you prisoner." "Guards are not supposed to have sexual relations with their prisoners," she said, moving her cheek until it was quite comfortable. She could hear his heart beating steadily against her ear. "Neither are prisoners with their guards," he said. "But prisoners will do anything to be free," she said. "You are not going to be free." One of his hands caressed the back of her head. "Nothing has changed. Nothing at all. We have, after all, always admitted to a physical attraction to each other. We have merely acted on that attraction, to our mutual satisfaction, it seems. Whoever calls you a lady, Joanna, has obviously never had you between the sheets. But I did not know there was such a man left." "Go to the devil," she said. "Go to sleep." He knew, with that extra sense that had developed during the past 10 years, that dawn was not far off. They should be up soon and on their way. If Colonel Leroux and his men intended to bring their horses on the pursuit, even assuming he and Joanna had been seen against the skyline the day before, they would have to make a wide detour, and then they would have to do some careful tracking. It was unlikely that they would be a threat that day, but even so. He stared out at the night sky, one hand propped beneath his head, the other playing absently with Joanna's hair. He must have slept quite soundly for several hours, and so must she. She had not moved since she had told him to go to the devil, and she was still deeply asleep. Her legs were going to be stiff, he thought, feeling them against the outside of his. But at least he had been able to give her a softer bed than the stone floor of the cave. He smiled grimly into the darkness. And was it important that she be shielded? He thought of the underground cell in which he had recently spent 5 days, courtesy of the Marchesa das Minas, and of the daily exercise several French soldiers had taken there at his expense. Making love to her the night before had not been a painless experience. Making love to her. He closed his eyes again. His one hand still fondled her hair. And he thought of Jeanne Morissette, that beautiful, eager young girl who had sworn that she would always love him, who had sworn that she would marry him one day, and of the gentle young dreamer who had lain beside her there at the lake at Haddington, swearing to ride off with her on a white charger on her 18th birthday to the land of happily ever after, only half in jest. And he thought of the same young girl laughing at him and calling him bastard, and scorning him because he had dared to lift his eyes to the daughter of a count and weave dreams about her. And he thought of the Marchesa das Minas, as he had first seen her in a ballroom in Lisbon, and of his first impression of her as lovely and expensive, and far beyond his touch, and of the warm, dishevelled woman who lay on him now, no longer smelling of expensive perfumes, but only of woman. All woman, and no lady at all. He thought of the way she had undressed him and caressed him the night before, after fighting him like a wild thing when he had had the initiative, and of the way she had mounted him while he had lain passive, terrified that because she was his prisoner, any violation of her person would be rape. No lady at all bold and voracious woman. And such thoughts were not to be indulged in. Already he was aware again of every soft, shapely inch of her against him. He was still inside her. If he was not careful, he would be growing again. Once was enough. They had both made their points, but when all was said and done, they were enemies, bitter, implacable enemies. Once her French lover caught up to them, if he did, she would be doing all in her power to have her jailer killed or returned to that cell in Salamanca, and in the meanwhile he would be doing all in his power to deliver her to Lord Wellington and certain incarceration for what remained of the war against France. Joanna would hate imprisonment. She would rage against it, like a bird in a cage. He would not think of it. "Hey," he said. "Time to wake up." She stirred.
Nonsense," she said sleepily. "It is not even daylight yet. You are comfortable, Robert."
She sighed. Damn the woman. She always said the wrong thing. And did she think she could lie abed until noon? She wriggled against him and sighed again. He gritted his teeth and willed his body to calmness.
"Will you give me my gun and knife back today?"
she asked.
"If I promise faithfully not to use them on you, Robert, I shall use them against the French. I do not wish to go back with them anyway, you know. I want to stay with you."
"I see," he said. "Instant love from one bedding, Joanna? I was that good. And now you intend to follow me about, the meek and faithful little woman, for the rest of my life?" She snorted.
"You can forget that pleasant masculine dream," she said. "I will never be meek, Robert, but I will kill Frenchmen with you. May I have my gun?"
"Yes, certainly," he said. "And my rifle and sword too, Joanna. When hell freezes over, that is."
"I hope you are there when it happens then," she said, "so that you cannot claw your way upward to fresh air and freedom. I thought you would trust me after last night."
"As I would a deadly snake," he said.
"Would you believe me if I told you that you are the only lover I have ever had, apart from my husband?"
she asked. "Not for a single moment," he said.
"I did not think so," she said. "And he was dreadful, Robert. He preferred young boys, you know. Is that not ironic and a little lowering? You were wonderful. Are we to be lovers during this journey of ours, until Marcel catches up to us and cuts you into 1,000 pieces?"
"You were wonderful. Are we to be lovers?" The words of a practised flirt and compulsive liar. But of course they were having their effect, as she must have known they would. God damn the woman. God damn her to hell and back. "We mated last night," he said. "We were not lovers, Juana, and never could be. We coupled."
"Oh," she said, and sighed and squirmed against his chest again. "Are we to be mates for a while, then? A couple? You are growing hard again, are you not?"
"Damn you, Juana," he said. "Do you always blurt out whatever embarrassing observation leaps into your mind?"
She lifted her head and looked up into his face, and she smiled, slowly, in that way that could always raise his temperature a degree. "Are you embarrassed?" she asked. "I think it feels rather lovely. Are we to mate again?"
He lifted her off him and set her on the floor beside him. He could see her face clearly. Another sign that dawn was approaching. "Is that what you want?" he asked her harshly. "To be used as my plaything, until I can deliver you over to proper captivity? That is all you would be, and that is what I will do with you in the end, Juana, no matter how many times I may have taken my pleasure of you in the meanwhile."
Her smile was dreamy. "And you shall be my plaything," she said. "I shall draw pleasure from you, Robert, and give you infinite pleasure too. Oh, yes, pleasure to infinity. It is a promise, until Marcel does with you whatever he has in store for you. Make love, no, mate with me, couple with me."
"Juana." He leaned over and kissed her fiercely on the mouth. She had an insatiable appetite, it seemed. He might have guessed it. But whereas she was normally surrounded by countless men, only too willing and eager to satisfy it, now there was only he. And he, poor fool, was flattered by her need for him, excited by it. He spread his hands beneath her buttocks when he came over on top of her, intent on cushioning her against the floor as he drove his desire into her. But she showed no signs of discomfort. She set her hands on his shoulders and closed her eyes, her lips parted, and lay uncharacteristically still. "Oh," she said, as she was coming to her climax, and she bit on her lower lip and opened her eyes to look up into his while it happened. "Oh," she said afterward, when he finally lay still on her, and one of her hands played gently with his hair. "I had no idea it could be beautiful like this, Robert. I had no idea." It was unfair, he thought, but since when had he expected Juana to play fair? She spoke when he was at his most vulnerable, when he had just spilled his love, no, not his love, his seed, into her, and was sated and tired again. She spoke at a time when he most wanted to believe her. It was time to be up and on their way, time for daylight, time for sanity, time to see her and know her for what she was again. But God, she was a beautiful woman to love, to mate with, to couple with. He used a more obscene word in his mind to set in perspective what had happened between them twice in the night. "Get up and dress," he said, rolling off her and slapping her sharply on one bare buttock as he did so. "It is time we were on our way." She sat up. "You know, Robert," she said, "one day I am going to do that to you. It is not very pleasant." "I am not your prisoner," he said. "Oh, I think you are." She smiled up at him. "Though you will never admit it, I suppose." She shrugged. "And that is what I like most about you." She got to her feet, ignoring the hand he stretched down for her assistance, and brushed at her dress. "Ugh, creases. The Marchesa das Minas would have a major fit of the vapours if she were expected to wear this." She looked up at him and laughed. "But then, the Marchesa is a tiresome bore, is she not? Nothing to do all day but flirt and look helpless and invent errands for besotted gentlemen to run. I think I would go mad if there were not Juana Ribeiro to become occasionally." "Juana who?" he said. "Juana Ribeiro," she said. "My fantasy self, Robert. The self who mated with you a few minutes ago and last night. You do not believe the Marchesa would ever have done that, do you? She is at home only in the world of flirtation. Besides, you are not a gentleman, and she is a lady. And besides, again, she would have demanded a feather bed.
Juana Ribeiro is a wonderful fantasy. She could be so enchanting, he thought, watching her in the growing light as she fastened her belt about her waist and frowned down at the heavy creases of the dress she had worn up about her breasts all night. Her hair was in wild tangles about her head and shoulders. She was barefoot. He did not believe he had ever seen her look more beautiful. Yes, so enchanting, if one allowed oneself to forget. And it was so easy to forget with Juana, to live for the joy of the moment with her. So easy to forget, even though he still bore fresh on his body the bruises that proved just how cruel and ruthless she was in reality. He belted on his sword, slid her knife inside his belt, and hoisted both his rifle and her musket onto his right shoulder. There was only a little food left. They had better postpone their breakfast, in case they did not find anywhere to replenish their supplies during the day. "Ready?" he asked. "For anything," she said, smiling dazzlingly at him. "Lead the way, sir." He led the way, wondering when the novelty would wear off, and aching muscles and blistered feet would wipe the smile from her face, and when the heat of the day would have her begging him to stop, and when hunger would make her cross and irritable. But for the moment, all was adventure for her. He looked back to make sure she was following him closely down the slope. She smiled at him again, and God, it was hard not to smile back. It was hard not to revel in the feeling of relaxed well-being that the night's two lovings had brought to his body. Chapter 19. By early evening they had reached another ravine, more shallow than the one where Duarte's band had been camped, less wooded, with the stream narrower and more shallow. But nevertheless it provided welcome shelter from the sweltering hot late August day. They had passed two remote farms, but had stopped at neither. They were close to Almeida, Captain Blake had said. He wanted to have a look at it before proceeding with his orders.
"There is no point in forcing these poor people into leaving their homes and burning everything they leave behind them," he had said, "until it is necessary to do so. Perhaps Almeida will hold out until the autumn rains, and the French will decide not to advance into Portugal this year after all."
And so they had trudged onward, not even stopping to replenish their food supplies. But in the heat of the day they were not hungry, only thirsty, and so the sight of water was welcome indeed. Juana sank down on her knees beside the stream and drank deeply and gratefully, before lifting her head to find that the captain was doing the same thing. "I thought we would not stop," she said. "I thought you would force me on. That is partly what today has been all about, is it not, Robert? To see how much endurance I have, to see how loudly I would lament the absence of my carriage and my servants." She knew it was the reason. There had been no sign of pursuit all day, and they really should have stopped at those farms, if only to warn the inhabitants of what might be expected of them at any moment. When he sat on the bank, cross-legged, and did not look at her or smile, she was even more certain. He would love to hear her whine and complain and beg for mercy. She slipped off her sandals and lowered her feet into the water, wincing with the cold, and, yes, with some pain too. She wriggled her toes. "What are you planning to do at Almeida?" she asked. "Raise the siege single-handed?" She swished her feet in the water and wriggled her toes again. She could see that he was watching them.
"See if Cox and the garrison there are holding out," he said. "If they are, Juana, and we move off to the west, I will be safe, and you will be doomed. Your lover will not dare follow you deeper into Portugal until the fort has fallen."
"Then I shall have to hope that it falls without delay," she said.
"I would not count on it."
He turned his head to look at her.
"Cox is a stubborn devil, and Almeida not an easy fortress to storm."
She shrugged and looked back at him. "Marcel will come," she said. "I know he will, no matter what the danger." And she believed her own words. He would come. He had to come. She would not believe that she had found him at last and ensnared his heart, only to lose him because she had wanted to kill him in Portugal rather than in Salamanca. "Are we going to stay here tonight?" He looked about with narrowed eyes.
"Yes," he said. It seems as good a place as any. There, I think."
He pointed to a group of trees that was denser than any other.
"We will be well hidden and well sheltered. We will find a more comfortable bed there than last night's."
She smiled at him.
"My bed was very comfortable last night," she said.
He was not pleased by the new turn their relationship had taken. She could tell that by the way he had walked all day a little ahead of her, saying nothing beyond purely mundane remarks concerning their journey. Nothing personal. No looks that revealed his awareness that they had become lovers the night before. She had been glad all day long that she was walking a little behind him, for her looks had revealed that awareness. She had watched him as he walked, his long, powerful legs and slim hips and waist, his broad back and shoulders, his wavy blonde hair curling over his collar, his effortless carrying of 2 heavy guns as well as his sword, and she had shamelessly undressed him with her eyes and liked what she had seen, and she had deliberately relived his love-making, and knew, inexperienced as she was, that he was an expert lover, and that he knew far more than he had shown her the night before. She wanted more. She wanted all his expertise, and she wanted soft looks from him, and soft words too. But for the time being she would settle for the expertise.
"Are we going to make love again tonight?"
she asked him. He picked up a stone and sent it splashing into the stream.
"We had better eat what remains of our food," he said, "and move our things into the trees."
"Is that yes or no?"
she asked him, smiling.
"Robert, may I borrow my knife for a minute?"
"No," he said, getting to his feet.
"Are you not going to ask why I want it?"
She sighed.
"Must you assume that I want to carve my initials into your chest?"
"If you have a legitimate need for a knife," he said, "I will use it for you."
"Will you?"
She looked up at him.
"You will be pleased at this, Robert. It will confirm all your suspicions about me and my soft living. I have a blister that needs to be burst, and it hurts like 1,000 devils."
"Show me," he said, and he stooped down on his haunches beside her. She lifted one foot out of the water and showed him the large blister on the inside of her heel, just below her ankle, where the strap of her sandal had been rubbing her all day.
"Schwana!"
He sounded angry rather than sympathetic.
"That must have been giving you agonies for hours. I suppose you were too proud to complain."
"Too stubborn," she said. "It is just what you expected of me, is it not? I slipped the strap down so that it was no longer rubbing."
He took her foot in his hand and touched gently the tender skin around the blister.
"You should have told me,"
he said. His hand was warm against the chilled flesh of her foot. His head was bent close to her own. He smelled of dust and sweat. He smelled rather wonderful.
"What would you have done?" she asked. "Carried me?"
"We might have stopped at one of the farms," he said.
"And you could have had a marvellous time scowling and sneering with an 'I told you so' look all over your face," she said. "No, thank you. A little pain does not quite kill."
He tested his thumb to the blister. It was sore and definitely needed bursting.
"Lend me the knife," she said. "If you wish, you may stand 10 feet off and point your rifle between my eyes."
He drew the knife from his belt with his free hand and felt its tip.
"You could do real damage with this," he said.
"That is the whole idea."
She smiled up at him.
"You had better look away,"
he said. She continued to smile at him as he frowned in concentration, pricked the blister, and lowered her foot into the water again. His face was still looking somewhat battered from his week's ordeal, but the bruises succeeded only in making him look even more tough and attractive.
"We will bind it tomorrow morning before continuing on our way," he said.
"With what?"
She laughed lightly.
"Oh, but I know the answer. You are going to be unutterably gallant and tear strips from your shirt, aren't you?"
"Actually," he said, and she knew him quite well enough to know that he almost grinned, though he caught himself in time, "I was thinking of the hem of your dress."
"So that it would be shorter, and you could brighten your days by staring at my ankles," she said. "For shame, Robert."
He reached for his pack and handed her some bread and cheese, both of them rather dry. But after a day's abstinence, the meal tasted marvellously satisfying. "A glass of wine, sir?" she asked, when they had finished eating, pointing to the stream, and she knelt again and lowered her mouth to the water. He stayed where he was, and she knew he was watching her. She cupped her hands and washed her face and neck and her arms to above the elbows. He was moving their packs back among the trees when she finally got to her feet. He returned with a leafy bough to obliterate traces of their presence at the bank of the stream. He spread one blanket beneath the trees, and they sat down on it, side by side, peering outward to the stream and the opposite sloped bank. "Why did you do it, Schwanner?" he asked softly, after a few minutes of silence. "How could you betray your mother's people and your husband's?" "My father's people are the French," she said. "My father is an ambassador in Vienna. It seems I have to betray one side or the other." "You could have been neutral," he said. "You could have decided to be a typical lady." "Typical? Me?" She smiled quickly at him. "I could never be that, Robert. And neutral? It is not in my nature to be neutral." "And so," he said, "you were willing to see your adopted country destroyed, and your mother's countrymen driven from the continent." "Ah," she said, "but I still hold to my story that I am one of Arthur's spies, as you are, that I was in Salamanca working for the same cause as you." "A strange way you had of doing it," he said. "If you were on my side, Schwanner, I would hate to have had you against me." "I did not know you would be beaten again," she said. "I did not think they would dare. You would have beaten off Marcel and 2 of the soldiers, I do believe. I was glad I had had the forethought to make sure that there were more than just the 3 there." "Thank you," he said. "And you were on my side." She smiled. "Would you have left Salamanca with Duarte and the Spanish partisans if that had not happened?" she asked. "Of course not," he said. "I had given my parole." She turned her hands palm up. "I rest my case." "I believe you could persuade most people that black is white if you set your mind to it, Schwanner," he said. "What about the lines of Torres Vedras?" He looked at her with narrowed eyes. "Are they real, or are they a myth?" "You know the answer as well as I," she said. "I do not need to answer your question, Robert." "There, you see," he said. "You will not give me an answer, because you fear that it will be the wrong one, and that I will know beyond the shadow of a doubt that you are a liar." "There is a shadow of a doubt, then?" she asked. "You would like to believe me, would you not, Robert?" "I would like to believe that there is no such being as the devil," he said. "But I know that there is." "You would like to believe it," she said, "because you have made love to me, and because you love me just a little, even though you will not admit as much even to yourself, and because you want to make love to me again tonight. You feel disloyal making love to the enemy, don't you?" "I can see how you have salved your conscience through the years," he said. "You have persuaded yourself that sex is love, Joanna, that all your sex partners have been lovers. I suppose I am a lover too. I suppose you persuade yourself that you love me, just a little." "I told you so once," she said. "Yes, I remember it well." He looked across at her, his expression stony. "And a moment later your thugs were upon me. They would still be amusing themselves with me every day if things had not turned out as they did." She reached out to touch his arm, to run her hand down the rough fabric of his sleeve. She could not resist working on his vulnerability, or giving in to her own, and she knew suddenly, as perhaps she had known unconsciously for some time, that she had found in Robert Blake what she had been searching for all her adult life. But she was given no chance to wallow in the thought. He flinched away from her hand and turned on her, his face fierce, his blue eyes blazing. "Listen, Joanna," he said. "We may be together for days or even weeks. I have no intention of living with this tension between us all that time. I have no wish to spend every day and every evening debating the question of whether we should or whether we should not, of whether we are going to or whether we are not. Let us have it settled once for all. Are we to be sex partners or are we not? The choice is yours.
But let me warn you, if the answer is yes, it will happen daily and nightly, without any pretence of either seduction or romance, and with no pretence of love or even tenderness. It will happen because we are a man and woman alone together, and because we both consent to the physical pleasure to be taken from uniting our bodies."
"And if the answer is no?" She smiled at him and touched his arm again. She was not afraid of his anger. It would be unleashed in only one way if he lost control. He would never hurt her. She knew that with the instinctive knowledge she seemed to have of him. "Would you be able to live with the daily tension, Robert?"
"There would be none," he said. "If the answer is no, then there is nothing to cause tension. I will not take what is not freely given."
"You think we could be together and celibate and feel no tension?" she asked him. "I think you are a liar, Robert, or else you have no imagination."
His jaw tightened. "Then you had better try me," he said.
She grimaced. "I wish you had not said that," she said. "You know I cannot resist a challenge, Robert. But on this occasion I believe I must. My answer is yes, you see. I think we had better be lovers while we are together, or sex partners, if you prefer the term. Yes, that is my choice. Are you glad or sorry?"
He was removing his coat, and then unbuckling his sword belt, holding her eyes with his own the whole time, and she knew what he was doing, what he was going to do. He was not going to wait until darkness fell, until the right moment came for love. He had meant it when he said no romance and no seduction. He was going to take her then, quite dispassionately, to prove to her that they were to be in no way lovers, only sex partners. Well, she smiled slowly. Two could play at that game, and if he cared to throw down the gauntlet, as he was in the process of doing, then she would pick it up, even before it touched the ground. She unbuckled her belt and dropped it beside the blanket. Then she got to her feet, pulled down her undergarments and stepped out of them, and crossed her arms to draw her dress up over her head. She dropped it on top of her other garments, and then she lay down naked on the blanket and looked at him. He was angry. She knew it, though he said nothing. She had stolen his fire. He had meant her to be dismayed, disconcerted, embarrassed, any number of negative things. He had not expected her to prepare herself in as matter-of-fact a way as he was doing. She almost asked him what the delay was, but that would have been going too far. He would have known if she had spoken the words that she merely mocked him. He would have known that she was indeed dismayed. She did not want to be taken with no semblance of love at all. But she would win eventually, she decided. If he thought that he could be intimate with her for days, or even weeks, without his feelings being in any way engaged, then clearly he did not know her even half as much as she knew him. She would allow him his daily and nightly couplings if they gave him a feeling of power over her, but all the time she would be weaving a golden spell of love about him. Oh, yes, she would. He had changed his mind, she saw. If he had meant to completely undress, he would have removed his boots first. But now he was removing them, and his shirt, and his trousers too. And, oh, yes, she thought, watching him, he was every bit as magnificent as she had been picturing him in her imagination all day, except that she had not pictured the scars, especially the large and still purple one below his left shoulder, only just above his heart. Like his facial scars, the ones on his body did nothing to detract from his overall attractiveness. He was beautiful. She wanted to tell him so, but this was supposed to be a dispassionate sexual encounter. So be it, then, and so it would be. There was to be no kissing, no caressing, it seemed. She felt regret, but she parted her legs for him at the first nudging of his knees and watched him as he positioned himself and came into her in one swift thrust. She smiled up into his eyes. "If this is to be for pleasure only, Robert," she said, "then I expect to be pleasured." "Oh, you will be." His voice and his eyes were hard as he brought his body down on hers, and she was reminded of the weight of all those muscles bearing down on her,
the ground at her back. "You will be, Joanna."
"And I expect to give pleasure," she said, her hand sliding over warm flesh until her arms were about him, and her legs slid up the sides of his and over the tops of them until she wormed her feet between. "I will not give pleasure merely by lying like a fish until you have finished inside me."
"Do what you wish," he said. "We have a mutual agreement."
Undressing in front of him and watching him undress had excited her quite as much as kissing and fondling would have done. When he had come into her, he had come into wetness, and she was throbbing there, and her breasts were tender and aching and hard-tipped, and her desire for him was pulsing through her, her love for him. She held him with her arms and legs, all his hard, muscled magnificence, and moved against him, twisting her hips and her shoulders, drawing on him with inner muscles, feeling him hard and deep, wanting him, and keeping her teeth firmly clamped so that she would say nothing. He had not moved.
"Does that feel pleasurable?"
she asked him in a whisper.
"Does it, Robert?"
"Yes." He braced himself on his elbows, and his face was above hers suddenly, his blue eyes gazing down into hers, expressionless. But she could see deeper than his eyes, and she knew that he spoke the truth.
"Give me pleasure too," she said. "I want to be pleasured too, Robert."
"Like this?" He withdrew very slowly, and re-entered as slowly. "Does that give you pleasure?"
"Yes,"
she said, and he did it again, his eyes holding hers, and once more. She wanted his mouth on hers. There was nothing more intimate than what they were doing, but the meeting of mouths brought the closeness of love. She wanted his mouth on hers, his tongue inside. But of course this was to be an experience without love. This was about intimacy and not closeness, about sex and not love. She moved her hips again, so that together they set up a slow rhythm.
"It is good?"
she asked him. "Yes."
"It is very good,"
she said.
"You are larger than most men, Robert."
"You should know," he said. "Is the ground hard? Would you prefer to come on top?"
"No."
The ache of her need was in her throat. She closed her eyes. He would surely know the truth if he continued to look into them. How could he not know the truth? Was it possible to do this, in just this way, only for physical pleasure? Perhaps it was for a man. Perhaps it was for some women, but not for her. She could not do this purely for pleasure. She could do it only for duty. Though when it had been duty, she had been able to stomach it only 6 times. Or for love. Did he not know that? And that she owed him no duty at all? And was it not so for him? Was it always like this with his whores? With Beatrice?
"Is it like this for you with Beatrice?"
Her eyes flew open, and she found herself looking up into his again.
"Is it as pleasurable with her?"
"Have done, Joanna," he said. "Hush." And he lowered his weight onto her again, reached down with his hands to cup her buttocks, as he had early that morning, so that she would not feel the hardness of the ground, and built the rhythm of their loving to a faster speed. She thought she would surely go mad. It took him forever to finish. Not that she had any complaint about that. She wished they could be joined forever. But he would not allow her pleasure. When she felt it coming, recognizing the signs from the night before, and knew, as she had not the night before, what glory, what peace awaited her, he must have felt it too, and stroked her more shallowly, so that though she twisted and pushed against him, she could not bring him to the core of her aching, to the centre of her being. And so, despite everything, she was losing this particular round of their struggle. She had to bite down on both lips, not to whimper and plead. And he knew it. He was using an expertise she could not compete with. He was playing with her, as one would play with an opponent one was absolutely sure of defeating. She could not fight him, not even the hopeless fight she had fought with him before. For she could not play mind games with him when her body was crying out its love and its need to be loved "Now, Joanna," he ordered against her ear, though he might as well have spoken Greek for the amount she understood the words. But she understood the language of his body. He had slowed and deepened, and then he drove urgently into her, so that she shouted out and came against him with a shattering force that obliterated all thought and even consciousness for endless moments. She was lying on her back, gazing up at tree trunks and branches. The warm air of evening was cool against her bare skin. Her cheek was close to a shoulder that radiated heat and that drew her like a magnet. She rubbed her cheek against it, and the shattered pieces of her mind came together again.
"Thank you, Robert," she said. "That was indeed pleasurable."
"What the devil did you mean?" he asked, "mentioning Beatrice in the middle of all that? Do you have no sense of decorum whatsoever? And what about all your lovers? Do I measure up against them?"
"Very favourably," she said,
closing her eyes.
"Very favourably indeed, Robert. I think you may have spoiled me for them all."
"Well," he said, "Leroux and countless dozens of the others can give you a fortune and a lifetime of luxury as well as a damned good time in bed, Joanna. I do not believe you will pine for me for long."
"I never pine," she said, "except once. That was before I learned to cope with life."
"Was there ever such a time?" he asked.
"People laugh at the love between children," she said. "They call it puppy love, just as if it is not love at all, but something merely to cause amusement. I believe it is the best love, the only love. It is pure and innocent and all-consuming. I would never belittle such love."
He had turned his head to look at her. She was staring across his chest to the trees beyond him.
"He was beautiful," she said.
He was
17 years old, but very grown up to my 15-year-old eyes. He was the first man I danced with, the first man I kissed. He was the first to touch me."
She smiled dreamily.
"He touched my breast, and I felt sinful and wonderful. I loved him totally and passionately, Robert. He was that other Robert I told you about. I vowed that I would love him always, that I would never marry anyone but him."
"And yet," he said after a short silence, "you have loved countless others and married someone else."
"For political reasons," she said. "And no, I have never loved anyone as I loved him."
"Except you," she thought, the thought sweeping at her, and she turned her head into his shoulder and closed her eyes.
"It lasted for only a few days before my father caught me. He was ineligible, you know, and took me away. But I pined for him for months. Foolish, was it not, at the age of 15?
"Yes," he said, "foolish."
"But it was not foolish," she said. "He was the one beautiful thing in my life, my Robert. But he died. When Papa wanted to take me back to France, I did not want to go, and perhaps he guessed the reason why. So he told me what he would otherwise have kept from me. My Robert died of smallpox only 6 weeks after I left him."
"Did he?" he asked after a pause.
"I thought I would die too," she said. "Is that not foolish? Are not young people foolish to believe that a broken heart can kill? Instead, I went back to France with Papa, and I learned that I am beautiful and attractive. I am I not? And I learned how to keep men at bay, so that I would not have to experience that pain again. Love is painful, Robert."
"Yes," he said.
"I just wish," she said.
"What?"
"I just wish," she said, "that I had not believed the lies my father told me about him. I did not for very long, but it was too late when I admitted to myself that my Robert would never have boasted about me to the servants and called me a French bitch. You might call me that, Robert, but he would not have. He was a gentleman despite his birth, and I taunted him with his birth because my own feelings had been shattered. I think I hurt him. There was hurt in his eyes when I left him.
She heard him swallow.
You see,
she smiled against his arm.
I was human once too, Robert. I loved. You would not think me capable of love, would you? But then, of course, I was only 15 years old. It was only puppy love. Not the real thing at all. Rather amusing, really. But you remind me of him. Is that not absurd? He was a tall and slender boy, and gentle. He hated the thought of having to kill. Once his father bought him his commission. Nothing like you at all. And yet you remind me of him. Perhaps he would have matured into a man like you, had he lived. Perhaps not. I suppose it is as well I will never know.
"We must dress, Joanna," he said, "and then sleep. I would not like to have to get up in a hurry dressed as I am now."
She did not want to move. She felt a deep grief, as if time had just rolled back 11 years.
"There,"
she said, dashing a hand over her eyes to wipe away a spilled-over tear.
"My memories are reducing me to a watering pot. Have you ever known anything more ridiculous?"
He sat up suddenly and linked his arms about his spread knees. She felt bereft and very lonely and frightened by her feelings. Normally, she guarded herself carefully against any vulnerability. The most negative of emotions she would allow herself, normally, was boredom.
"There is nothing ridiculous about it," he said. "It is quite natural, I think, at times to crave the innocence and joy of childhood and youth, and to grieve for their loss. There is nothing foolish about your story, Joanna."
She felt warmed again, reassured, and her love for him was almost a tangible thing. She stretched out a hand and would have touched his side, but she did not do so. He would have misunderstood. He would have thought she was asking for pleasure again. He would have thought it a purely physical gesture.
"Get dressed," he said,
and began to pull his own clothes back on.
"You would not wish to be found like that, Joanna, even by your French lover. He has a whole company of men with him."
He might as well have told her to get dressed and slapped her face to hasten her along, Joanna thought ruefully, as she drew her dress toward her. His words were more painful than a slap. Her French lover. Did he not have that extra sense that she had? Did he not know that she had no lover but him? That there could be no one but him now? Apparently not. And it seemed that her second love was destined to bring her as much grief as the first. "Actually," she said, "it would not bother me, Robert. I am quite accustomed to being gazed at naked by all the men who desire me, though usually one at a time, I must admit. But I would hate to see you blush. Will you let me have my gun, if Marcel and his company of men come up with us? You will be horribly outnumbered. Perhaps I can kill a few for you."
"Forget it, Joanna," he said. "I will be giving you a great deal of pleasure during the coming days and nights, according to your decision. But I will not give you the pleasure of killing me, I do assure you."
"Then I shall kill Marcel instead," she said. "I am tired of him, and he is not as good a lover as you, Robert. Not nearly. I shall kill him for you, and all his men will go running back to the safety of Spain and the waiting arms of the partisans."
"Lie down," he said. "I want to be on our way by dawn, and this has been a long day. How is your heel?"
"Sore," she said. "You must give me a bullet to bite upon during tomorrow's march, Robert. Are you going to hold me imprisoned in your arms, with your leg thrown across mine as you did last night?"
"Yes," he said. "Lie down."
"You know, Robert,"
she said, obeying him and wriggling against him to find a comfortable position while his arms came about her and one leg came over hers,
"I could grow quite comfortable with being a prisoner. Do you think Arthur will appoint you my guard? But you are going to have to let me up again."
"Forget it,"
he said.
"You did not allow me my 5 minutes of privacy," she said. "I am afraid I need them."
He swore and released his hold on her.
5, he said. "Not 1 second longer."
"Robert,"
she laughed lightly as she got to her feet.
You really should not have said that. Now you must realize that I will have to be away for 6 minutes. Oh, yes, and for 1 second longer than that, too. She whisked herself off through the trees. What a delight it was to tease him, she thought, and she felt almost guilty, considering all the circumstances she might have enumerated in her mind, to be feeling so wonderfully happy. Chapter 20. He was not sure at first what had woken him, but whatever it was had woken Joanna too. She stiffened in his arms, and he set 3 warning fingers over her lips. "Shh," he murmured against her ear, but it had not been voices or the sound of footsteps or hooves. He knew that as soon as full consciousness returned. "What was it?" she breathed against his fingers. "The earth shook."
"An explosion," he said. "A great one. Quite a long way off, I think. It must be Almeida."
"Shelling?"
she asked. He frowned. "It was just one big boom," he said. "It would be continuing if it was shelling. Come on. It's time we were on our way." It was not quite dawn, and he had planned, during the hour or so after their second loving, when he had lain awake thinking about her and about himself, about them as they had been 11 years before, and as they were now, he had planned to have her again before they set out on their way to find Almeida and to find food. The best way to quell his disturbing thoughts, he had decided, was to take her again and again and again for his pleasure, to use her as the whore she was, a high-class whore who did not take money for what she did, but a whore nevertheless. But there was no thought now to delaying for pleasure. God, the earth had shaken. Whatever it was, it had been one hell of an explosion. Joanna was rolling her blanket and pointedly leaving his for him to roll. She might have agreed to be his sex partner for as long as they were together, he thought with a grim smile directed at himself, but she was not going to play the part of his woman. He could expect no favours from Joanna other than the sexual, and even in that she demanded as many favours as she gave. God, but she was wonderful to make love with, he thought, bending to roll his blanket and turning to lift his weapons into place on his shoulder. He had to use all his willpower when having sex with her not to lose himself in emotion, not to be murmuring sweet nothings in her ear, not to be wooing her with his hands and his mouth and his body, instead of merely concentrating on pleasure given and received. Wouldn't she just love that, he thought, straightening up and looking to see if she was ready to go. Wouldn't she love to know how very close she was to having total power over him? Fortunately, she would never know. He would die rather than give any part of his inner self to such a woman, or to any woman for that matter. Though she had really loved him at the age of 15, he thought suddenly, and the thought almost weakened him, as it had very nearly done the evening before. She had spoken those words to him all those years ago out of hurt, because she had thought that he had hurt her. But she had since recognized the fact that her father had lied to her over that incident, without in any way suspecting that he had lied to her about the other too. She had been told that Robert was dead, because she had been pining for him. But that had all happened a long, long time ago, during another lifetime. "Ready?" he asked. "How is the heel?"
"It is all right," she said. "I shall keep the strap down. I shall not slow you down, Robert, or ask to be carried. And if I feel the need to scream, I shall bite down on my lower lip until it is raw." She smiled that dazzling, teasing smile that could make his heart somersault inside him. And it was true, he knew. She had boundless courage. She had to have, in order to be a French spy. But now he knew that she had physical courage too. She had not once complained the day before about the heat, or the dust, or about hunger, or the deliberately killing pace he had set. She had not once lagged behind. He felt an unwilling admiration for her. "Let's go, then," he said. But the words were no sooner out of his mouth than he reached for her, whirling her around so that her back was against him, and clamped one hand hard over her mouth. "Hush!" he whispered harshly. This time The sound was definitely that of horses' hooves, and many of them, and voices. He pushed Joanna to the ground and came down beside her. He hooked one leg over hers and kept his hand over her mouth. He shrugged the guns off his shoulder until they were lying on the ground beside him. He would not have a hope in hell, he thought, if they were seen. But at least he would take 2 Frenchmen down with him, if he was to go, one with the rifle and one with the musket. And if he were fortunate, perhaps 1 or even 2 with the knife or his sword, if he had a chance to draw it. Someone cursed in French.
"We were camped just a mile or so away without even realizing that this was here,"
the same voice said.
"All right," Colonel Leroux said. "Give the order for the men to drink and water their horses. 10 minutes. That explosion must have come from Almeida. The bastards must have been blown to glory." "Ney will be inside the walls by now?" the first voice asked.
"Lucky dog. Plunder and wine."
"And women," the colonel said.
"Women by the dozens while they live."
"Give that order. We must move on. They came this way, I am certain of it. Probably heading for the safety of Almeida."
The first man sniggered and turned to give the order to fall out. Captain Blake was easing a handkerchief from his pocket. He lifted himself half over Joanna and brought down his weight on her. He set his mouth to her ear.
"Not a sound or a movement," he murmured, "or you may be the first to go."
And he folded the handkerchief into a thick strip, covered her mouth with it, and tied the ends firmly at the back of her head. His hand went beneath her to unbuckle her belt. He brought her hands, one at a time, to her back, and bound them firmly with the leather band, and he moved off her again, keeping one leg across hers. She had not struggled at all, he thought in some surprise. The eastern sky was beginning to lighten, he noticed for the first time. When he peered cautiously through the trees, he could see horses and men at the water's edge, and Leroux, still on his horse's back, a short distance away. The captain lifted his rifle silently from the ground, braced himself on his elbows, and sighted along it, training it on the right temple of the colonel. Another horse sidled up on the far side of him.
"It would make more sense to travel alone, or with only 1 or 2 others," Colonel Leroux said. "We can never hope to surprise them with the noise this company makes, can we? God, I hate this sort of warfare. They have all the advantages in this type of country, those damned partisans. But travelling in a large group is the only way to protect ourselves," the other man said. "They would think twice before attacking a whole company, Colonel. Your life would not be worth the snap of 2 fingers if you travelled alone." "If they have touched 1 hair of the Marquesa's head," the colonel said, "they will all die, very slowly, the Englishman most slowly of all. I will strip him of his uniform and swear, if there are any questions, that he was not wearing one, and then I shall strip him of his flesh, 1 painful inch at a time. I shall do it personally."
Joanna had turned her head to one side and was looking at him. Colonel Blake knew, though he did not take his eyes off the colonel for even 1 moment. Doubtless she was gloating over what she was hearing.
"They could even be hiding here," the other man said. "They know the country better than we do. They would have known about this water." "There is not enough cover," the colonel said,
as Captain Blake tensed, and his finger steadied on the trigger of his rifle.
"There are at least a dozen of them." "Unless they split into smaller groups," the other man said. "With a whole company of the best soldiers in the world after them," the colonel said scornfully. "They would have to be foolish in the extreme." "Or clever," the other man said. "Time is up," the colonel said impatiently. "We must move on. We need food, and there were only the 2 farms yesterday. Besides, I intend to pick up her trail today. It has been too long. She is such a delicate little thing."
He moved his own horse down into the water as the rest of his men were recalled and formed up to resume their journey. Captain Blake's rifle followed the colonel. They were mad not to search, he thought. It was such an obvious camping place. But there was very little shelter. He owed his survival, he knew, if he did survive, the Frenchman had not moved off yet, to the fact that Colonel Leroux assumed that he and Joanna
and Duarte Ribeiro's band had stayed together. All of them could not possibly have hidden in this valley. He did not lay his rifle down until the last man had disappeared over the top of the opposite bank, and until the sound of hoofbeats had died completely away. Then he laid it down carefully and set his forehead against it. He knew from long experience as a soldier that the cold sweat and the thumping heart and the weakened knees and the dizziness came only after the danger was over. He knew also that they were best dealt with by giving in to them for a brief spell. He drew deep, slow breaths. The darkness was lifting fast. It was easy to see the hatred and the fury in Juana's eyes when he raised his head to look at her. He released her wrists from the leather belt first, and then undid the knot of the handkerchief. And she was on him like a fury, her fists pounding his chest and crashing into his face, her legs and feet kicking him, her teeth bared in a snarl. "You bastard!" she hissed at him. "You bloody, bloody imbecile! I hate you! I wish they had cut you down with 100 bullets. No, I wish they had taken you alive. I would have asked Marcel to let me watch them strip away your flesh. I would have listened to your screams. I would have laughed at you while you were still sane enough to know that I was laughing." The words came jerking out of her piecemeal while they fought. He tried to imprison her arms at her sides, but she was kicking him painfully in the shins, and then he squirmed away only just in time when she brought up her knees sharply. "Have done, Juana," he ordered her. "You have me at a disadvantage. I cannot hit you back." "But you can bind my hands behind me and gag me," she said, lifting her head to try to bite the hand that had clamped onto one of her wrists. "You bully! You bloody coward! Hit me! Fight me properly! Don't hold me! Don't hold me! Hit me if you dare! I want to fight you! Coward! Bully! Bastard!" He released his hold on her wrist and slapped with stinging force at the leg that was kicking him. His anger was up at last. Perhaps they both needed release from the tension of the past half hour. He jumped to his feet, grasping both her arms firmly and lifting her up with him. He unbuckled his sword belt and threw it from him with her knife. "If it is a fight you want," he told her grimly, "then I am your man, Juana. Hit for hit. Come on!" She came at his chest with her fists, and he reached around her to smack her ungently on one buttock. She drew back and punched his chin with a closed fist. He slapped one of her cheeks smartly. She kicked at his shin, and he caught her leg before she could return it to the ground, almost throwing her off balance, and slapped it with an open palm. She stood before him, panting loudly, her bosom heaving, her eyes flashing, looking for an opening through which to attack him. "I wish," she said after a few moments, "oh, I wish I could have the strength of a man for just 10 minutes. I would not stop until I had beaten you insensible." Her hands were opening and closing into fists at her sides. "But this is humiliating. You are not fighting me. You are playing with me. I should have a broken jaw and 2 black eyes by now. Hit me, damn you! Fight, you coward!" He looked at her reddened cheek and took her suddenly by the shoulders and drew her hard against him. "I can imagine how it must feel, Juana," he said, "to have been so close to freedom, to have seen and heard your chance gallop away into the distance. Have done now. There is no point in raging." "Oh, God," she said, her face pressed to his coat. "He was so close. I could almost have touched him, and my musket not 2 feet off. I may never see him again. I may have lost my chance forever." "Hush," he said, one hand coming up to stroke the back of her head. "Hush!" Her head came up, and her eyes were still blazing. "How can I hush? I want to fight you, and you will not fight. I wish I were not a woman. Oh, I wish and wish I were a man. You would regret the day you were born if I were a man." "Yes, I would." Both his tension and his anger had dissipated, he realized suddenly, and he could not resist grinning down at her. "I would be embarrassed, and horrified too, to be holding you like this if you were a man, Juana, and feeling as I am feeling." She was still panting. Her breasts were heaving against his chest. "You might have been dead,"
she said, "and I was trussed up so soundly that I could not have lifted a finger to help you or uttered a word in your defence. And now all you can think of is making love, you fool! You imbecile!"
"Where did you learn your language?" he asked her. "You must have made a few trips to the gutter, Joanna."
"I wish I knew more," she said. "My repertoire of foul words is lamentably small. I need more to hurl at your head. If we cannot fight, let us make love then. But don't you dare try to do it quickly or gently, Robert. I want it rough, and I don't want you asking if the ground is hard. I want to fight you for pleasure."
It was madness. There was a war to be fought, and orders to be carried out. There was an explosion to investigate, and a whole company of French soldiers not far off, all looking for him, so that their colonel might have the pleasure of parting him first from his uniform, and then from his skin, and finally from his life. It was madness, and yet all he could think of for the next several minutes, he had no idea how many passed, was rolling and panting and growling on the ground, giving and receiving pleasure and pain in equal portions, making love with his bitterest enemy, making love for the 5th time in little more than 24 hours, and trying to convince himself that it was merely a physical thing, that it was just sex, that there were no feelings involved at all. He wondered if he was fooling her as poorly as he was fooling himself.
"Oh, Robert,"
she said, flat on her back on the ground a few minutes after it was all over, turning her head to look at him.
"You do that most awfully well, you know. I must be bruises all over, inside and out. I feel wonderful."
"And better," he said. "The anger worked off."
"He will find me," she said. "And in the meantime, I have you to give me pleasure. I must go and wash. Permission to absent myself for 5 minutes, sir?"
"I'll come with you," he said,
sitting up and wishing for a bath, or at least for a bathe. But alas, there was not enough water, or enough time. The day was going to be a tricky one, now that they would be pursuing their pursuers.
"I was planning to take my clothes off,"
she said, smiling archly at him. "You will not be embarrassed, Robert?" He snorted, and she laughed lightly before turning to run down to the stream. Like a fawn, like a light-footed, beautiful fawn, without a care in the world, perfectly in tune with her surroundings. God, she was a strange woman, he thought, going after her. A strange and wonderful woman, equally at home as the refined and exquisite Marquesa das Minas, and as the earthy and wild Joana Ribeiro, as she liked to call herself. A lifetime would not be long enough even to begin to know her, and all he had was a few days. Well, he would make the most of those days. He would pack a lifetime of experience into them. He frowned as he caught the direction of his thoughts. They had not gone far before they could hear the steady booming of guns. Almeida was being bombarded with a constant shelling. Only one hill had stood between them and the sound, faint at first, felt more than heard, and then quite distinct to the ear.
"Is it like this in battle?"
Joanna asked, hurrying up beside Captain Blake.
"Someone told me that the sound of the guns is the most frightening part."
"Especially when they are directed right at you," he said, "and you cannot step out of the way, because if you do, the line will break, and the enemy infantry will be through it and will win the day. You have to stand like a sitting duck."
"But at least there is the line," she said. "Are there men to either side of you for a sort of protection? But do you go out in front of the line, do you not? You and your riflemen are skirmishers. That must be far more terrifying."
"No," he said. "At least we have something to do instead of just standing waiting for the enemy column to come up, so that the guns will stop and the real killing begin."
"It is madness," she said. "War is madness."
"But a necessary one," he said. "There is no point in saying, as so many people do, especially ladies who spend their days in perfumed drawing-rooms, that we should all love one another and learn to get along with one another. Life is not like that."
"And would it not be dull," she said, "if it were? We would not have had that delicious fight this morning, Robert. I did enjoy it, though I did not enjoy what provoked it. I have no taste for being bound and gagged. Have you ever struck a woman before?"
"No," he said, "and don't expect me to apologize, Joanna."
She chuckled and fell back a few paces again. Her foot was hurting like the devil, but she would not allow herself the luxury of limping while she was in his sight. They saw no sign of Colonel Leroux and his company of horsemen, though they approached the crest of every hill with caution. The Frenchman must have galloped straight to Almeida and joined Marshal Ney's forces, he told her.
"Perhaps they imagine you are inside, Joanna," he said. "He will be preparing to rescue you."
"Those poor women who are inside," she said. "If the fortress is taken and does not surrender, it will be sacked, and they will all be raped before they are killed."
She shuddered.
"Perhaps Cox will surrender," he said, "though I doubt it. He has a reputation for stubbornness."
"And Marcel will be in there with the rest," she said, "raping them and then ordering them killed. You should have shot him this morning, Robert."
"And offered my body to the rest of the company for target practice," he said. "He'll not harm any woman, Joanna. He is an officer, and bound to try to impose discipline on his men, not lead the way into savagery. Besides, he has a mission. He is looking for you."
"Yes."
She shuddered again, and was once more glad that she was behind him. They approached the crest of one more hill cautiously. The sound of the guns was almost deafening. Joanna felt a deep, knee-weakening terror, though she would not have admitted as much for worlds. Captain Blake reached back a hand and drew her down to the ground, and they edged up side by side and found themselves looking down on hell. The plain before the fortress was thick with the blue uniforms of the French, just beyond the reach of the guns on the walls, what was left of them. A good half of the city was either in flames or in smoking, blackened ruins. No simple shelling could possibly have done such damage, surely. But something had happened. Something that had woken them that morning, even though they had been out of earshot of the guns.
"Jesus,"
Captain Blake said beside her.
"The main magazine must have blown. The bloody fools must have had the ammunition in a place where a French shell could set it all off. It must have been the grandest fireworks display the world has witnessed."
"They must all be dead,"
she said, gazing at the ruins and at the gaping breaches in the walls with mingled horror and fascination.
"And yet some are alive and fighting on. Why do they not surrender?"
"At a guess, because Cox is one of the survivors," he said. "Bloody magnificent fool. But it cannot hold out long. Hours, probably. A day, perhaps. No longer. So much for the beau's hope that Almeida would hold up your countrymen until the autumn rains. August is not even quite out yet, and the rains are at least a month off."
She was gripping the scrubby grass on either side of her.
"Do you think there were children inside there?" she asked. "Or would they have been evacuated? There are dead children in there, Robert."
He turned his head sharply to look at her.
"Are you all right?" he asked. "Put your head down. Stop looking."
"And that will make everything all right," she said. "It will not matter that there are dead children down there, as long as I do not look. I live a frivolous and pampered life, Robert. I have never been this close to death on a large scale before."
She scrambled down behind the hill suddenly on all fours and retched onto the ground. And humiliation took the place of horror and grief. She could not seem to stop her stomach from heaving.
"Go away,"
she said sharply, when she heard him come up behind her.
"Leave me alone."
"Joanna."
One broad hand came to rest against her back.
"It is all right to vomit. There is nothing shameful about it. I don't know a soldier, myself included, who did not chuck up his last meal at his first encounter with death. Some do it routinely at every battle. There is nothing unmanly or unwomanly about it."
"It is just disgusting," she said,
her face cold and clammy.
"Go away."
He was sitting just below the top of the rise, facing away from her, when she had cleaned herself up as well as she could, and felt that the moment of facing him again could be avoided no longer.
"You were stupid to turn your back," she said. "How did you know I would not be running down the slope toward the army?"
"It did cross my mind," he said, turning to look at her. "Except that I don't think you could run if hounds were at your heels, Joanna. Let me see that foot.
It is all right, she said with a shrug. Don't fuss, Robert, like an old nanny.
I think I would prefer bastard and imbecile, he said, and even coward, and eunuch, I believe it was once. Your foot.
He held out a hand that was not to be denied. She placed her foot next to it, and he lifted it and clucked his tongue.
So you were limping. I thought you were, but I knew I would have a fight on my hands if I commented on the fact.
Her strap had kept slipping up all day, so that the inside of her heel, from ankle to sole, was red and raw. He drew his handkerchief out of his pocket.
It is clean, he said, unless you spat on it this morning.
He bound it snugly about her foot, as if he were used to administering such services, and he probably was, she thought.
It will not help a great deal, but it will prevent any more rubbing or any more dust getting at it. Perhaps the woman at the farm where we stopped for a meal earlier. A pity you could not keep that meal down, Joanna, considering the fact that it was our one and only today. Perhaps she will have some ointment, and perhaps we can stay there for the night.
We just walk away, she asked, looking to the top of the hill and marvelling at how one quickly became almost accustomed to the booming of the guns.
There is nothing we can do for those poor bastards down there, he said. There is no point in wasting energies where they can do no good, Joanna. In the meantime, we have work to do. I have work to do, and there is no time for delay. By tomorrow, Almeida will either fall or surrender, perhaps even today or tonight. I have to make sure that the people between here and Lisbon get safely away and destroy the supply lines ahead of the French. They will be on their way soon, once they have done some suitable rejoicing over the fall of Almeida. The gates into Portugal are wide open. We can hardly expect them not to come pouring in, can we?
And Marcel, too, she said. He will come.
Doubtless, he said.
Good, she said. And then her tone sharpened. What are you doing? Put me down at once.
If I do, he said, as she kicked her legs in the air, it will be to give you a sharp slap where it most hurts, Joanna. Now that I have started, I will not find it nearly so difficult the next time.
Oh, I wish you would, she said. I feel so humiliated, what with one thing and another, Robert, that I would like nothing better than the chance to smash your nose. I would feel loads better if I could break it for you again. That farm must be 2 miles away at the very least. Is it not amazing that those people had not even ventured out to discover what the explosion was all about? It must have been deafening at the farmhouse. They were frightened, I suppose. Put me down.
When I collapse beneath your weight, he said, you may pick yourself up off the ground, Joanna, and walk the rest of the way. In the meantime, save your breath, and keep your hand away from those guns.
Damn you, she said. Where am I supposed to put it?
Try about my neck, he said.
Oh, she said after a few minutes of silence. This is humiliating. I have never lived through a more humiliating day.
It's good for you, he said. Prisoners are supposed to feel humiliated.
Go to the devil, she said. Chapter 21. Somehow, Joanna found, everything happened much more slowly than she had expected. She had expected that they would rush westward toward Coimbra within a few days, warning as many people as they could to evacuate and burn all behind them. She had expected that the French armies would hasten along at their heels. She had only hoped that in all the rush and confusion, Colonel Leroux would find her, and she could complete the task that had obsessed her for 3 years. Things did not turn out that way at all. Governor Cox in Almeida surrendered the day after losing almost the whole of his ammunition supplies and half of his fortress and the people within it in the process. But the French did not immediately sweep through the open gate into Portugal. Marshal Massena and the main French forces had to come up from Salamanca. He had to consult with advisers and guides on the best route by which to advance on Lisbon, although the route he would take was a foregone conclusion. There was only one good road west to Coimbra, the one that followed the Mondego River toward the sea. Their own retreat westward, Joanna found, took them weeks rather than days, weeks that she shamelessly enjoyed despite everything. Yet they were not easy weeks. Every day they trudged from farm to farm, from village to village, Robert talking and persuading endlessly. It was not easy. How did one persuade men and women with homes and families to leave for an unknown part of the country with only what they could carry with them, and to burn everything that was left behind, including their homes and the crops that were still in the field? The peasants were heroic. They accepted the arguments given them with stoic calm, and followed orders with dogged determination and lack of complaint. On more than one occasion, Joanna watched them with a lump in her throat, their packs heavy on their backs, their children gathered about them, trudging away from the burning remains of all that was home to them. Very often the burning building was the one in which she and Robert had lain and loved the night before. It was as if their love was to have no roots, no past, just as it was to have no future. Not that they ever called it love, of course. It was pleasure that they took together. But even their pleasure was burning up behind them, and destined to end soon as they came up with the bulk of the British army and Robert could rejoin his regiment. She tried not to think of the future. The wealthier people of the towns, particularly the merchants, were harder to persuade. They were angry at the incompetence of their government and the armies, which could not protect their property as well as their lives. They were defiant. Sometimes it took longer than one day to convince them that starving the advancing French, who always lived off the land over which they marched, was the surest way to their eventual defeat. Captain Blake and Joanna were not alone. They met a surprising number of British officers during their travels, some of them on the same errand as Robert's, some of them scouting officers whose job it was to estimate enemy forces and watch their movements and constantly report back to headquarters. They heard news from these officers, sometimes confused and out of date, but nevertheless received eagerly by two people starved of news for a long time. Headquarters was no longer at Viseu. Wellington had moved first to Celorico, closer to the border, and more recently back to Gouvia. There was unrest in Lisbon, they heard, and loud grumblings in England. The governments of both countries were being blamed for the imminent disaster of all their expensive hopes. Viscount Wellington, in particular, was being called incompetent. There were loud clamours for his removal from the command. As a result, they were told, Wellington was planning to silence his critics with one last final battle during the retreat to Lisbon. He had chosen a strong position on the southern bank of the Mondego at the Ponte Marcella on the road to Coimbra. Robert ached to hurry there to rejoin his beloved rifleman, Joanna knew, and the thought saddened her. What would she do when that time came? Return to Lisbon? Become the Marquesa das Minas again? She supposed she would do both. And in the meantime, would she see Colonel Leroux? Had she been mad to assume that he would search for her and find her? It seemed madness during those weeks. Finding her would be like finding the proverbial needle in the proverbial haystack. She tried not to give in to such depressing thoughts. Occasionally they came across small bands of the Ordinanza, and those men, and some women, were excited by the prospect of action at last. It seemed almost as if they welcomed the approach of the hated French, even though it meant invasion of their country. Once, Joanna and Captain Blake even met Duarte briefly, when they had strayed north of the road to call at a village in the hills. He found them there.
"Rumour had it that there was a stray rifleman roaming the hills,"
he said with a grin, extending his right hand to Captain Blake, before setting an arm about Joanna's shoulders and kissing her cheek.
"How goes the battle?"
He was elated, because the French advance had finally begun.
"We will not attack their main forces," he explained. "We will let them pass on in peace to the burned and barren countryside, and then attack their supply trains. We will catch them in a giant nutcracker, and their advance will be slowed while they release large detachments to try to catch us." He grinned. "How is Juana? Still in the path of danger? You should come with me, perhaps, and let me send you to safety."
He still had an arm about her shoulders. Robert,
she saw with some satisfaction, was scowling.
"Let's talk about it," she said,
and she walked off a short distance with Duarte, while two of his companions exchanged news with the captain.
"How are Carlotta and Miguel? Have you heard from them?"
"I sent to let them know we had got safely out of Spain," he said. "Carlotta is doubtless grinding her teeth with frustration at the inaction, but she is safe and far to the north of the advance. You are looking about as unlike the Marchesa as you possibly could."
"Yes."
She looked down ruefully at the dress, which was even more faded after its weeks of wear and several washes.
"I did not mean just the clothes," he said.
He looked at her critically for several silent seconds, and then frowned.
"Where are your knife and gun?"
"I am a prisoner," she said. "They have been confiscated. This is the farthest from his person he has allowed me since we re-entered Portugal."
His frown deepened, and then he chuckled.
"You are serious?"
he said.
"He will not believe my story," she said. "Not that I begged and pleaded with him to do so. I would not so demean myself. He does not believe you are my brother. He thinks we became lovers the morning after you rescued us from Salamanca. He even gave me a scold about coming between you and Carlotta and Miguel. He is taking me to Arthur to have me imprisoned as a French spy until the end of the wars."
He chuckled again.
"Well, that is all easily remedied," he said. "I shall have a word with him, Joanna."
"No, you will not," she said firmly. "Either he must believe me or he can believe what he wishes for the rest of his life. I do not care."
"Joanna."
He looked at her closely again.
"Yes, now I know what it is. It is neither the clothes nor the absence of weapons. It is you, your face, what is in it and what is behind it. You love him."
She snorted.
"Oh, certainly," she said. "I am going to love a man who thinks me a liar and a slut."
"Does he?" he said. "He has not fallen for your famous charm, then?"
"He actually tied me and gagged me once when Colonel Leroux and his men came close to us," she said indignantly.
He laughed.
"Ah, yes," he said. "He is just the man you would fall for, Joanna. I approve, by the way."
"How foolish," she said. "There is no possible future, Duarte. I am Luis's widow and the Comte de Levis's daughter, and he is a nobody who enlisted in the ranks of the English army. His life is the life of a soldier."
"You would like there to be a future, then?" he said,
squeezing her shoulder.
"Poor Joanna."
"What nonsense you talk," she said. "Kiss me. On the lips. He will be incensed."
He kissed her on the lips and smiled at her.
"You are sure you don't want me to explain?" he said.
"Captain Robert Blake can go to hell with my blessing," she said. "Don't you dare tell him anything, Duarte."
They strolled back to join the others, Duarte's arm still about her. He kissed her again when he and his companions took their leave a few minutes later. It was evening already. She retired almost immediately with Robert to the small and none too clean inn-room they had taken for the night, and had a thoroughly satisfactory quarrel, even though it had to be conducted in lowered voices.
"I want one thing understood, Joanna,"
he said, taking her by the upper arm and turning her to face him as soon as the door closed behind them.
"For as long as you are my woman, you will remain faithful to me. There will be no flirting with other men or old lovers, and no kissing them. Your behaviour was disgusting."
She shrugged.
"In England, perhaps it is not the thing for brothers to kiss their sisters," she said. "In Portugal it is."
He shook her roughly by the arm.
"It is no joking matter," he said. "Perhaps it seems not greatly distasteful to you to kiss another man and allow him to keep his arm about you for all of 20 minutes, while your current lover looks on. But it is distasteful to think of that woman and child awaiting his safe return in the mountains."
"You are jealous," she said,
making a kissing gesture with her mouth.
"Poor Robert. I think you love me just a little."
"You disgust me," he said. "You have no morals at all."
"But I stayed with you,"
she said, daring his wrath by reaching out one finger to run down his sleeve.
"I might have gone with him, Robert. He wanted me to go."
"I would like to have seen you try," he said.
He wanted to tell you the truth, she said. He wanted to tell you that he is my brother, and that everything else I have told you is the truth.
You would not know the truth if it formed a fist and punched you in the nose, he said.
I don't think you would either, she said, stung at last. You are a pompous, opinionated ass, Robert. You enjoy the image of yourself as the wronged man and the jailer. It gives you a feeling of power to walk about loaded down with your own weapons and mine. You are afraid of losing that power if you believe me.
It stings, does it not? He said, his voice icy. To know one man, and that man your jailer, as you so rightly put it, who will not hang on your every word and believe every foolish piece of nonsense you speak. It angers you to have one man who can resist you.
Resist me?
She raised her eyebrows and looked at him haughtily.
What you have been doing to me every night and day for weeks, except for those 4 days when nature forced you to stay away from me, has not seemed much like resistance, Robert. If that is resistance, I wonder what capitulation would feel like. It might be interesting.
You confuse respect with lust, he said. I have no respect for you whatsoever, Joanna, and no liking. I would not trust you if my life depended on it, especially then, or believe a word that came from your mouth. All I feel for you is lust. I have never made a secret of that fact.
And I for you, she said. How could I like or respect someone so inflexible and so humorless? How could I like an Englishman, and one who came out of the gutter? How could I respect someone who sneers at every word I speak? But you have a body to die for, and you know what to do with it in bed, and so I lust after you. Do you think I will even deign to look at you once I have been restored to civilization? You will be beneath my notice.
You will be a prisoner and beneath mine, he said.
I will be the Marchesa das Minas, she said, and you will be remarkably foolish. I shall have all of Lisbon and the whole of the British army laughing at you.
Lie down, he said, his face set into angry lines as he unbuckled his sword belt. I have had enough of you for one day.
Have you? She said. Do I take it that I may sleep peacefully throughout the night, then? A night of rest? That will make a change.
Hush, Juana, he said. You have an answer for everything.
Would you like it if I did not? She asked him, pulling her dress off over her head before lying down on the narrow, lumpy bed. Would you not be bored if I were a meek mute? Yes, sir, and no, sir, and if you please, sir, and if I can be of service, sir.
She batted her eyelids at him.
Hush, Juana, he said,
removing his coat and his shirt and his boots before lying down beside her.
I grow mortally tired of your taunting.
Please, sir.
She turned over onto her side and spread a hand on his chest.
Will you put your arms about me so that I do not take it into my head during the night to try to escape, and your leg over mine so that I will resist the temptation to kick you where it most hurts and then escape?
God, woman, he said, you are making me angry.
Making, she said. I thought you were made already.
She lifted herself on one elbow and rested the side of her head on her hand. She looked down at him, wooing him with her eyes. Her anger had passed long before. She was enjoying herself.
Please, sir, will you take off your trousers and come inside me? That is the surest way to prevent my escape.
His anger had not abated. Not quite.
You like being taken in anger, then?
He asked her, his eyes firmly closed.
You like being hurt, Joanna? Sex is not for punishment. It is for pleasure.
Let it be for pleasure, then,
she said, laying her head on his shoulder and gazing up into his face as her fingers tiptoed their way up his chest and over his chin to rest against his lips.
You are not really still angry, are you, Robert? How foolish you are. Do you think I would seriously flirt with Duarte Ribeiro or any other man while you and I are still together? Perhaps soon I will indeed be a prisoner, or perhaps I will indeed be the Marchesa again and looking down my nose at you. But not just yet. Now we are together. Tonight we are together. Take me for pleasure, then. Pleasure was never more pleasant than with you."
God! He turned his head to look at her. Sometimes it takes the devil of an effort to remember that you never tell the truth, Joanna. You want me? Very well, then. I want you, too. Let us have each other. Let us take what pleasure is to be had.
His hands were undoing the buttons at his waist. Sometimes, Joanna thought, she was frightened by the force of her love and her need for him. Even after several weeks of frequent and lusty love-making, she could not get enough of him. And yet it was not just the pleasure. It was not just his body or the ecstasy he could create on and in her own. It was he. She could not have enough of him. Her mind shied away again from the future as he freed himself from the last of his clothes and tossed them from the bed, and as she opened her arms to him. "Of course," she said, smiling up at him, "if you are still angry, Robert, you may be a little rough. I like it when you are rough." She longed to have it slow and tender. She yearned for tenderness.
"You are shameless," he said,
his weight coming down on top of her. "And how glad you are of it," she said. "Oh, Robert, I don't believe anyone else will ever feel as good as you there. Oh, yes, there. Oh, you feel so good." And since there would be no love and no tenderness, she abandoned herself to sheer, wonderful sensation, both given and received. They were within 1 day of rejoining the army when the shocking, almost unbelievable news reached them. They had done about as much as they could do. Almost every farm and village and town had obeyed the order eventually, and the French would advance along a road denuded of food and other supplies, harassed in their rear by the Ordonnanza, and facing a battle in a place of Lord Wellington's choosing. He had done enough, Captain Blake thought. He had been away from his regiment for a whole weary year, and for much of that time he had languished, idle and fretting and longing to be back. The next day he would be back, and within a week or two at the latest he would be fighting one more grand battle against the French. He was excited by the prospect. The days could not go fast enough for him. It had been such a long time. And yet he was reluctant too. Part of him did not want these weeks to end. The next day he would seek out Lord Wellington and turn Joanna over to him. His duty would be done at that point. What happened to her would not be his concern. He could leave her and forget about her. Forget about her. That was one thing he would never do, he knew. She had warned him that they could not become lovers without his feelings becoming involved. And she was right, of course. His feelings had become very much involved. For, her physical attractions aside, and they were many, there was Joanna herself, flirtatious, teasing, untruthful, deceitful, occasionally foul-tongued, charming, smiling, and always stimulating. He had never known anyone quite like her. There was no one quite like her. He found her irritating beyond bearing more often than not. He lashed her with his anger almost every single day, and she lashed back just as viciously, and even more so. When Joanna wanted to wound, she went straight for the jugular vein, and he found her enchanting almost beyond bearing too. It could be put simply into words, though he avoided the words in his mind. He wanted to love her, and knew that he never could. He hated her too much, despised her too much, and so he loved her without ever putting his feelings into words, even in his mind. For once he verbalized them, then he must despise himself too. He would be no better than all the other men who had fallen under her spell. Worse, those other men did not know her for what she was. He dreaded the next day, when he must part with her forever. No more days of quarrels and nights of love, only memories. And he knew that the memories would haunt him for a long, long time. If he had a long time to live, there was to be a major pitched battle within weeks. And then came the news with returning scouts just the day before they would have reached the army. Massena and his forces were approaching,
not by the main road along the Mondego toward the awaiting army, but by the narrow and incredibly difficult trail to the north, leading through Vizieu. It could not have been planned that way, surely, one scout, with whom Captain Blake had a former acquaintance, said. They had to be mad to come that way with a huge army and all the heavy guns and baggage. Their progress was considerably slowed, and their susceptibility to attack by the ordinanza increased tenfold. It had to have been an accident. But that was the way they were coming. Lord Wellington would have to be informed so that he could move his position and find a new one in which to meet the French when they came up. And the people farther north, who had not evacuated their homes, must be warned to do so, and persuaded to leave nothing behind. It was great news, but there was no further thought to making straight for the army. Captain Blake had work to do farther north, and since he could not spare a day in which to take Joanna to headquarters, then she must come with him. Or so he persuaded himself.
"Christ," he said, "if they push onward from Vizieu, they will pass through Mortegoa."
She was very pale, he saw when he looked at her. Perhaps the reality of the situation was coming home to her. Her countrymen were coming closer, and if Wellington was quick enough, they would meet him on ground favourable to him. Thousands of them would die. "Mortegoa," she said.
"Many of Duarte Ribeiro's band live there," he said. "Their women and children are there now, including his own."
"Then they must be warned," she said. "We will warn them, Robert."
"We will cut straight north," he said, "and work our way gradually westward. We will warn them if Ribeiro and his men have not already done so."
"What are we waiting for, then?" she said. He looked at her with reluctant admiration.
"You thought all this travelling was almost over," he said. "Doubtless Wellington will have you sent directly to Lisbon, and perhaps on to England once I turn you over to him. At least you will be comfortable then, Joanna, and safe. Are you sorry this has happened?"
"Robert," she said, "you do not know how excruciatingly tedious comfortable living can be. There is nothing to do but sleep and eat and go to parties and flirt for excitement. I am not sorry that our adventure is to be extended." He did not believe a great deal of what she said, but he did believe those words. Amazingly, she had seemed to thrive on the hard living they had done in the past several weeks. She had never once complained about heat, or dust, or dirt, or sweat, or blisters. She had had one on the other foot after the first was almost healed, and had threatened him with a long and sharp twig, and swished it wickedly in the direction of his arm when she had thought that he was going to carry her again. "Besides," she said now, smiling dazzlingly at him, "I have not yet had enough pleasure from your body, Robert. It is such a wonderful body." For all her lady's upbringing, she seemed to feel no embarrassment at all at the outrageous things she frequently said to him. Sometimes he was thankful that he was past the age of blushes, and yet her words always drew a powerful, though quite private, response from him too. No, he had not had enough of her either. He would never have enough of her. He quelled the thought. "North we go, then," he said. North, into the greatest danger and the deepest emotional experience they had yet encountered together. Chapter 22. Marshal Ney entered Vizieu on September the 18th, after a laborious march over a stony, narrow and precipitous track that had strung out the army into a dangerously thin line. The guns, supplies, and horses had fallen behind the infantry, and 2,000 militiamen of the Ordinanza almost succeeded in capturing all the heavy guns. They narrowly failed, but they took 100 prisoners, and they harassed an already suffering French army almost beyond endurance. Vizieu was deserted when the French entered it. Its inhabitants had put up little resistance to the persuasions to leave. The vanguard of the French army was very close, and those people had not expected invasion. They were frightened by the prospect. Captain Blake and Joanna lay flat on their stomachs on top of a wooded hill to the west of Vizieu, watching its occupation by the French. They had seen Joanna's aunt and Matilda on their way to Coimbra earlier in the day. Matilda had been disapproving and tight-lipped, her aunt open-mouthed with shock at the sight of Joanna, but she had flatly refused to accompany them. Not that she would have been allowed to, of course. But while they had argued with her, Captain Blake had stood by and said nothing. They should have moved farther away from Visieux, but they both felt a strange reluctance to do so.
"Part of my life is caught up in this place," she said, "and yours too, Robert. If you had not been ordered to escort me here, we would never have met. Do you wish we had never met?"
"Yes," he said. She turned over onto her side and looked up at him.
"Do you? Why?"
He turned his head, and his blue eyes gazed into hers. "The answers should be obvious," he said. "Do you want me to spell them out? Do you want to hear insults when I am not even angry?" She smiled at him.
"I believe it is because you have fallen in love with me and feel that it is the wrong thing to have done," she said. "Am I not right?"
"Joanna," he said, "will you never give up on that idea? Do you think yourself so irresistible even to someone who knows you? And what about me? Am I irresistible too? Have you fallen in love with me?" She smiled slowly.
"A lady never tells," she said.
He grinned at her, an expression that was so rare with him that it could always succeed in turning her weak at the knees. "Which happens to be one of the greatest whoppers you have ever told, Joanna," he said. "You were not shy about telling everything else."
She laughed. "But I am not sorry that I made that tedious journey to Lisbon just to meet you," she said. "And I am not sorry that we travelled back together, or that I agreed to let Arthur send me after you to Salamanca. And I am not sorry that I manoeuvred your escape and mine, or that we have had these weeks together. I am not sorry, Robert. There will be many pleasant memories."
His grin held. "You came to Lisbon to meet me," he said, "all the way from Visieux. I am flattered, ma'am. I did not realize that my fame had spread so far."
"And you do not believe a word," she said. "But you will. And then you will feel foolish. And then I think your feelings for me will come flooding up when you realize that I am not what you think me."
His grin had faded to a smile. "And Duarte Ribeiro is still your brother?" he asked.
"Half-brother," she said. "Yes, he still is, and doubtless always will be."
"And yet," he said, "you did not know that his wife and child were at Mortagoa. The place name meant nothing to you when I mentioned it."
"She is not his wife yet," she said, "and it delights me to see you plagued by doubts, Robert. Of course I knew they were there."
"What is her name?" he asked. She reached out to touch a finger to his nose.
"You probably know it," she said. "You do not need me to tell you."
"Meaning that you do not know?" he asked. "Or is it that you are still teasing me with doubts?"
"That is for you to decide," she said.
He shook his head. "I have no doubts, Joanna," he said. "You lose."
"Perhaps," she said, "and perhaps not."
She rolled onto her stomach again and looked down onto the distant roofs and church spires. Blue-coated soldiers by the thousand were camped to the east of the city.
"It feels dreadfully real, does it not? The French here and the British not many miles behind us, waiting. Will it be soon, Robert? Tomorrow?"
"Oh, no," he said. "Ney will wait here for the rest of the army and the guns to come up, and then they will have to try to scout ahead and make plans. A week at least." He looked across at her. "Does it excite you to see your countrymen so close?"
"And freedom," she said. "I don't think I particularly like the thought of my father's people fighting my mother's. I grew up with my father and loved him. I still do. And I returned to France with him after our exile in England. He did not like the new order, and was happy enough to be sent away on an embassy. But he loves his country nevertheless. I do not remember my mother. I was taken from her at a very young age. I think she and my father had a dreadful quarrel, and he did not take her from Portugal when he and I left. But I feel I know her nevertheless. Miguel and Duarte and Maria told me a great deal about her.
He turned his head sharply to look at her. Her chin was resting on her hands, and she was staring sightlessly down at Vizieux and the French army encamped before it. "Miguel," he said. "Maria?"
"Duarte's brother and sister," she said. "They are both dead."
"How?" he asked.
"Junot's men," she said. "In 1807. My mother's son and daughter were killed by my father's people. Is it any wonder that I have never known quite who I am or where I belong, Robert?"
He stared at her, his eyes boring into hers. She smiled suddenly.
"Careful, Robert," she said. "You are in grave danger of believing me, are you not? And if you believe this, perhaps you will have to believe everything. Perhaps Miguel and Maria are figments of my imagination. They are quite common Portuguese names after all, and perhaps there is no division in my loyalties. After all, I never knew my mother, and I hated Luis."
"We had better move away from here," he said abruptly. "We are too close. We will find somewhere a little farther away to spend the night. Tomorrow we will call at as many farms as possible and head for Mortagoa. The British are forming at Busaco, not far from there."
"I know Busaco," she said. "There is a convent there."
"Come then." His tones were abrupt as he got to his feet below the level of the skyline.
"I hope Marcel is down there," she said. "Do you think he is, Robert?"
"Quite possibly," he said. "But I would not get your hopes too high, Joanna. I am not going to lose you after keeping you with me for so long."
"Just once," she said longingly. "If I could see him just one more time."
Her eyes strayed to the 2 guns slung over his shoulder. "And I am supposed to wonder if you are in love with me," he said. "I don't believe you have ever been in love, Joanna, or ever will be. Your appetite for men is too insatiable." She smiled at him as they strode down the hill side by side.
"And for you especially so," she said. "We are going to sleep outdoors."
"We have no choice, I'm afraid," he said.
"I like sleeping outdoors," she said.
"Even in September, when the nights are brisk?" he asked.
"Especially then," she said. "We have to hold each other particularly close in order to share body heat. But I do have an unfair advantage. You make a larger blanket than I."
She laughed up at him. He knew as soon as he woke that he had made a mistake to stop for the night so close to Vizieux. He still felt sure that the bulk of the army would wait there for several days, until all was organized to march into pitched battle. But of course scouting and foraging parties would be sent out. He had said as much to Joanna just the evening before. There was such a party out now. He could feel it, with that soldier's 6th sense he possessed even before he heard it, and long before he saw it. "Joanna." He had slid his hand between his chest and her mouth before speaking into her ear. He shook her shoulders at the same moment. "We have company, or will have soon if we don't move." He looked down into her open eyes. "Do I have to gag you?" She shook her head slowly, and he slid his hand away. They had slept in a partly wooded valley behind the hill that shielded them from Vizieux. Now the choice did not seem a wise one at all. The hill ahead of them was almost bare. There were only a few clumps of trees to provide cover. And yet, if they continued along the valley, the scouting party, or whatever it was that was approaching, would be upon them before they could round the far side of the hill. "We are going to have to run for it," he said. "We need to be at the top of the hill and over it before they have a chance to see us. Hold my hand, Joanna. We are going to rush from one clump of bushes to the next. And for God's sake, don't prove difficult." He picked up the guns, which he had kept close to his hand throughout the night, grabbed Joanna's hand and began to run. She kept pace with him, making no attempt to impede his progress. She did not waste breath in speaking. But it was hopeless. He knew that before they were even halfway up the slope. He could feel Frenchmen coming over the crest of the hill behind them. They would not be quite within musket range yet, but his back bristled nevertheless. The trees were thicker toward the top of the slope, but they would never make it that far. He ducked behind one small clump of trees briefly and sank to one knee, dragging Joanna in behind him. But he could see from pointed arms that they had been spotted, and there must have been 50 horsemen coming over the crest of the hill. "Damnation," he muttered. He knew that they had no chance at all, for even if by some miracle they succeeded in reaching the top of the hill before being gunned down, they would be caught beyond it. It was death or captivity they were facing, only relatively few miles from the British Army. A fine choice. "We are not going to make it, are we?" Joanna said calmly from behind his shoulder. He knew a moment of indecision. Only a moment. And then he drew his handkerchief from his pocket and tied it quickly to the end of her musket before thrusting the weapon into her hands. "Here," he said. "Hold it high above your head and step out from behind these bushes when they reach the valley. They will not shoot. I am going on. Good luck, Joanna." And he wasted no time, but raced on upward away from the shelter of the bushes, his back bristling even more than before. For now there was one musket within easy range of him, and it was loaded too. And then shots were being fired, ahead of him and behind, and there were voices, English voices, shouting at him. "Come on, sir!" someone yelled. "This way! We'll cover for you!" "Faster, Blake, you bastard!" someone else was calling. "You don't want to die with a bullet in your back. It would look bad on your record." He almost grinned, except that he was still too intent on the fear clawing at his back. What more opportune time could there be to run into, literally run into, a party of his own snipers? It was rifles that were being fired from the trees above and ahead of him. One swift glance over his shoulder showed the French horsemen in the valley pulling up uncertainly. Viscount Wellington was famous for the deadly ambushes he hid behind the crests of hills. The same glance showed him Joanna at his heels, the musket, minus his handkerchief, slung over her shoulder. "What the hell?" he said, and he reached back to grab one of her arms and drag her upward with him until they could duck behind a reassuringly thick clump of bushes only just below the level of the British snipers. "I felt a little nervous about being caught between two fires," she said, panting and throwing herself down onto her stomach before peering downward between the bushes. Captain Blake, meanwhile, was also on his stomach beside her and readying his rifle with hasty fingers and pointing it down the hill to the horsemen, who were milling about, still undecided whether to attack or not. They looked alarmingly close. "Trust Captain Blake to have with him the only lovely woman left in this corner of Portugal," one of the green-jacketed soldiers called loudly. Sergeant Saunders. Captain Blake grinned. He felt suddenly very much at home, despite the deadly danger. There were perhaps a dozen of them against 50 French cavalrymen. He knew beyond a doubt that there was no ambush waiting over the crest of the hill. "Just keep your head down," he said to Joanna, "and you will be quite safe." But she was peering downward quite as intently as he. He supposed, afterward, that it all happened within a few seconds. So much happened. At the time, it seemed to go on forever, as if time had been slowed to 1/10 its usual speed. Before he knew what was about to happen, long before he could do anything to prevent it, Joanna had scrambled to her feet so that she was in full view of the horseman below, and she was waving both arms above her head. Before she opened her mouth, and she shrieked at almost the same moment as she jumped up, he knew what she was going to say, and he understood what was happening.
"Marcel!" she shrieked. "I am here! It is Jeanne! Marcel!"
And she was back down behind the bushes, pulling feverishly at her musket before Captain Blake reacted. "Jesus Christ!" he exclaimed, and he threw himself on her, knocking the gun from her hands, catching at her wrists and twisting them behind her back without any thought to gentleness. "You vixen! You devil!"
"No!" she cried, her voice frantic. "Give me my gun! Give me my gun, Robert! I have to kill him! Oh, please, you don't understand! I have to kill him!"
Rifles were firing from both sides of them, The horseman must be coming up the hill. He did not look to see. He rolled her over onto her stomach, dragging her belt from her waist, and bound her hands as he had on a previous occasion. There was no point in a gag this time, even if it had been possible to gag her with his handkerchief, fluttering halfway down the hill.
"And don't even think of using your legs,"
he said from between his teeth, rolling to her side again and grabbing for his rifle.
"You will like to find one of them broken. You have probably got us all killed."
Some of them, he saw, had ventured up the hill, Colonel Marcel Leroux in the lead. But the riflemen of the British Army did not have their deadly reputation for nothing. 2 of the horsemen were down and their horses running loose, and the others were clearly hesitant. Attacking a group of riflemen uphill was much like committing suicide, even if they could be sure that there were not hundreds or even thousands of silent troops awaiting them over the crest of the hill. Joanna did not stop pleading with him, though he did not listen. Most of her words went over his head.
"Please, Robert. Oh, please, you must trust me. I must kill him. I have waited 3 years for this moment."
Colonel Leroux was the last to retreat to the valley. His men had withdrawn behind them and stood their horses uncertainly in the valley. But it would have been unnecessary madness to attack. Even Colonel Leroux must have realized that. It was doubtless only Joanna's presence at the top of the hill that held him there so long, motionless, even though he was well within range of the notoriously accurate rifles. Finally, he turned his horse and joined his men in the valley. A minute later they were returning the way they had come, taking their 2 wounded with them. Joanna had told him once, Captain Blake reflected, that her knowledge of profane vocabulary was lamentably small. One would not have thought so for the next minute or so. She swore with blistering venom in a grand mixture of English, French, and Portuguese.
"You!"
Captain Blake turned on her, his eyes blazing fire, his voice contrastingly icy.
"You could not have shot me in the back, could you? You had to endanger all these innocent men. And yes, those men too. 2 of them were injured, perhaps badly. Did you notice that? Merely so that you could make a theatrical gesture for the benefit of your French lover."
"I hate you."
All the frenzied anger had gone from her voice and her eyes and her body. She lay face down on the ground, her head turned his way, and looked up at him with lifeless eyes.
"I will never forgive you for this, Robert. Never."
And then other green-clad figures, each clutching a rifle, his comrades, came running and sliding down the hill toward them.
"It has been so long, I wouldn't have thought to recognize you, sir." "Who could fail to recognize that crooked nose? Trust you to have a whole company of French cavalry at your heels, you bastard, and to survive it." "Nice to see you again, sir. There are bets on as to whether you will make it back for the battle or not." "I'm certainly glad I bet on you, sir. You have all the fun, you bastard. I bet the story behind this one would fill a book." "Where is she going?" "Christ almighty!"
Captain Rowlandson had had a good look at Joanna.
"She's the Marchesa, Bob."
His eyes were almost popping out of his head. Joanna was walking slowly up the hill, her hands still tied behind her back.
"She won't get far,"
Captain Blake said grimly.
"She is French."
All the riflemen were gazing after Joanna with fascination. Captain Rowlandson whistled.
"French?" he said. "Your prisoner, Bob? Well, I always knew you had all the luck. Where the hell have you been?"
"Where I am going is more important," Captain Blake said. "The army is making a stand up ahead." The captain grinned at him.
"Wait until you see it, Bob," he said. "It's a beaut. Johnny will surrender after one look at it. They thought this was an uphill battle. It's a good thing we were out on patrol in this direction, by the way. Are you coming back with us?"
"I have a few things to do first, Ned," Captain Blake said. "But I'll be there. I would not miss this battle for worlds." He was squinting up to the top of the hill. Joanna had disappeared. "I have to go. I'll see you fellows within the next few days. And thank you." Noisy comments and friendly profanities followed him to the top of the hill. She had not gone far. There was a pile of large boulders part way down the other side of the hill. She was seated on one of the lower ones, her arms pulled tightly behind her, her head bent forward so that her forehead rested almost on her knees. By God, Captain Blake thought, striding down toward her. He would have to be careful not to kill her. What he wanted to do was give her a good, sound thrashing. She was not running away. She did not know quite where she was going. She sank down onto the boulder without even consciously choosing the spot. She tried to move her arms and remembered that they were tied. She did not struggle. She let her head fall forward until it almost touched her knees. It was against her nature to despair. Very rarely was she even depressed. To Joanna, there was almost always hope. Almost always something she could do. She was not a person to admit defeat, normally, but she admitted it now. Total defeat. Total despair. There had been all those journeys into Spain, in among the French, looking always for one face, and she had found it finally and made her plans. Plans that were far too clever and far too unlikely to succeed. She could see that now. She should have killed him in Salamanca. She must have had dozens of chances there. She had had another chance 10 minutes before. The perfect chance, the one she had dreamed of, and she had failed again because of her own cleverness. She had had several weeks in which to get Robert to believe her story. She could have done it easily. As recently as the evening before, she could have done it. She had sensed then that he had been on the brink of believing her. But no, she had never liked anything to be too easy. She had enjoyed teasing him, keeping him in doubt. And so she could not blame him for what had just happened, even though she had told him that she hated him and that she would never forgive him. Of course, hearing her yell out like that and seeing her grab her gun like that would have forced him to pounce on her, wrestle the gun from her and bind her hands. She could not blame him. And so it was all over. Her chance to avenge Maria's and Miguel's deaths and those of Miguel's family. All over. And all through her own fault. Joanna sank deeper into despair. And she watched, fascinated and puzzled, as large drops of water fell onto her knees and darkened the fabric of her dress. She was crying. Misery washed over her. She did not hear him come up. She saw his boots, a little apart from each other, to one side of her. She knew that soon she would be ashamed of herself and furiously angry with him for having witnessed her misery. But at the moment she was too miserable to care. She felt hands at her back, deftly freeing her from the bonds of her own belt. She let her hands fall limply to her sides. "Joanna," he said. His voice was as gentle as the hand that came to rest on the top of her head. "I am sorry." She sniffed, and was aware that her nose was dripping as well as her eyes. "I am a spy," he said, "and therefore deal in the business of deceit. I can hardly blame you for doing the same. And I can hardly blame you for being on the opposite side from me. Your father is French, and he works for the French government, and you love him. I am sorry that this has had to happen to you, but this is war, and I cannot let you go. You were so close just now. I'm sorry." She sniffed again. "Perhaps the wars will be over soon," he said. "You will be able to go home and marry your Colonel Leroux." "Robert," she said, "you were so very blind." But her voice sounded abject. She was ashamed of it. "So bloody blind," she said a little more caustically. "You would have me believe that you really wanted to kill him." He came down on his haunches and peered up into her face. "But that makes no sense. Why would you want to do that?" "It does not matter," she said. "You would not believe me anyway." "Try me," he said. "I did not want to kill him," she said irritably. "I wanted to kill you, so that he would admire me and love me more. Or perhaps I did want to kill him. Perhaps I am offended that he did not prevent my being taken as a hostage.
Or perhaps he insulted me in Salamanca. Perhaps he was dallying with me when he already has a wife, and I found out. Jealousy can create murderers, you know.
Looking into your face is like looking at the surface of a shield, you know, he said. How well do I know you, Joanna? Do I know everything? Or do I know nothing? I begin to suspect the latter.
She rubbed at her nose with the back of one hand. Your shocked friend below the hill should see me now, she said. I look worse than a fright, don't I?
You do, rather, he said.
Thank you, she said. A gentleman would be pouring out reassuring compliments, Robert.
Would he? He said. But you would know that they were all lies. You lost my handkerchief.
Then I shall just have to sniff and use the back of my hand, she said. He drew a rather dirty-looking rag from his pack.
I wrap the muzzle of my rifle with it when it rains, he said, to keep it dry. You are welcome to it.
She took it from him. I wonder if there are any lower depths to which I can sink, she said, drying her eyes and blowing her nose firmly. I have not bathed in 4 days, or washed my hair or my clothes in a week. I must stink.
If you were your usual perfumed self, he said with a grin, you would not be able to stomach me within 20 yards of you, Joanna. Perfumes are much overrated, you know.
And soap, too,
she said, wrinkling her nose. I would probably sell your musket for a bar right now, he said, and drew a laugh from her. That is better. I thought that I had lost you.
I thought you would have been pleased to see me in tears and defeat, she said. It is what you have always wanted, is it not?
His smile faded. I don't want to see your spirit broken, Joanna, he said. These past weeks would have been very dull if you had not been... you.
Well, she said, getting to her feet. That was almost a declaration of love after all, Robert. Is that as close as you will get?
It was a declaration of respect, he said quietly, straightening up too. She sighed.
This is almost over, is it not? She said. I will be sorry. But then all good things come to an end, just as bad things do. And life goes on. Where do we go now?
A zigzag trail to Busaco, he said, to make sure we have not missed anyone.
Lead the way, then, she said. I am still your prisoner, it seems, but a woman never had a more desirable jailer, I believe. There will still be one more night, Robert, perhaps 2. I am going to make you remember these nights more than all the others put together. I promise.
Sometimes, he said, I hope that not everything you say is a lie, Joanna.
She laughed. You will find out, she said, tonight. And if I have told the truth about this, then perhaps I have told the truth about everything, Robert. By tomorrow morning you will be tortured by doubts, again, and by guilt. For by tomorrow morning you will be all the way in love with me.
She challenged him with her dazzling smile. Although he never responded openly to it, as all other men of her acquaintance had always done, she knew instinctively that it had had its effect. Chapter 23. By late afternoon, Captain Blake realized that they had walked farther north than they needed to go. They had called at a cluster of houses, too few in number to be dignified by the name of village, and found the inhabitants either gone or on the point of leaving. It seemed that their own people had been there before him, members of the Ordenanza. Nevertheless, he decided to continue yet another couple of miles farther north before looping back south again into what would more definitely be the path of the French advance. One of the villagers had mentioned a farm farther north. We will rest soon, he told Joanna, and make our way to Mortagoa tomorrow. We will spend one more night there if it is still safe to do so, and then finally we will get behind British lines.
And I will stay there safely until the end of the great battle, she said with a sigh, and you will go out in front of it with your riflemen. It is not fair, Robert. Life is not fair to women.
Or to men, he said, depending on which way you look at it.
The way that men look at it is the only way that counts, she said. Men believe that women like to be protected and kept safe from all harm.
And they do not,
he asked her. Bah, was all she would say. And then, almost before they could lapse into silence, they were both reaching for the sky, after Captain Blake had sent his guns clattering to the ground, and they were surrounded by men variously armed, most of them grinning.
"Captain Robert Blake of the Rifles, English Army,"
Captain Blake said loudly and distinctly in Portuguese, cursing himself for walking like a novice into an ambush.
"And the woman?"
one of the men asked, jerking his head in Joanna's direction.
He began,
but she interrupted him. "Joanna Ribeiro, sister of Duarte Ribeiro," she said. "And unarmed, you imbeciles. Since when have you begun ambushing your own allies and countrywomen?"
"Jesus,"
Captain Blake muttered. There was a curved and wicked-looking knife pointed right at his stomach, no more than 4 feet off, and a woman beside him who was almost openly inviting its owner to make use of it. The small, wiry man, who appeared to be the leader of the group, grinned and looked about at his men, who lowered their weapons. Captain Blake dared to draw breath again.
"The English are all fools," the man said. "They wear scarlet uniforms and expect to blend into the countryside. Almost all the English, at least. Some are sensible enough to wear green. I was not sure, Captain. My apologies."
One of his men picked up both the rifle and the musket and handed them, grinning, to Captain Blake. News and plans were exchanged during the following hour as the two newcomers shared an evening meal with the Portuguese.
"The French will stay at Viseu for a day or two," the leader told them, "and then they will march west through Mortargoa to Busaco, where the English and our own army will be waiting for them. It will be a massacre. Our own men will have the heights."
It seemed that the men were heading for Viseu that night to harass the French in any way they could. When the army marched from the city, then the Ordonnanza would be on their tails, as they had been all the way from the border, doing as much damage as they could, trying to prevent their enemy from organizing properly for the battle ahead.
"There is no point in staying up here," one of the men said. "We are too far north to clap eyes on a single Frenchman. We will miss all the fun. You should come with us, Englishmen."
Captain Blake smiled.
"My way lies toward the army," he said, "via Mortargoa." "Ah, yes," the leader said. "That is where Duarte Ribeiro and several of his men live, and their women. The lady will wish to rejoin her kinfolk."
He nodded at Joanna.
"And I dare say Ribeiro will miss the fun for the next day or two. He will be busy moving everyone out ahead of the French. That is your job too, Captain."
The group of Portuguese were heading south without further delay, but their leader stopped and looked thoughtfully at Captain Blake and Joanna before he left.
"I have a small farm and a house not far away," he said,
nodding off to the northwest.
"I have not burned it, since it is not on the route of the French army, though I have sent my wife and mother and my children away with everyone else, just to be on the safe side. You are welcome to stay there for the night, Captain." He grinned. "I did not consider it necessary to lock the doors."
"Thank you." Captain Blake stood to watch the men on their way.
"We might just do that."
And the men were gone about their appointed task, a spring in their step, their spirits high now that they were about to get their hands on at least some of the hated enemy at last.
"Well,"
Captain Blake looked down at Joanna, who still sat, her hands clasped about her knees.
"Do you want a roof over your head tonight, Joanna? It is going to be a chilly night."
"It is so real, is it not?" she said. "The might of France not far to our left, the strength of England and Portugal not far to our right. Battle is inevitable. All within days, no longer weeks, but days. So many men are going to die, thousands, and perhaps you too, Robert. Are you afraid of dying?"
"Yes," he said as she looked up at him. "I have yet to meet the person, man or woman, who is not. But it is something that we must all do sooner or later. It would be foolish to live our lives in fear of it. It will come when it comes."
she said, smiling faintly. "A fatalist. I hope you do not die in this battle."
"Thank you," he said.
So do I.
Yes.
She got to her feet and smiled more fully up into his face.
A roof over our heads, please, Robert. A whole house to ourselves, with no one else there at all. We can play house, shall we?
We will spend the night there, he said, and leave early in the morning.
But it is still only early evening.
She set her fingertips against his chest.
Robert, let us play house for a few hours. Let's find this house and pretend it is ours. Let's go inside and shut out the world, and pretend that the whole world is inside with us. Just for a few hours, shall we? We will pretend that we are a very ordinary couple, very much in love. Are you good at pretending? But of course you are. You are a good spy. I saw that in Salamanca. Will you pretend this with me?
Joanna, he said, looking down into her eager, beautiful face. We are in a dangerous place at a dangerous time. We are in the middle of a war. We are on opposite sides.
And I am your prisoner, she said. You forgot to add that detail. Play house with me for one night. For one night, let's treat each other just as we would do if nothing else existed or mattered in the whole wide world but the two of us. Will you?
Joanna, he said, but she set 3 fingers over his lips.
When you say my name like that,
she said,
I know you are going to say something stuffy and sensible. Tomorrow or the next day we will be parted. Perhaps we will never meet again. Probably we will never meet again. We have been granted the gift of this night. Far from the course of the armies, an empty house in which to stay, and no plans to leave until dawn. It is a gift, Robert. Are you willing to throw it away?
No, he was not. He was tired of fighting her, holding her always at arm's length, even though for the past several weeks he had slept with her almost nightly. He was tired of the barrier between them, tired of always thinking of her as the enemy. And he was quite as aware as she of the fact that time was running out, and that within the next day or two he would have the difficult and unpleasant task of turning her over to Viscount Wellington as a French spy. Sometimes he longed to be able to step outside his life into one more congenial to him. Not permanently. He liked his life. It was one that he had made for himself by sheer effort, and he was pleased with what he had done. But just for a short while. Just for a few hours.
Very well, then,
he said, his harsh tone at variance with his words.
For tonight, Joanna, until dawn, we will play house. Let's see if we can find this farm, shall we?
He shouldered the 2 guns, almost as if he had a quarrel with them. And just what had he done now, he wondered, as he strode off in the direction of the deserted farm, Joanna at his side. Had he finally succumbed to her charms, just like all those other poor fools who dogged her footsteps wherever she went? Was he really going to bare his heart to her, and risk having it hurt, and risk her ridicule? But it was for only a few hours, just a short time out of time. At dawn, everything would be back to normal again. She had rubbed and rubbed at her hair with a spare towel until it was almost dry. She felt it with her hand, felt its dampness and softness, dropped the towel and used both hands to work through the tangles and push it into some style. She felt so deliciously clean that she closed her eyes and breathed in the smell of herself, and she smiled. When they had come into the house, she had turned to wrap her arms about his neck and kiss his cheek. He had not offered to kiss hers in return, or do more than pat the sides of her waist with his hands. She had felt cheated for a moment. He was not going to play after all. But she knew that men found it more difficult to play such games than women, and at least he had not put her away from him. She had wrinkled her nose.
Robert,
she had said,
I think you stink. I'm not quite sure because I believe I stink too. There will be water here and a bathtub. Let us have a bath, shall we? With warm water. Can you imagine a greater luxury?
Not without having to think very hard,
he had said, and she had smiled more brightly at him. It was the closest Robert had come to joking with her.
"So, you are going to set me to work hauling water?"
She had smiled dazzlingly. "But think how wonderful it will be in bed tonight," she had said. "Both of us clean and smelling sweet." She had had the satisfaction of seeing his eyes kindling. "And I will work too. I will get a fire going. And to think that usually I bathe every day and take it very much for granted." That had been more than an hour before. She had bathed first, undressing and stepping into the warm water in the bathtub in the middle of the kitchen, without at all worrying that he was in the room too. She had sighed with satisfaction and looked up at him from beneath her lashes, and she had known that he was, after all, going to play. She had never seen such a naked look of desire on Robert's face. Now he was bathing, and she was waiting for him in the main bedchamber, a towel wrapped about her. Her clothes were hanging above the stove, drying. She bounced once on the bed where she was sitting, and found that, yes, indeed, it was soft and well sprung. It was going to be a wonderful place on which to make love. And then the bedroom door opened, and he stepped inside. He was wearing only a towel wrapped about his waist. He looked almost unbearably masculine and virile. His hair, still wet, curled close to his head, as it had when she had first met him. "Robert," she said, swinging one foot, "are you clean again and sweet-smelling?" He stopped inside the door.
"You had better come and find out for yourself," he said.
She smiled and got to her feet. If that was not an irresistible invitation, coming as it did from Robert, then she did not know what would be. She was indescribably beautiful, he thought, her damp hair in unruly waves about her head and down over her shoulders and arms and legs bare. Her skin had been darkened by the sun during the past weeks, so that many English ladies would have been horrified at the sight of her. But to him she looked healthy and vivid and lovely. She looked even lovelier when she got to her feet and discarded the towel, dropping it carelessly to the floor. His eyes roamed over her, over the slim legs and rounded hips and small waist, over the firm, high breasts to her finely boned shoulders, and to her face, alight with mischief, and something else too. She came up to him and set her nose against his chest and sniffed. She set two cool hands against his shoulders. Her breasts brushed tantalizingly against his chest. He inhaled slowly. She said. "You smell good, Robert." And her hands moved downward to his towel and tossed it backward onto the floor. "This is our own home, and our own bedchamber, and the night is ahead of us. What shall we do?"
"This for a start,"
he said, and he gazed into her dark eyes while he twined his fingers in her hair and lowered his mouth to hers, his tongue reaching out ahead of him. He saw her open her mouth before closing his eyes. He had not kissed her since the night they had become lovers. He had been too intent during the week since on convincing both himself and her that what he did with her was done merely to satisfy a physical need. Kissing implied more than the physical. There was something very personal and intimate about kissing, more intimate, strangely enough, than the actual act of coupling. Her mouth was soft and warm. Inside it was hot and wet and inviting. She moaned. She had wanted him to kiss her. For so long she had wanted it. Intimate as they had been for weeks, there had always been something missing. Some closeness, some tenderness. And now suddenly it was all there, because he was kissing her deeply, and because they were naked together, and because they were in their bedchamber in their own house, a whole night ahead of them. "Robert," she stroked one hand through his hair as his mouth burned a path down over her chin and along her throat to find the pulse at its base. "Robert, this is more than physical, is it not? Tell me that it is more." And his face was above hers again, and he was gazing down into her eyes. There was depth in his, so that she knew her answer with almost frightening intensity. She had never wanted this of any man, had never expected it. She had wanted always to be in control. She could never be in control if she allowed him to look at her like this and say the words that accompanied the look, and if she responded to both. And yet always, always in her dreams, she had wanted nothing else but this. Oh, surely far back in dreams she had wanted this. This was all she could ever want of life. There was nothing else. Oh, there was nothing. And he looked down at her and saw the vulnerability, heard the words she had spoken, and the ones she had not yet spoken, but perhaps would if he replied as he wished. And he was terrified. For if the words were spoken, then they were not playing house at all. There would be no game involved, but only naked reality. And he did not want reality. He wanted a night of make-believe. That was what he had agreed to. But God, oh God, she was beautiful, and not just the more than lovely body that he held naked in his arms. She was beautiful.
"Hush, Juana,"
he said, his mouth against her ear.
"Let's not talk. Let's make love. Sometimes the body can speak more eloquently than words."
Make love? She turned her head and smiled slowly into his eyes. We are going to make love, Robert, at last.
Yes.
His mouth was on hers again.
We will make love, Juana. On the bed, if you please. We are too different in height to be comfortable standing.
It is such a lovely bed, she said, drawing away from him and leading him by the hand toward it. It is large and soft, and look at all the warm covers we may pull over ourselves afterward.
Afterward, he said. Who said anything about afterward?
She had never heard him tease so. She lay down on the bed and smiled up at him. She still held his hand. I thought perhaps I might exhaust you before dawn, she said.
Now that, he said,
lying down on his side next to her and propping himself on one elbow,
is a challenge pure and simple. We shall see who exhausts whom.
Her breath was coming fast. She had never seen him like this, relaxed and teasing, a smile lurking in his eyes. Oh, she had never seen him like this. He was wonderful, almost beyond bearing. She lifted a hand and set her palm against his cheek. Robert, she said, you have had much experience with women, have you not? No, don't answer. It was a rhetorical question. Use all that experience on me tonight, will you? All of it. I want all, please.
On one condition, he said, that you use all your expertise on me. We will see who has the most to teach, shall we?
Oh, dear God, if he only knew. Joanna smiled. And who can learn more quickly, she said. Robert, she was whispering, make love to me.
Joanna.
He was smiling at her as his head lowered to hers.
Make love to me.
God, he should never have agreed to her insane suggestion, he thought, for he knew, even before his mouth touched hers, and she turned on the bed to set her full naked length against him, that dawn would come far, far too soon, a lifetime too soon. For pretense had only succeeded in opening the door wide to reality, and reality frightened and grieved him. He should have stayed out in the hills with her, and taken her for his pleasure again beneath the inadequate warmth of their blankets. He should have kept telling himself, and kept telling himself, that it was purely for pleasure. He touched her with his hands, and his hands could not do enough touching. And he touched her with his mouth, and his mouth, and his tongue, and his teeth could not have enough of her. And she was touching him, her hands and her mouth roaming over him as freely as his own over her. His arousal, his need to plunge his seed into her, was a painful throbbing. And yet he did not want to stop the touching. He did not want to be past the glorious anticipation. Not yet. His hand parted her legs, his thumb pushing at one, his fingers at the other. And he was touching her there, where she had not expected him to put his hand. And at first she was embarrassed to have him touch her there, and embarrassed at the knowledge that she was wet, embarrassed by the sound of wetness. But he sighed with satisfaction, and she relaxed, and knew that the sound was erotic, and that the wetness was a part of her female response, an invitation to an easy penetration of her body. She set the soles of her feet together and let her knees drop almost to the bed. And she stopped touching him, in the wonder of what was happening to her own body. Fingers feathering over her, sliding up inside her, and then his thumb, so light that at first she did not feel it, rubbing over one small spot, arousing an instant and almost unbearable ache that spread inward and upward into her throat. "Robert," she whispered his name. Her eyes were closed. "Robert." Her hands pressed down hard against the bed. He had not expected her to surrender so totally to the caressing of his hand, and yet he found her total absorption in what he did to her more exciting even than her hands on him had been a few moments before. He raised himself on one elbow again and watched her. He watched her mouth open and her head tip back. She said, and she drew in breath audibly through her mouth. He watched her whole body tense. "Robert," she said again, and there was agony in the sound, and there was agony in him too, as he stroked with his thumb and brought her to climax. She was Joanna, he thought. She was not just any woman whom it was his pleasure to pleasure. He had always enjoyed bringing his women pleasure as well as himself, but it was not that with Joanna. That was not it at all. She was Joanna. He was not just pleasuring her. He was loving her. She shouted out suddenly, agony and ecstasy in the sound. He set his hand flat against her during the minute or more while she shuddered into stillness. The feelings of relaxation and well-being were almost not to be fought against. The urge to slide into a delicious sleep was almost overpowering, except that his hand remained over her, and she could feel that he was still up on his elbow looking down at her. And except that nothing had happened, nothing that she normally associated with making love, he had not been inside her. She turned her head and opened her eyes. She looked up at him and smiled lazily. "You won that round," she said. "How did that happen? How did you know to do that?" Her eyes strayed downward. He was still fully aroused, she could see. He bent his head and kissed her warmly on the lips. "You are not going to give in to defeat quite so easily, are you?" he said. "How disappointing." But she did not know what to do. She knew nothing except what she had learned with him. But even under present circumstances, she was not about to resist a challenge. She smiled into his eyes and reached down a hand to touch him. Then she reached down the other hand and cupped him in her two hands, rolling them lightly about him, touching the tip lightly with her thumb. She heard him inhale. "Come inside me," she said, but there she could only allow him to complete his pleasure. She turned onto her back, opened herself for him, lifted to him as he slid into her wetness, and she wished she knew more. She wished she had experience to match his own. She acted from instinct. She nudged her legs beneath his so that he was forced to widen his own about her, and she held her legs together and moved, twisting her hips rhythmically against him, drawing him tight into her with inner muscles. "God, Joanna," he said urgently, his arms coming up to grip her shoulders. "Do you want me to come like a schoolboy?" She kissed the underside of his chin. "How does a schoolboy come?" she said. "Show me." "Very fast," he said with a gasp, and he moved in her with a frenzy of need. God, he thought. God, the witch. And he had been beginning to imagine that perhaps she was not as experienced as he had thought after all. He exploded in her with a cry, and lost himself for the following few minutes, or hours. He could not be at all sure which. She was stroking one hand over his back, and one through his hair when he came to himself. He was still embedded in her, her legs tight together about him. "I must have squashed every bone in your body," he said. Have you? She turned her head to kiss his shoulder. Then it feels wonderful to have every bone broken. Did we do equally well on that round, Robert? And are we going to compete for the rest of the night? I would prefer simply to make love. He moved to her side and set his arms about her. She snuggled into him and sighed.
"Joanna," he said, "we ought not to have started this."
But she lifted her head sharply and kissed him on the mouth. "There is no such thing as reality before dawn," she said. "No such thing at all, Robert. You must not spoil this night. Oh, please, you must not."
But it was spoiled none the less. For somewhere not far behind the pretense was the reality. A reality that was perhaps not painful for her. For reality for her was an artificial world where she piled up conquests for her own amusement. But for him, reality was going to be painful indeed.
"Reality,"
he said against her mouth.
"What is that?"
"I don't know," she said. "I have never heard of it." "Robert."
He said.
"Will you give me the sunrise tomorrow?"
She lifted a hand and set it over his mouth.
"Don't you remember at Obidosh what you said about ribbons and stars and the sunrise?"
Yes, he remembered. God, he remembered. She should not have asked that question. She closed her eyes and buried her face against his chest. She should not have asked, because the ribbons and stars and sunrise were what he would give his love, and his answer could bring her pain. "Oh, Robert," she pleaded with him silently, "please give me the sunrise. Please give me the sunrise." But she knew he could not, and she knew she had spoiled the night for herself.
"The sunrise comes after the dawn,"
he said quietly, and his hand smoothed over her head.
"And so it does."
She lifted her head and smiled at him.
"But what comes before dawn, Robert? Anything else? Or have I succeeded in exhausting you already?"
A great deal came before dawn. They loved and dozed, and loved and dozed, and each privately gloried in their love, and each privately grieved at the imminence of dawn. And finally they lay together, passion spent, waiting for the moment when daylight would begin to grey the windows, and there would be nothing to do but get up and dress themselves, and resume their roles as jailer and prisoner. She might have pleaded with him, and tried to persuade him of the truth. It would not have been impossible, she believed, but she would not do it. Dawn had still not come, and she was jealous of their one night of love. It was he who finally spoke.
"Joanna,"
he said, one arm beneath her head, his hand playing with her hair.
"That first love of yours."
"Robert?"
She smiled and turned her head to him.
"Is it not a coincidence that you have the same name?"
"Not really," he said. "Joanna, he did not boast to the servants about you. He did not call you a French bitch. Not at that time, anyway."
She looked at him and frowned slightly.
"You think not?"
she said.
"I don't think so either."
"He loved you totally," he said, "as perhaps only a 17-year-old can. He did not lie when he said he loved you, though he did not want to say it aloud. And he did not lie when he said he would come for you on a white charger on your 18th birthday and ride off into the sunrise with you. I suppose he knew he would never do any such thing, but he spoke the heart's truth. That is what he passionately wished he could do."
She was staring at him in the near darkness, wide-eyed.
"If he is precious to your memory," he said, "then know that the memory can be unsullied. If you have ever harboured doubts, however faint, you can discard them. He did not do those things."
Still she said nothing.
"He was deeply hurt," he said, "at being told that you would never seriously have given your love and your troth to a bastard. Even though he knew your words to be true, he was hurt. and hurt by his father's laughter, that he had dared raise his eyes to the daughter of a count. He decided on that day that he would never again lay himself open to people's contempt. He decided to make his own way in life, starting at the bottom, and ending there too, if he could not raise himself up by his own efforts. He has not done badly. You can console yourself with that knowledge, Joanna, if he is still of any importance to you. Your Robert is well satisfied with what he has done with his life. There was no smallpox, you see. He did not die. At least, not yet.
He had his mother's name, she said, not his father's. She was whispering, as if she thought they might have been overheard. What was it? What was his mother's name?
Blake, he said. Her name was Blake.
He closed his eyes. The silence seemed to stretch forever. Robert, she said at last, and he hardly recognized her voice. It sounded lost, hurt. Oh, Robert.
It was a long time ago, he said. A very long time. He is a different person, Joanna, except in name. And you are a different person. It was all so long ago, way back in the age of innocence. But he is alive, and he did love you.
Oh, Robert, she said again, and there was such pain in her voice that he could think of no way of comforting her. They lay, waiting for the dawn in silence. Chapter 24. Joaquina gave it to me, Carlotta said, setting the large and battered gun down carefully in a corner. She said she would never have the courage to use it, and I said I would, and so she gave it to me. Don't laugh at me, Duarte. Anything but that. Don't laugh at me.
Duarte laughed. It must surely be one of the first guns ever made, he said. You would probably blow yourself to bits with it, Carlotta, if you ever fired it. So you chose to stay and fight, did you, instead of running for safety? I must admit I would have been surprised not to find you here when I came.
And now you have come, she said warily. You are going to try to shoo me off westward with Miguel, aren't you? But you can forget it, Duarte. And if you are planning to argue, then I am sorry that you came home at all. I have known nothing but boredom and inaction for weeks, though it seems more like months. And now, by some good fortune, the French have stumbled on this ungodly route to the west. And you expect me to miss the opportunity of a lifetime? You do, don't you?
Carlotta, he began.
You do, she said, hands on hips. Well, I won't go. I will go up into the hills with you and see what I can do to trouble the army as it passes. And Miguel will come too. This is his country, his birthright as well as ours. And if you do not like it, then I shall go alone. I shall find another band to which to attach myself. And if you will not provide me with a decent weapon, then I shall take this one and blow myself into 1,000,000 pieces with my first shot. Stop laughing at me.
I love you, he said, silencing her effectively. And there is no fight left in me. Not for you, anyway. Up into the hills we go together, then. Joanna has not been this way, you said? Nor Captain Blake? I thought they would have come to warn you.
24 men at the very least have come to warn us, she said. There have been nothing but warnings, and always the French are at the very heels of those who warn. And yet I have not set eyes on a blue uniform yet.
The foolish woman has not told him the truth, Duarte said. Or at least she has not insisted that he listen to the truth. She is teasing him with the impression that she is a spy for the French.
Yes, Carlotta said. Joanna would tease. Good for her. If that man did not believe her the first time she told him, why should she beg and plead with him?
She is his prisoner, Duarte said with a grin. I would bet that a jailer has never been so plagued.
Oh, Carlotta said, and what a jailer. I would bet that Joanna is enjoying every moment of her captivity.
I think she is, Duarte said. But if they do come this way, Carlotta, we must follow her lead. I believe she does not even know you. She has been accused of flirting with me and trying to take me away from you."
"And that handsome Captain Blake is pitying me, I do not doubt," Carlotta said, hands on hips again. "Men, why must they always assume that women are poor, helpless, cringing creatures?"
"Probably because they do not all know you or Joanna," he said, still grinning.
The French were still at Vizieux, and there were enough men between there and Mortagoa to sound the alarm if they marched unexpectedly early. There was all day in which to pack what must be taken and to destroy what must be left behind. There was no great sense of rush, although a home was to be broken up within 24 hours. But then both Carlotta and Duarte had known homes broken far more bitterly just a few years before, and since that time they had lived with impermanence. They felt no great unhappiness on this occasion.
"It is so good to be back with you and our son,"
Duarte said, catching Carlotta to him at some time during the afternoon.
"You cannot imagine, Carlotta, how lonely it has been without you."
"Can I not?"
she said, and her voice became indignant.
"Oh, can I not indeed?"
But he hugged her and kissed her and refused to quarrel.
"We have each other and Miguel,"
he said, when she finally returned his kisses.
"That is all that really matters, isn't it?"
"Yes,"
she said fiercely against his mouth.
"And having a country in which to live together freely."
Captain Blake and Joanna arrived late in the afternoon, the former knocking at the open door and peering into the dark, bare interior. Duarte strode to the door and clasped his hand.
"You made it safely this far, then," he said. "Good. You are only a few miles from Busaco, where the army is gathered. Did you know?" "I will be with them tomorrow," Captain Blake said. "I guessed you would be here, but we came to warn Carlotta just in case she had not heard."
"Had not heard?"
Carlotta said, raising her eyes to the ceiling, but crossing the room nevertheless to greet their guest.
"I have heard nothing else for the past week. I am so delighted that the French have proved stupid enough to come this way that I hardly know how to contain my excitement. I am glad you got safely out of Spain, Captain."
"With Duarte's help,"
he said, and he stood aside to reveal a smiling Joanna.
"Do you know the Marquesa das Minas?"
Carlotta knew that he was looking at her keenly.
"Everyone knows the Marquesa," she said. "Welcome." "Carlotta,"
Joanna said, smiling more broadly.
"And where is the baby?"
"Miguel," Carlotta said.
"Sleeping and quite unperturbed by the fact that his first home is being destroyed around him. Come and see him."
Joanna took a step forward, but she turned first to Duarte before following Carlotta into the inner room.
"Duarte,"
she said, stretching out both hands to his.
"How lovely to see you again."
He grinned at her and squeezed her hands.
"Hello, Joanna,"
he said.
"Is she your sister?"
Captain Blake asked abruptly, when the women had disappeared to look at the baby.
"Does she say she is my sister?"
Duarte grinned.
"Yes."
Captain Blake looked grim.
"Half-sister. She says that you have the same mother. Do you?" "If Joanna says it," Duarte said, "then it must be true, mustn't it? Would she lie? She must be my sister if she says so. Pardon me, my half-sister."
Captain Blake looked somewhat exasperated.
"Very well," he said. "I'm sorry I asked. What news have you had today?" "The French are still at Vizieux," Duarte said, "but they will surely move tomorrow, unless they are cowardly enough to turn tail and run. Since they have come this far through impossible country, I think that unlikely. And Lord Wellington has moved all his forces up from south of the Mondego, where they were expecting to do battle. They have such a good position at Busaco that one almost feels sorry for the French. Almost." He grinned again. "But not quite." "God," the captain said, "it is so long since I was in an all-out battle. I missed Talavera last year by a day. A forced march from Lisbon in a time that still has people gaping in wonder. And still we missed it by a day. And thereby perhaps you missed your death by one day too," Duarte said.
The women had come back from the inner room.
"You will stay here with us tonight? You can have the inner room, Joanna. Captain Blake can sleep out here with us."
Joanna smiled dazzlingly.
"But I am Robert's prisoner, remember?" she said. "He is not willing to let me out of his sight for longer than 5 minutes at a time, especially at night. Are you, Robert? We will share the inner room. Are you outraged, Duarte?"
She turned her smile on the captain.
"Brothers sometimes are at such situations."
"The inner room is yours, then," Duarte said. "Carlotta and I will sleep out here with the baby. Tomorrow we will all leave early. With any luck, some real action will begin tomorrow."
They sat eating and quietly talking among themselves, and with other members of the band and their women who were still at the village, until darkness fell, and then retired to hard beds on the floor.
"Duarte,"
Carlotta whispered, curling up close to him after she had soothed a fussing baby.
"Did you see her? Did you see Joanna?"
"I have not had my eyes closed all day," he said. "I would say that those who worship the Marquesa das Minas would simply not recognize her now. A dress more faded and ragged than ever, hair tangled and unkempt, skin bronzed like a peasant's, that unladylike stride."
"Oh, yes," she said impatiently. "But I meant her, Duarte. Her eyes. It has finally happened to her, hasn't it? I always said it would one day."
"I would say they are certainly lovers," he said. "They would both have to be made of stone not to be, since it seems they are compelled to spend their nights together."
"Oh, not just lovers, you fool," she said. "She loves him, Duarte. She worships him. It is there in her face for all the world to see. Joanna has never loved anyone, for all her hordes of worshippers."
"Yes," he said, "I see it too, Carlotta. And the same look in his face, for that matter, hard and disciplined as it is. But it will not do, you know. She is an aristocrat both by birth and by marriage. He is apparently a nobody, and has made the army his career. They are from two worlds that can never meet, except briefly and under strange circumstances like this."
"Oh, fool," Carlotta said. "Idiot. Men can be so stupid. As if such things matter when the heart is involved. You are a nobleman, and I am a doctor's daughter. Does the difference keep us apart? Or perhaps you don't intend to marry me after all?"
"You must admit," he said, "that the difference between us is somewhat less extreme than that between them. And I intend to be married by the very next priest we encounter, whether you like it or not."
"Well," she said, "I will think about it. Are you intending to spend our first night together, since I don't remember when, talking?"
"Not I," he said, turning toward her. "Talk on if you wish, Carlotta, but I have better things to do."
"I, too," she said. "I have missed you."
He said. "Show me how much."
The high ridge of Busaco ran 10 miles northward from the great perpendicular cliff rising from the Mondego River. Its top was bare, apart from some heather and spiky aloes and the occasional pine tree, and apart from a few stone windmills and the convent of Busaco, 2 miles from its northern end. Viscount Wellington had taken up quarters at the convent, together with his staff. The 2 armies under his command, the British and the Portuguese, were strung out in a somewhat thin line across the entire 10 miles of the ridge. But the apparent weakness of the lines was deceptive. They were on top of the heights, or, to be more accurate, beyond the top, out of sight of anyone approaching from the east. There would be no way of an advancing French army knowing for sure that they were there, or of estimating their exact position or numbers. And the French now had no other way of advancing westward and ultimately southward to Lisbon. Their way lay over the ridge of Busaco. And finally, Massena and his army were on the move. On September the 25th, they passed through Mortagoa, only 8 miles from Busaco. Somehow, Joanna thought, trudging after Captain Blake over the rugged and wooded country below Busaco on that same day, the news had filtered through. They met few people between Mortagoa and Busaco, but all those people knew that the French had left Viseu, that the battle would take place very soon, perhaps even the next day. She was feeling unaccountably depressed. They were nearing the English and relative safety. Soon, before the day was out, she would be back where she had started from, reporting success to Viscount Wellington, the Marchesa das Minas again. Matilda would be waiting for her, she would wager, or at least would have made some arrangements for her comfort. The following day, while the battle was being fought, she could be making her way farther back into safety. And it would be safety. She knew about the lines of Torres Vedras. She had nothing to feel depressed about. But of course she did. Did she hope to fool herself by claiming that she was unaccountably depressed? Of course she was depressed. Captain Blake turned back to look at her.
"You are all right, Joanna?"
he asked. She smiled brightly at him. "Am I likely to complain of blisters or fatigue at this late date?" she asked. But he did not walk on as he had done after several similar stops that day.
"Joanna," he said, "it is possible to respect and even to admire an enemy, you know. I respect you and admire you. You have an indomitable spirit."
"Ah," she said, "but I am not an enemy, Robert."
"Your supposed sister-in-law did not know you yesterday," he said quietly.
"Perhaps she was playing my game," she said. "Duarte has a strong sense of fun." He looked at her and nodded slightly before turning to walk on. She flexed aching legs before following along after him, and she felt so mortally depressed that she did not know how she would smile if he turned to her again. She was in love with him, deeply, irrevocably in love, and not just in love. She loved him. He was the man she had looked for unconsciously all her life. Her gentle, poetic Robert, transformed by time and circumstances into a tough, self-reliant man of firm principle and hidden passion. Robert, her long-dead, bitterly mourned Robert, resurrected, and the uncanny resemblance she had always noticed was uncanny no longer, and her attraction to him was no longer a mystery, or her love for him. She had always known that she would never stop loving her Robert Blake, and she had not. And yet the tough, scarred body and the hard, damaged, attractive face, they were Robert's, her Robert's. She felt somehow like crying for the lost boy, for his shattered dreams, for the pain she and his father had caused him between them. And yet she could not cry for the man he had become. For though tough and hard, he was proud and sensitive too. He was not a bitter man, and alive. Her father had lied to her. Robert was alive. She loved him. And later on this very day, she would be saying goodbye to him, again. The thought was enough to make her feel panic. He would discover his mistake, of course, and would know that they were not enemies. But he would be mortified, and she would not be innocent. She had shamefully misled him, because it had been fun to do so. Fun. Her stomach felt like a lead weight in her. He would be angry. He would not be able to leave her fast enough. And even if he were not, even if he were willing to forgive her and shake her by the hand, still they must part. For she had the life of a Marchesa to resume, and he had a battle to fight. Perhaps a battle to die in. She stumbled against one of the rough boulders on the hillside and went down painfully on one knee, and he was beside her in an instant, catching her beneath her elbow with one firm hand. "Oh, Robert!" She snapped at him in quite uncharacteristic fashion and snatched her arm away. "Don't fuss. I shall survive." He stood looking down at her silently while she rubbed her knee. She looked up at him and swallowed. "Will you?" she asked, and she could hear that her voice was not quite steady. "Will you survive?"
"I always have," he said.
"And does always include tomorrow?" she asked him. He said nothing, but looked down at her broodingly. And then she was in his arms, her face hidden against his coat. She thought that she had probably put herself there. "Oh," she said,
I hate situations over which I have no control. I don't care how difficult or dangerous something is, provided I can control it, or at least have a good chance of doing so. I have been able to control almost everything else in my life, except leaving you that first time, and except marrying Luis. I could control what happened in Lisbon. I could control what happened in Salamanca. But this I cannot control. I wish I were going into battle too. Then I would feel better.
Joanna, he said.
I would, she told him passionately. If I could fight alongside you, Robert, I would not be afraid at all. I would laugh with the excitement of it all. I swear I would. I hate being a woman.
I love your being a woman, he said, and his arms were about her, and he was hugging her tightly to him.
And I hate this, she said, this womanly hysteria and clinging. I hate myself. Let me go at once.
She pushed at his chest and tossed her hair back from her face.
If you would not be hovering over me just like a guardian angel every time I cough or stumble, Robert, I would do very nicely indeed. Kindly walk on and let me follow you in my own way. I promise you that I will get there under my own power, or die in the attempt. Go!
He went after, looking steadily into her eyes for several uncomfortable moments. She wished his eyes were not blue, so gloriously blue. She hated his eyes. She kicked at the rock that had tripped her, grimaced and climbed on. And even if he forgave her, and even if he survived, there could be no possible future for them. None. They were who they were, and nothing had changed since he was 17 and she 15. Though he was the son of the Marquis of Canay, he was as much a bastard now as he had been then, and she was as much her father's daughter. And now she was Louis's widow, and carried around with her her ridiculous title, and was burdened with her enormous wealth and consequence. Even if he forgave her, and even if he survived, there were realities to be faced. They would not meet after today, or if they did, it would be as remote strangers.
Well,
she said crossly, speaking much more loudly than she needed to,
you don't have to walk so fast, just to prove to me that I am not your equal and cannot keep up.
They were climbing a particularly steep part of the hill. He stopped immediately, and turned to look at her and wait for her to come up with him. "Joanna," he said, and there was a smile lurking in his eyes, "I have never heard you complaining so much."
I am not complaining,
she said.
I am merely out of breath.
He took her by surprise, by cupping her face with both hands and lowering his head to kiss her softly on the lips. "I know this is difficult for you," he said. "More difficult, I dare say, than for me, though I do not know how that could be. I'm sorry. Believe me when I say I am sorry."
Are you forgetting, she said, that I had you beaten in Salamanca, and arranged it so that there were 4 against 1? Are you forgetting that I had you thrown in a prison cell and beaten daily?
No. He took his hands from her face. That all seems such a long time ago. Have you caught your breath again?
Robert,
she said, and she looked at him with unaccustomed earnestness.
I have deceived you dreadfully and quite deliberately, but not maliciously. Will you remember that? It is just that I must always take up a challenge. I cannot seem to help myself, and I can never resist teasing, especially those I like best. Will you forgive me when you remember this conversation?
"This is war, Joanna," he said. "There is no point in bearing grudges. We have both done what we must do in this conflict." She sighed.
But I, of course, have done a little more than that, she said. Continue on your way, Robert, and don't you dare move like a funeral procession merely because I just accused you of walking too fast. You were right. I am in a bad mood, and I am never in a bad mood, and do not know how to handle it. We are almost at the top. Is there really an army just the other side? It looks almost deserted.
"Just the way the bow wants it to look," he said. "I believe the French will be suspicious of every bare and silent slope
before these wars are at an end."
There were some pickets on the slope, but no sign of a whole army. He strode onward, a little more slowly than before, despite her warning, and she kept pace with him. And there was that other thing, too, the thing that had dominated her life for 3 years, and had only recently paled in significance beside her growing love for Robert, and her equally growing knowledge that only an inevitable parting awaited them. She had failed. She had persevered against all the odds until she had seen him again, the man who had raped and killed Maria, and then she had failed to kill him. She had had her chance, the perfect chance, and yet she had failed. And now it seemed that she could never succeed. Soon she would be behind the whole of the British and Portuguese armies in their seemingly impregnable position, and there was no chance that she would see Colonel Leroux again, unless she went back to the French side. She could still do that, she supposed. They still thought her loyal. They still thought she had been taken against her will as a hostage. It was probable, though, that they would not think so for very much longer. Not once they had come up against the solid barrier of the lines of Torres Vedras. Then they would know that she had deceived them, that she worked for the British, not for them. She had failed. Joanna hated to fail. She had never yet given in to failure, and yet it seemed that on this occasion she must. She was mortally depressed. And then suddenly they were on the crest of the hill, and her eyes widened in shock, even though prior knowledge had led her to expect the sight. An army, a whole vast and busy army, was stretched out for as far as she could see on either side of her, just out of sight of anyone even a few feet down the eastern slope. "Jesus," she heard Captain Blake say. The convent of Busaco was about a mile to the north of them. No one recognized her, and she recognized no one. Not that she looked at anyone to recognize him, despite the cheerful comments and catcalls and whistles that were thrown her way as she passed beside Captain Blake. All the other women, wives and camp followers, were well away from the crest of the ridge, in the rear with the baggage. This was it, she kept thinking. The end, and she could not even say a proper goodbye to him. All would be done in public from this moment on. The convent looked familiar, and yet strange too, bustling as it was with military men and activities, instead of basking in its usual quiet peace. Joanna smiled at one man, a major, who had favoured her with an openly appreciative glance as he hurried past, and then returned his gaze, startled for a second look. "Yes, it is I, George," she said gaily. "A wonderful disguise, would you not say?" But the major said nothing, or not in her hearing anyway. She whisked herself onward to keep up with Captain Blake's lengthened stride. He looked grim and remote, and she was reminded of an earlier impression that she would not like to be his enemy facing him in battle. Headquarters was incredibly busy. No one walked, it seemed. Everyone ran. At first, Joanna thought that no one would take any notice of either of them, and she smiled at the thought of how everyone would have stopped at least to take notice if she were dressed as the Marchesa. Oh, yes, they would, she thought, even if every sign about her indicated that something of great significance was about to happen. But finally they were admitted to the presence of Lord Fitzroy Somerset, Lord Wellington's chief secretary, and he nodded to Captain Blake and expressed his satisfaction at his safe return, and he smiled at Joanna, despite her appearance, and made her a courtly bow and offered her a chair.
"His lordship will be pleased to see and hear from both of you," he said, "but not today, I am afraid. You will understand, Captain, that there are 1,000 demands on every moment of his time. Ma'am, your companion insisted that a room be reserved here for your convenience. A trunk of yours is there, I believe? I shall have you escorted there." "That cannot happen, I am afraid," Captain Blake said stiffly. "The Marchesa das Minas is my prisoner, sir. She was taken as a hostage from Salamanca, and has been in my custody ever since. She is, or has been, a French agent." Lord Somerset's eyes looked to Joanna in some surprise, and she smiled dazzlingly at him.
"I think perhaps, my lord," she said, "we should become the 1,001st demand on Arthur's time."
Chapter 25. She did not want it to be this way. She did not want him to discover the truth in front of other people, least of all Viscount Wellington. Arthur would look through him with those piercing eyes of his and explain the truth in a few succinct words, and Robert would be humiliated. A British spy who had made such a foolish mistake. She did not want him to be humiliated. She should have forced the truth on him when they were alone together, she thought. She could have done it if she had set her mind to it, and if it had not been so delightfully amusing to lead him astray. She could have done it at Mortagoa, with Duarte and Carlotta to back her story. Instead of which, she had allowed them to play along with her. How dreadful she was! Lord Wellington really was very busy, it seemed. Lord Somerset took them into a more private room, and she seated herself with all the grace she would have shown if she were dressed in her Marchesa's finery. It was amazing how one reverted to habit when one's environment changed, while Robert stood stiffly, his back half to her, telling the secretary all about her. She frowned when Lord Somerset's eyes strayed to her, and she rubbed a finger across her lips, silencing his comments. "My lord," she said, getting to her feet when Robert had finished his story, aware that her regal bearing and manner must seem remarkably ridiculous when combined with her wild and rather ragged appearance. "I believe Captain Blake is eager to return to his regiment. He has given enough of his time to guarding me. Perhaps you have a moment to convey me to my room. You will, of course, set a suitably strong guard outside it until Arthur can deal with me himself." Perhaps he need not know at all. Not yet, at least.
"That would seem to be the best idea," Lord Somerset said, frowning. "Wait here, Captain Blake, if you please."
She swept from the room ahead of the secretary. Robert was still standing in the middle of the room, like a marble statue, looking away from her. They did not even exchange a good-bye. "Schwana," Lord Somerset spoke as soon as the door was closed behind him. "Your deception was so good that Captain Blake still does not know the truth?" She turned to smile brightly and apologetically at him.
"Oh, I did tell him," she said, "but he did not believe me, and I did not insist that he lay to rest his doubts. It was too amusing to foster them, I'm afraid. He must not know, Fitzroy. It would be too dreadfully mortifying for him."
But it was so hard to smile when she felt as if her heart was breaking. As fortune would have it, a distant door opened at that moment to reveal a flurry of voices, and Viscount Wellington himself strode into the long corridor in which they stood, 3 aides hurrying after him. He stopped.
"Ah, Schwana,"
he said, his eyes sweeping her keenly from head to toe.
"You are safely back, are you? That is a relief to know. I had heard, of course, that you were safely out of Spain, and events have proved that you must have been successful there. Captain Blake is safe too?"
"Yes," she said, "and itching to return to his regiment, Arthur."
"You must leave without delay," he said, "before nightfall. This is going to be too dangerous a spot for a lady by tomorrow."
"I thrive in dangerous spots,"
she said with a smile.
"But not this one," he said. "I shall get someone to escort you to safety. Fitzroy, look to it, will you? Send Blake. He deserves something of a break from active duty."
"Captain Blake believes—" Lord Somerset began, but Joanna laid a hand lightly on his sleeve and smiled her most dazzling smile.
"Oh, very well," she said. "I will not argue, Arthur, as I can see that you are dreadfully busy. Fitzroy will get Robert to escort me to Lisbon."
Lord Wellington nodded briskly and hurried on his way, his aides close at his heels. Joanna stared after him for a moment, before drawing a deep breath and turning back to Lord Somerset, her smile still firmly in place.
"You must be frantically busy too, Fitzroy," she said,
her hand still on his sleeve,
"and wishing me 1,000 miles away. Let us return to Robert and tell him of his new assignment. But I shall do the talking. Will you bear me out?"
"Certainly," he said,
and he turned back to the room they had just vacated and opened the door. She preceded him through it. Captain Blake was standing where they had left him, staring fixedly at the floor. He looked up at the opening of the door, and his eyes met Joanna's blankly. He looked as hard as nails, she thought, as if he were quite incapable of any human feeling. He looked like the quintessential soldier. "We ran into Arthur in the hallway," she said with a sigh. "Literally ran into him. He was very vexed with me, Robert, but of course he has no time to deal with me today, and no soldiers to be spared to guard me." She smiled. "It seems that I am a prisoner whom no one wants. What a dreadful fate. I thought I would be hailed as the most dangerous spy of the wars and put on public display, surrounded by a score of guards all armed to the teeth, or something like that. It is quite lowering to find I am nothing but a nuisance. You are to keep me tight and safe, it seems, until this battle is over."
"Joanna," Lord Somerset said, but she swung around to face him and widened her smile.
"Oh, you need not be apologetic, Fitzroy," she said. "It was a good game while it lasted, and Captain Blake will look after me as well as he has done since we left Salamanca. I am quite sure he will not let me escape, alas. You may go about your business. I know you are anxious to do so."
He looked at her frowningly for a few moments, hesitated, and then nodded curtly to both of them and left the room, closing the door behind him. Joanna turned and smiled at Captain Blake.
"I am sorry, Robert," she said. "You must be wishing me in perdition."
He still looked like granite, standing in the middle of the room, staring at her. "Lord Wellington has not made arrangements to send you back to safety?" he asked.
"He knows I will be safe with you," she said. "But I will not be a burden to you, Robert, you will see. I know that you want nothing more than to return to your company now, and prepare them and yourself for tomorrow's battle. I believe it really is going to be tomorrow, is it not? You shall do that, and I shall sit quietly in your tent. Do you have a tent? If not, then I shall sit quietly on the ground, and I shall spend tomorrow with the other women at the rear. What do you say? Are you very vexed?"
He stared at her for a few silent moments. "Bloody hell," he said finally. Joanna smiled. Normally, he had no trouble sleeping even under the most adverse of conditions. He had trained himself over the years to sleep even on muddy ground, with the rain beating down on him and danger all about him. It was a simple matter of survival, for a man who had not slept was a weaker man than one who had, and strength was everything when it came to soldiering. But he found it difficult to sleep the night before the Battle of Busaco. His brain teemed with too many thoughts and feelings. His company had been expecting him. Nevertheless, they had given him a boisterous, good welcome, and he had felt a surging of joy to be back with them, almost as if he had come home to a family. He had inspected them and watched critically their methodical preparations for battle and made his own. He had reported to General Crawford, who had called him a tricky bastard for absenting himself during weeks of almost eventless marching and turning up just in time for the great show. But the general had slapped him heartily on the back while saying so. All the preparations were made as quietly as possible, and no one was allowed to show even the topmost hair on his head over the crest of the hill. The French were not to know that the whole of the army awaited them the following day. With luck, they would believe that the skirmishers who were on picket duty on the eastern slope were part of a rear guard of merely a few companies set there to delay their advance. For the same reason, they were to camp in darkness that night. No fires were to be lit. There was to be no hot food. The long-expected news came during the evening, and excitement stirred up and down the quiet lines that the French were moving up, that they were camping below the heights, a mere 3 miles away. Apparently, the lights of their fires shone brightly. The men had to take the word of the privileged few who had been permitted to look for themselves. It would begin the next day, probably at dawn, perhaps earlier. The pickets would be watching very carefully for a night attack, and the men would sleep close to their lines, fully clothed, their loaded arms at the ready. Captain Blake had fought in many battles and had lived through many battle eves. There was nothing different about this one. He felt all the usual tense excitement, part exhilaration, part fear, and here there was nothing to allay those feelings. The light division was stationed close to headquarters, within sight and sound of the convent. Cole's 4th Division to their left, on the other side of the ravine that held the main road to Coimbra, Spencer's 1st Division to their right. It was not the imminence of battle that made sleep difficult, and his night was relatively comfortable. Although most of his men slept on the ground in the open, and he would normally have joined them there, someone had erected a tent for him, as tents had been erected for most of the officers and for some of the men with wives, and he had not scorned to occupy that tent as he would normally have done, with a few choice words of explanation for the soldier who had thought him grown soft. He slept in the tent with Joanna. He had set a guard over her while he was busy with his company, an eager private who knew him only by reputation and had a tendency to gaze at him worshipfully with a mouth that gaped. Not that a guard seemed necessary. She had shown no sign of wanting to escape. She had even helped erect the tent, apparently, and she had chattered brightly with several surprised officers of her acquaintance, and with a few she had never met before.
"Lucky bastard,"
Captain Rowlandson had said to him when he realized that Joanna was to share his tent. But he did not feel lucky. He had steeled himself to parting with her at the convent, had not weakened at all there, but had told all he knew about her, concisely and dispassionately, and then had escaped lightly, or so it had seemed. She had left the room without a word of goodbye, something he had been dreading for days. But she had come back again, and he had felt a great upsurging of joy when he knew that he would have her with him for at least another day, and a corresponding resentment that it was all to be gone through again, that it was not yet over after all, that perhaps goodbyes were yet to be said. He had wanted to be free to concentrate on the battle ahead, and he had wanted to stride across the room to her after Lord Somerset had left it and sweep her up into his arms. He did not want this confusion of feelings on the eve of battle. He resented her, and he resented Lord Wellington for sending her back to him, because for the moment there seemed to be nothing else to do with her. "Joanna," he said, when he joined her in their tent for the short night ahead. He was to be up long before dawn, ready to lead his men in the skirmish line on the hill. He stretched out beside her, turned onto his side to face her, and slid his arm beneath her neck. Such familiar actions that he wondered how he would sleep at all at night once she was finally gone. "I will not be making love to you tonight." "I know," she said softly, cuddling up against him and setting an arm about his waist, without indulging in any of her usual wiles. "I will need all my energy tomorrow," he said. "I know." She rested her cheek against his chest. "I know, Robert. You do not have to explain. Go to sleep now, and don't spare me a thought tomorrow. I shall not try to run away. I promise, on my honour, and my honour is dear to me." He kissed the top of her head, and wondered if he would even be alive after the battle to know if she spoke the truth. He normally did not wonder such things. Fearing that one might die in battle was a useless expenditure of energy. And yet he spent the next half-hour, valuable sleeping time, thinking about the morrow, and wondering if he would die, and hoping that he would survive to see her one more time, to hold her once more, just so that he would have the pain of saying goodbye to her at the end of it all, and of watching her taken away to captivity. His brain would not cease its activity, no matter how hard he tried to quiet it. He began to wish that he had made love to her after all. "Robert," she whispered his name. "You need to sleep." He laughed shortly. "When you were a boy," she said quietly, and he could feel her fingers in his hair, "I loved you,
because you were tall and handsome, and because I had never known a young man, and because you had a way of smiling that reached all the way to your eyes, and because you were willing to listen to the dreams and ramblings of a girl, and because you could dance and climb and run and kiss, and because it was summertime, and I was young and ready for love." Her fingers were moving lightly over his head. "You were a sweet and gentle boy," she said, "but you were not weak. You were incredibly strong. Most men would have put up with a great deal of degradation, and many insults too, for the comforts of the privileged life you were offered. But you gave it all up so that you could retain your integrity and your dignity, and then you made for yourself a life that you could be proud of." She made him sound like a bloody saint, he thought, with lazy amusement. "I was stunned when I realized that the two Roberts in my life were one and the same person," she said. "I could scarcely believe it at first. For so long I had thought you dead, and you looked and seemed very different from the boy of my memory. But it is fitting that you are one and the same. I am glad that you are, and I am glad that you grew into the man you have become. I am glad you lived. Did you know that you were a hero to your men, and very popular with them? Alan, the young private you set to guard me, looks upon you as some sort of god, and you are highly respected at headquarters. You have done wonderfully well, and all on your own, without anyone's help at all." Her fingers continued to smooth through his hair. "Robert," she whispered, after several moments of silence. But there was no answer. "And I love the man quite as dearly as I loved the boy," she said, her voice no louder than a murmur. "More so, for now I know how hard love is to find, just how difficult it is to find a man worthy to be loved. I will always love you, no matter what happens tomorrow." Captain Robert Blake slept on. There was something almost eerie about the pre-dawn scene. Thousands of men were woken without the aid of bugles, and adjusted their clothing, and checked their firearms, and ate a cold and hurried breakfast, with almost no sound at all, beyond the inevitable rustlings and bustlings. There was no sign of open fear, only of a heightened awareness, of a suppressed excitement. The tents had been dismantled and taken back to the rear. The women who had come up to spend the night with their men were kissing them goodbye, without fuss or hysteria, and were also taking themselves back. Joanna watched all the activity as if she were a long way off, as if she were not part of it at all. But then she was not, and she hated her lack of involvement. For she felt sick and mortally afraid, feelings that she despised in herself and usually went out of her way to avoid. If only she were preparing for battle alongside the men, she felt, she would not be afraid. Whoever had decreed that women should not fight was stupid in the extreme, she thought. The same young private was to guard her that day too. Captain Blake was giving him instructions, crisply, impersonally, as if she meant nothing to him whatsoever, as if she were nothing more than his prisoner. She wondered if the soldier minded missing the battle, if he resented her. He looked proud enough of himself, as if his captain had singled him out for a deed of extraordinary valour. She tried to fill her mind with such details and thoughts. She tried to ignore the ball of panic that was lodged deep in her stomach. And then it was time to go, and time for him to go. "Joanna," he said, looking at her at last. Dawn had still not provided them with enough light to see each other clearly, and there was a mist. He was his granite self, she thought, looking at him too at last. "Go with Private Higgins, and remember your promise of yesterday, if you please. I shall see you later." The ball in her stomach exploded, and she found herself fighting her legs and her breathing. She wondered if this was what women called the vapours. She lifted her chin and looked steadily at him. "Until later," she said, and she gave him her most dazzling smile before turning away. He was swinging his rifle up onto his shoulder
when she whirled back to face him again. "Robert," she said, and she did not care that the young private was there beside her listening, and perhaps half a dozen other men within earshot. "I love you. I want you to know that. In case you never return." His hand stilled on his rifle. His whole body stilled and tensed, and then he nodded curtly, unsmilingly, and turned and strode away. "Well," she laughed lightly, "one has to say such things when a man is going into battle, Alan. Now, where are you going to lead me? I hope not right back to the baggage carts and the other women. It would be tedious to hear no news of the battle as it is fought, would it not?"
"Yes, ma'am,"
he said. She smiled at him. "You would hate that, would you not?" she said. "You came here to be a part of it all, and would be justly annoyed if a mere woman kept you so far beyond the action that you did not even know what was happening. Some of your friends might even call you coward. That would be quite unjust, would it not?"
"Yes, ma'am,"
he said uncertainly.
"but I'm following orders. I'm proud to follow Captain Blake's orders."
"Of course you are," she said, "and tonight he will be proud of you, for you will have done your job well. I shall even make it easy for you by not trying to escape. I would not do so, you know. I must stay here to see his safe return. I meant what I said to him just now, you see." She smiled confidentially at him.
"Yes, ma'am,"
he said. The boy was falling under her spell. She knew that if her next statement had been, "Black is white, you know," he would have replied,
"Yes, ma'am,"
and she had to ruthlessly press her advantage. She would die of boredom and frustration, and fear, if she had to spend the day right at the rear with the supplies and the baggage and the women. She would not know how the battle went, and she would not know how Robert did, and she would be far from the French army. It was just beginning fully to dawn on her that the French army would be close throughout the day. Perhaps she would have one more chance. But no, she must not expect as much. It would be too good to be true. Besides, she still did not have either her musket or her knife. The former was over Private Higgins' left shoulder, balancing the rifle over his right. The latter was probably still in Robert's belt. "I think," she said, when they were in the no-man's land between the front and the baggage train, "this would be a good place to stop, Alan. From here we can watch the action for ourselves, or what can be seen of it from this side of the hill anyway." She stopped and gazed back up the way they had come, to where the thin lines of the British and Portuguese infantry were forming in two lines just behind the crest of the hill. But very little could be seen. The darkness was only just beginning to lift, but the mist had not yet decided to follow suit. Whom would the mist favour, she wondered, and she felt that unfamiliar fear clutch at her again as she pictured Robert, out in front of the lines with his skirmishers, unable to see exactly who or what was advancing on them.
"But if the French take the hill, ma'am,"
Private Higgins said,
"you will be in danger. You will be safer farther back."
"But, Alan," she turned the full force of her charm on him, "I have complete faith in the courage and strength of our gallant men. Don't you? Of course they will hold back Marshal Massena's men, and if by some chance they do not, then you will protect me." She set a hand lightly on his sleeve. "I have complete trust in you. Were you not personally chosen by Captain Blake? I know you would distinguish yourself in my defence." He gazed at her with the same worship in his eyes as she had seen there the day before for Robert. Poor boy, she thought. He had probably completely forgotten that he was to guard her as a prisoner and not defend her as his captain's lady.
"We will stay here for a while then, ma'am," he said, "until the action gets too hot. Then I shall escort you farther back."
There was a suggestion of a swagger in his voice, Joanna noticed. She had never been near a battlefront, but she imagined that this no-man's land, crossed from north to south by a wide cart track, would be used later by riders carrying messages back and forth between Lord Wellington and the various divisions. Perhaps she would hear news of what was happening. But her sense of triumph was swallowed up by fear,
as she heard distant drums and fifes sounding the advance. French drums and fifes, sounding the French advance. Chapter 26. Marshal Massena made the mistake of assuming that if Wellington's forces were on the ridge at Busaco at all, they were concentrated in the northern half of the hills. He did not believe that Wellington would be daring enough to string them out the whole 10-mile length of the ridge. His plan was to launch General Regnier's corps against a low ridge in the centre of the hills, so that when his men took it, they could circle behind the British, while Marshal Ney attacked the higher northern front of the hill, up from the road to Coimbra toward the convent. Marshal Massena intended to surround his enemy. The first attack came perilously close to success, as the French attacked in dense columns behind the brisk skirmishing of their tirailleurs, who cleared the hill of British skirmishers. The early morning mist was in their favour. It was only the dogged determination of the British infantry and the steady courage of the Portuguese, involved in their first pitched battle, and the timely arrival of General Leith's forces brought up from the idle right that averted disaster and sent the French columns hurtling back down the hill in disarray, leaving their dead and wounded behind. Marshal Ney began his attack soon after 7 o'clock, sending General Loison's division to take the village of Sula, and then to push upward along the paved road to the convent, and Ross's battery of 12 guns and the Sula mill, the Allied command post commanded by General Crawford of the Light Division. It was a difficult task, and the lifting of the morning mist gave some of the advantage back to the British. Joanna stood with Private Higgins a little way back from the lateral track that ran the length of the ridge behind its crest. All was movement and noise and apparent confusion once the fighting had begun, and she knew all the agony of her own helplessness. In Salamanca there had been danger, but there she had been able to control it, to manipulate it. She had not been afraid. Indeed, if the truth were known, she had enjoyed herself there. Here she felt impotent. Not only was there nothing for her to do, but there seemed to be no way of knowing how the battle was going, no way of knowing if he was still alive. There was all the frustration of the mist and the top of the ridge, which would have hidden her view of the action even without the mist, and the deafening and terrifying sounds of the drums and the guns, coming all from the south at first. At the start, she made no attempt to stop any of the riders who galloped back and forth along the path, obviously carrying important messages from one command post to another. But she bristled when one yelled in passing.
"Women to the rear!" he roared. "God damn it, soldier! Get her out of the way!"
He rode on without pausing. Private Higgins coughed nervously. "For your own safety, ma'am," he began, but the insult had been all Joanna had needed to bring her out of the near paralysis that the sound of the guns had imposed on her. She stepped out onto the path and yelled epithets after the departing and oblivious staff officer that had the poor private gaping in astonishment. "Men," she said finally, "God's gift to the animal kingdom. He made such a number of ghastly errors creating them that he had to create women to set all to rights again. This is better." Someone else was galloping toward her, someone she knew. She set her hands on her hips and lifted her chin, while Private Higgins, she could see from the corner of her eye, appeared to be hopping from one foot to the other. "Jack!" she called in a loud, clear voice. Major Jack Hanbridge reined in so quickly that his horse reared, and he had to fight for a moment to keep his seat. He frowned at the woman who stood her ground on the path, and then peered more closely.
"Joanna," he said at last. "Joanna, is it really you?"
His eyes swept over her.
"Good Lord! But what in the name of thunder are you doing here? Allow me—"
But Joanna held up an impatient hand. "Tell me what is going on," she commanded. "Are we winning?"
"Oh, assuredly," he said. "You may trust the bow, Joanna. We have sent them back from the centre with their tails between their legs. They think to gain the convent here, but Bob Crawford will hold them. And see what awaits them if they do reach the top."
His arm swept a wide arc over his shoulder. Joanna had already seen. Lines of quiet, disciplined infantry had already taken their places behind the skyline. They would send a deadly volley into any Frenchman, unfortunate enough to come charging up over the hill. "But what on earth are you doing here?" the Major asked again. "You must get back, Joanna. You should be far from here. Let me—"
"Jack, don't be tiresome," she said. "The French are fighting their way up this hill, then. Who is stopping them?"
"Oh, they will be stopped," he said. "Have no fear. We have the best of our skirmishers down there."
"The 95th,
she said, her stomach performing a somersault.
"And the Caçadores," he said. "The very best. Now, let me—"
"And which French forces are coming up?" she asked. "Do you know, Jack?"
"Ney's corps," he said. "But we will—"
"Ney's?"
she said.
"Who in particular, Jack?"
"General Voisin's division, I believe," he said. "Joanna, I have to go. Is this private your escort? Soldier!"
Yes, Joanna said. "Be on your way, Jack. I would not keep you. I shall be quite safe."
He looked at her doubtfully and frowned at Private Higgins. But he had already been delayed longer than a minute. He touched his spurs to his horse's sides and galloped off to the south. General Voisin. Colonel Leroux was in his division. Perhaps his battalion was among those coming up the hill. Perhaps, oh perhaps. Joanna looked hastily about her. All was business-like organisation, and yet it sounded as if all hell had broken loose beyond the hill. Perhaps Colonel Leroux was just beyond the hill, and Robert was there, amidst all the thunder of the guns and all the deadly smoke. Perhaps he was already dead. Perhaps Colonel Leroux was even now in the process of killing him. Perhaps she would go insane if she had to stay inactive one more minute. No, there was no perhaps about it. "Alan," she said, turning on the boy who was her guard. She looked wild, afraid. "Give me my musket. Please give it to me." "I can't, Mum." He took one step back from her, but she advanced on him. "You can and you will," she said. "How would you like to be weaponless at this moment? The French may burst over the hill at any moment, and I am defenceless. And don't tell me that you will defend me or that you will take me back to safety. I am talking about now, this moment. Give me my gun at least. Do you think I am about to take on the whole of our own army with it? Do you?" Private Higgins took one more half-step back. "No, Mom," he said. "Give it to me, then," she said, her voice trembling. "Captain Blake would not want me dead, I do assure you." "But, Mom," he said, protesting as she reached out and took her musket, checked it quickly with hands that were somewhat out of practice, but nevertheless skilled with the weapon. "But, Mom—" She felt sorry for him, almost. Robert would crucify him at the very least. But there was no time for conscience. She levelled the musket on the boy, whose eyes widened in a kind of hurt astonishment. "I am going forward," she said. "I must see for myself what is happening. You may follow me if you wish, Alan, or you may shoot me in the back. I shall turn it on you in a moment. But you will not stop me. This is my battle, too. It is more my battle than anyone else's, I dare say." "But, Mom!" Private Higgins protested, his voice high-pitched and frantic, as she turned her back on him and broke into a run. Her back was tense for the first few yards, though she knew that he would not shoot. The noise of the guns was too intense for her to hear whether he shouted anything more at her or whether he was running up behind her. But she would not stop. She would not stop for anyone or anything. A few of the infantrymen of the 43rd and 52nd, standing in line below the skyline, looked back and saw her. General Crawford saw her and roared something as she passed the mill. And the gunners saw her as she circled past the battery and ran downward into hell. But no one tried to stop her. No one was going to stop a battle or take any extra risk to prevent a mad peasant woman from hurling herself into certain death. And strangely, once she was over the brow of the hill, and all was noise and smoke, and guns were firing both behind her and in front of her, once she could see the British and Portuguese skirmishers
down in the heather and rocks before her, strung out across the hill, firing down on the approaching tirailleurs, the masses of the French columns coming up behind them. She felt no more fear at all, only a heart-pounding excitement and a sharpened awareness. It was almost as if time was slowed, as if she had all the leisure time in the world to observe details. The British and the Portuguese were on the hillside, quite close. The French had already pushed them back through the village of Sula and were themselves on the slope. They were moving inexorably upward. Her mind took in the larger picture almost immediately. She went down onto her stomach behind a boulder. She could shoot only once with her musket. She had no ammunition with which to reload it. She must choose her shot with great care. Not that she had any interest in killing French men, only one French man, and surely, oh, surely she would not be fortunate enough to see him. But she saw Robert suddenly below her, and was glad that she was down on her stomach. He was crouched down, aiming his rifle at the enemy and firing it. His face was black with the smoke of his gun, and there was a smear of blood down one temple. But he was still alive. Oh, God, he was still alive. He flung his rifle behind him for a sergeant to reload, and picked up his sword from the ground beside him. As a captain, he was not expected to use a gun at all, but only to lead and guide his men with his sword. But Robert was doing both. He was both leading and fighting. The sergeant reloaded the rifle and set it back on the ground. Captain Blake and his company were stubbornly holding one rise of ground, she could see, refusing to give ground until they were forced to do so, despite the fact that companies around them were already edging back up the hill. But the columns were coming closer and closer behind their own tirailleurs. Soon the riflemen and the cazadores would have no choice but to retreat or die needlessly. Joanna saw everything in just a few seconds. She saw Robert's danger and his stubbornness, and she looked beyond him to the advancing blue columns, scarcely visible as more than a dense mass through the smoke. And yet one sharp detail burned its way through her eyes, and she stared, unbelieving, convinced for a moment that she saw only what she wished to see. Colonel Leroux was at the head of one of the columns, urging it forward, his sword raised. Her hands suddenly felt cold and clammy against her musket. They shook, but they would not shake. By God, they would not. He had killed Maria. Worse, he had done those unspeakable things to her before ordering her death, and she, Joanna, had seen it all. For that he would die. For that she would keep her hand steady or die herself in the attempt. He was too far away. She knew it even as she sighted along the gun, not beyond range of the musket, but beyond sure range, for the musket was notoriously poor at hitting any definite target at any distance. And yet she could not wait. Her heart was pounding up into her throat and against her eardrums, more powerful even than the noise of the French drums. She would be helped. Some power above would help her. She could not miss. Not now, when fate had given her this one, last, unbelievably coincidental chance. She could not miss. She fired the gun and watched Colonel Leroux march onward, still urging his men on, still waving his sword in the air. He was quite unaware that she was there and that she had just fired on him. She dropped her face to the ground and gave in to momentary despair, while hell continued to rage about her. And then her head snapped up, and her eyes focused and widened on the loaded rifle still on the ground behind Captain Blake below her. At any moment he would pick it up. At any moment he would signal his men to move back. All about them had done so. At any moment her very last chance would be gone, and Miguel and Maria would be unavenged for all eternity. The battle was nearing and intensifying, but all Joanna saw was the rifle on the ground below her. All she thought of was reaching it before it was too late. She abandoned her musket, pushed herself into a crouching position, and launched herself downhill. It all happened in seconds, and if a higher power had not guided her aim a few moments before, certainly one was looking after her now.
The only wounds she could count, after it was all over, were the scratches and bruises she had acquired from the ground. She hurtled down the steep hillside, somehow without stumbling, and the rifle was in her hand before Captain Blake whirled around and regarded her from astonished eyes that looked remarkably blue against his bloodied and blackened face.
"Jesus Christ!" he said.
But she did not even hear the blasphemy. She was on her feet and hoisting the unfamiliar rifle to her shoulder and sighting along it and screaming out against the thunder of sound around her.
"Marcel!"
she shrieked. Whether he heard her, or whether his attention was caught by the unusual sight of someone, a woman, standing up straight despite all the shells and bullets whizzing about her, she did not know. But he saw her, and he recognized her, she knew, and he saw that she had the gun pointed at him. It was all a matter of a split second, but she knew that he had seen her, and that he knew, and she knew that this time she could not miss. She fired the rifle, and watched him stop mid-stride, an expression of surprise on his face, and twist sideways before going down. She laughed in triumph. And then the strange feeling she had had since coming over the top of the hill, that time had been suspended, left her as she came crashing down onto the ground, two powerful arms about her waist.
"Jesus, woman!" he said. "Jesus!"
She lay panting on her face beneath the full weight of his body, and she felt a chilling terror at the steady beating of the French drums and the heavy thunder of the British guns and the harsh cracking of the skirmishers' firearms.
"I killed him,"
she said, her voice a gasp of triumph.
"I killed him!"
But he was not listening to her. He was on one knee beside her, his sword sweeping the air, his voice a great roar.
"Back!" he yelled. "Back, you bastards!"
He kept a bruising grip on her arm as they retreated up the hillside, his men shooting as they went. The sergeant had grabbed his gun and was reloading it, Joanna saw, and she prepared her mind for death. There was no way of avoiding it, she decided, caught as they were between two vast armies in all the chaos of a living hell.
"Give me the rifle,"
she said, reaching for it. "I'll help." But he pushed her roughly behind him so that she stumbled. He spoke with a snarl.
"You are not going to escape," he said. "You will remain my prisoner or die with me. Get down and stay down."
She did as she was bidden. Their very lives depended upon her being meek for once in her life, she knew, even though she could have helped if only he had allowed her to use his rifle. But it was no time to argue. Every inch of ground was hard fought, and on every inch of ground Joanna prepared herself to die. She would not mind dying, she told herself, now that she had avenged the deaths of her half-brother and half-sister, if only Duarte could know, and she would not mind dying with Robert beside her. She felt strangely calm after the first bone-weakening terror. But if she was to die, it was not to be just yet, after all. As the skirmishers neared the top of the hill, the French columns hard upon them, the great guns were withdrawn to avoid capture, and General Crawford sat quietly on his horse outside the mill, assessing the moment. Joanna caught a glimpse of him as he was in the act of sweeping off his hat. And then she heard his high-pitched bellow, quite audible above all the noise.
"Now, 52nd! Avenge the death of Sir John Moore!" he roared. "Company!"
The bellow was Robert's, in her ear. He had a grip on her arm that cut the circulation from her hand.
"Join the line! Charge! Charge!" the general roared. "Huzzah!"
The British lines that had been waiting behind the skyline were stepping forward to make their presence known to the unsuspecting French, their muskets levelled, their bayonets fixed. The skirmishers fell in at the end of the line and joined the charge. Captain Blake flung Joanna back behind the lines.
"Go back!" he yelled at her. "Get yourself to safety! I shall find you later and beat the living daylights out of you!"
And he was gone to join his men in their charge back down the hill. Joanna heard the murderous volley of musketry and knew that the French advance had been halted, that hundreds had died in that first moment. She got wearily to her feet, and retired to the far side of the lateral track. She felt mortally weak, mortally tired. If she could just sink down to the ground and close her eyes, she thought, she would surely sleep for a week. But she would not do that. Not yet. Not until she knew that he was safe. Not until she had given him the chance to beat her black and blue. There was a thin thread of amusement in her smile. Until she remembered that she had just killed a man. And then she began to shake. It was all over. The French had been routed, and there would be no more attacks that day. As usually happened after a battle, or sometimes even in the midst of a battle, when a temporary truce had been sounded, the French and the English mingled on the hill, all hostility gone, gathering together their dead and wounded. Some men even exchanged greetings and drinks of precious water with men they had been shooting at just minutes before. It was perhaps the strangest part of war to those who were not accustomed to it. Captain Blake toiled uphill with his men. He could drink 2 brooks dry if they would just present themselves, he thought. But his main duty was to find his own dead and arrange for their burial, always the most painful part of a day of fighting, and to see that his wounded were tended if their wounds were slight, or carried away to the hospital tents if they were in need of amputation. And yet he made one detour from the path that he had taken with his company earlier in their retreat uphill. He walked over to where a larger-than-usual group of Frenchmen was gathered, a sure sign that an officer of high rank was about to be carried away, and he found that he had not been mistaken. He had wondered, though he had not had a great deal of leisure in which to wonder, but that strange, out-of-time, slower-than-time experience had seemed unreal. He had doubted the evidence of his own senses, but he had not been mistaken. The French officer, who had died from a bullet wound just above the level of his heart, roughly in the same spot as his own wound had been the year before, Captain Blake thought, was Colonel Marcel Leroux, and Joanna had killed him. Hadn't she? Had he imagined it? She had stood up, quite recklessly exposing herself to harm, yelled out his name, quite deliberately taken aim, and killed him. Captain Blake frowned, and made his way off to join his men again, and to direct the burials and the removal of their wounded. Almost at the top of the hill, he knelt down beside a sobbing boy and touched him reassuringly on the shoulder before recognizing him. Private Alan Higgins turned his face away as Captain Blake's jaw tightened. "You will live," he said, as another private cut the trousers away from the boy's leg to reveal the bullet hole. "We will have to have the bullet removed, but you will keep your leg. Is it hurting badly?" The boy made an effort to control his sobs. "No, sir," he said, obviously lying. "But I could not shoot her in the back, sir. She ran, but I could not shoot her." "No." Captain Blake squeezed his shoulder. "A man does not shoot a woman in the back, even if she is the devil's dam. Well, lad, you have had your first taste of battle, and you have acquitted yourself well. You came forward when you might have stayed back." "But I let you down, sir," the sobs resumed. "Get a hold of yourself, soldier," Captain Blake said, straightening up and nodding to the 2 privates who had come to carry the boy up the hill. "We will discuss that matter later. It is sufficient now that you have survived." The boy did not seem in any way consoled. Captain Blake felt bone-weary. It was a feeling he recognized as one that always succeeded the excitement and even exhilaration of battle. A ball had grazed his temple. He felt the soreness suddenly and lifted a hand to touch the crusted blood on the side of his face. But there were no more injuries. He was fortunate. Hundreds of men, thousands if he counted the unfortunate French, had died that day in a battle that was, after all, indecisive. The French would either attack again the next day or find a way past the hill, and the British would resume their retreat on Lisbon. They had played one more hand in the deadly game of war. That was all. He wondered where Joanna was. If she were wise, she would have taken herself off back to the convent and thrown herself on the mercy of Lord Wellington, or whatever senior staff officers were likely to defend her against him, and all of them to a man would be only too happy to do so, though he was far too weary to do to her the things he had contemplated doing when he last saw her, and far too puzzled as well. She had killed Colonel Leroux. He came up over the crest of the hill alone, his task done, and amidst all the milling masses of men and guns and horses there, he saw her immediately. She was standing on the far side of the track, and was apparently sending a staff officer reluctantly on his way to the convent without her. She was favouring the man with her usual beguiling smile. He stood and watched her with narrowed eyes until she looked about her again and saw him. She smiled as he approached. "I was afraid to come to the top of the hill," she said. "I was afraid to look down. I was afraid that perhaps you were dead."
"You were not afraid earlier," he said harshly. "Not when there was a chance of escaping to your own people."
"Robert." She was no longer smiling. She set her head to one side and looked very directly into his eyes. "You know that was not what I was doing. You saw me shoot him. I did kill him, did I not?" He stared back at her.
"Yes," he said. "He is dead."
And then she did something he least expected her to do. She bit at her upper lip, and her eyes filled with tears, and her whole face trembled. "Well, I meant it," she said, her voice a whisper. "I meant to kill him. That has been the sole purpose of my life for the past 3 years, and I am glad that it is done at last. I just wish I could have told him the reason why."
"Joanna,"
he said, as her hands came up to cover her face.
"Oh, Joanna."
And she was in his arms, while noise and confusion swirled about them, gulping and sobbing against his chest, beating against it with the sides of her fists.
"Fighting to the end," he said. "The battle is over, Joanna. And your private war, too, whatever it was."
Chapter 27.
"What was it all about, Joanna?"
he asked her, and she stopped pounding at his chest and stopped the stupid crying and looked up at him. His face was powder-blackened. The dark blood crusted down one side of his face. "You were hit," she said, raising one hand, but not quite touching the wound.
"Grazed," he said. "It is nothing."
"You must bathe it," she said. "I shall do it for you." He surprised her by grinning. His teeth looked very white in contrast to the rest of his face.
"You behaving like a normal woman," he said. "I never thought to live to see the day."
"Had you been standing 1 inch farther to your right," she said, "you certainly would not have. Is it sore?"
"Excruciatingly," he said. "What was going on, Joanna? There is a great deal about you I do not know, isn't there?"
She opened her mouth to answer, but a group of horsemen passing along the track reined in suddenly, distracting her attention, and she found herself looking up into a stern and frowning face.
"Joanna,"
Viscount Wellington said,
"whatever are you doing here?"
His stare shifted to Captain Blake, who had swung around to salute him.
"Captain, did you not have orders to escort the Marchesa das Minas with all haste to Lisbon?"
"No, he did not, Arthur," Joanna said quickly. "I passed your orders on to him, you see, but I somewhat twisted them in the telling." Lord Wellington's lips twitched.
"I can imagine," he said. "Well, it seems I have the two of you to thank for a job well done. Marshal Massena has certainly been tricked into coming this way. I am sorry I could not take you more fully into my confidence before you left for Salamanca, Captain Blake, but I thought your behaviour would be more convincing if you really did believe that the Marchesa was betraying you and us."
"It worked wonderfully well," Joanna said, glancing hastily at the stony face of the captain. "Didn't it, Robert?"
"Yes, sir," he said. "It worked well."
The Viscount nodded curtly.
"This victory today is little more than a booster of morale," he said. Might I beg you to leave without further delay, Joanna, and make for the safety of Lisbon?"
She smiled brightly at him.
"Yes, Arthur," she said. "I shall withdraw with everyone else."
"With everyone else, not ahead of them," he said with a sigh. "Well, I shall not waste any more breath on someone who is not directly under my orders. But take care of yourself. You had no more success than usual with your other mission."
"Oh, yes," she said. "Full success, Arthur. I hope you will not need me to make any future visits to my aunts in Spain. I have no plans to go there again."
He looked at her keenly and nodded once.
"I am pleased for you,"
he said, and he saluted her, nodded to Captain Blake, and continued on his way to the convent, his aides in close attendance.
"Have you seen Private Higgins?"
Joanna asked, turning back to the captain.
"I lost him, I am afraid."
"I plan to take him apart limb from limb, once he has recovered from his bullet wound," he said. "He will wish the bullet had lodged in his heart, rather than his leg, before I have finished with him."
He was deadly serious, the steely soldier from the crown of his head to the soles of his feet. She smiled at him and linked her arm through his.
"But, Robert," she said, "you know how difficult it is for any man to obey orders when I'm involved. I am a match for any man, am I not? It would be unfair to chastise an inexperienced boy for allowing me to get away. He is a very sweet boy, and was very concerned for my safety."
"He had a strange way of showing it," he said curtly, "and I have no room in my company for sweet boys."
"And yet," she said,
smiling up into his face,
"you were one yourself no more than 11 years ago, Robert. It took time and experience to mature and toughen you. And what about your orders to take me to Lisbon yesterday? They have not been obeyed. We are still here."
"For the simple reason that I did not receive those orders," he said.
"And why not?" she asked. "Because of me, that is why. But they were orders nevertheless, Robert, and from no less a personage than the Commander-in-Chief. If I had not spoken up just now, Arthur would have been very vexed with you. Perhaps he would even have torn you limb from limb, and made you wish that you had been standing 1 inch to your right earlier this morning."
He looked down at her, his granite look broken only by exasperation.
"All right, Joanna," he said. "You have made your point. I shall go and kiss the boy and tuck him up in his bed while he rests his leg."
"Don't kiss him," she said. "He may be embarrassed."
She laughed gaily. But he was not to be teased out of his vexation.
"And what sort of a fool have you been making of me?" he asked. "You have been, haven't you? And enjoying every minute of it."
"Not quite every minute," she said. "There have been times when I have been remorseful, Robert. But yes, on the whole it has been fun. Are you going to forgive me?"
He drew his arm away from hers without smiling.
"You are a dangerous woman, Joanna," he said. "You will get any man under your power somehow, won't you? If not by fair means, then by foul. Well, you have made me your fool, just as you have every other man on whom you have ever set your sights. But I have provided you with amusement for longer than most, I believe. No more, though. Enough is enough. It is time for you to find someone else on whom to practice your wiles. I don't suppose you have ever failed, have you? Well, perhaps one day you will. Excuse me. I have important matters to attend to."
And he strode off away from her, leaving her standing staring after him and feeling less confident than she could ever remember feeling. If only Arthur had not come along at that precise moment. Robert had known already, but she had not had a chance to explain fully to him. She had been about to do so, but she had been too late. And so he had learned the truth from Viscount Wellington, and felt humiliated and betrayed. Drat Arthur! "I don't suppose you have ever failed, have you?" he had just said to her. Well, she just had, and she felt a chill somewhere in the region of her heart, and a feeling that must be very close to panic. He had been very serious, perhaps too serious. Perhaps he would never forgive her. And even if he did, there was very little left for them. Only the retreat behind the lines of Torres Vedras and the inevitable parting of the ways. A week, perhaps 2. Joanna shrugged and looked about her at all the moaning wounded being carried up over the hill and in need of tending. She would help tend them, even though she had never done such a thing before. Later, she would think about Robert and how she might smile her way back into his good graces again. Later, she would think about the future. But not now. Now there was plenty to keep her busy. But she would think about those things later, and do something about them too. For never in her life had she been able to resist a challenge, and she was not about to start now. He lay on his back in his tent, one arm thrown across his forehead, staring up into the darkness. He was exhausted. The battle seemed days ago, not just earlier that same day. There had been so much to do since. Writing up reports, gathering his men together and making sure they were prepared for further action, in the unlikely event that the French should attack again. Writing to the relatives of those who had been killed. Visiting the sick of his company again. Visiting Private Higgins and arriving just at the moment when a surgeon's assistant was digging the bullet out of his leg. Standing watching, as Joanna cupped the boy's face in her hands and smiled at him and talked soothingly to him as sweat broke out all over his face and he gritted his teeth and refused to shame himself by screaming. She had moved off after the ordeal was over, and the boy had fainted, without looking his way at all. She had moved off to another, even younger boy, not of his regiment, who was screaming for his mother. She had been incredibly dirty and untidy, incredibly beautiful. He had waited by the boy's side until consciousness came back, and talked quietly to him, until he saw hope and pride come back into the pain-filled eyes, and then he had squeezed his shoulder and moved on. Perhaps, after all, the boy would make a good soldier. He had thought of a lieutenant, long dead, who had talked quietly to him when he was blubbering with terror after coming under fire for the first time, and had made him feel that perhaps his behaviour was not quite shameful after all. He had caught sight of Joanna several times during the day, but he had not approached her, nor she him. He felt bruised and hurt. She had been laughing at him the whole time, playing with him, while he had been falling in love with her and fighting his feelings because she was the enemy. She had been enjoying herself immensely. She had even admitted it. He was as much a fool as any of those men in that ballroom in Lisbon whom he had so despised. More of a fool, because he had allowed her to make him so much more her toy than she had any of those men. He closed his eyes, but he knew he would not sleep. Where had she gone, he wondered? To the convent? To some other man's tent? But he did not care. He would not think of her any longer. His mission was at an end, and everything else along with it. Against his closed eyes he saw her, standing straight and reckless in the midst of battle, aiming his rifle at Colonel Leroux and shooting him almost through the heart, though she had probably never used a rifle before. She never had told him what that had been all about, but he did not care. He saw her, quietly watching him that morning as he prepared to leave to join his men, and telling him that she loved him. He felt sick, but he did not care. She was not worth caring about. She was not worth a sleepless night, not when the coming day promised to be almost as busy as the one just past. There was a rustling suddenly at the opening of his tent, but he did not open his eyes. He only stiffened slightly. He did not move as she settled beside him, her arm brushing against his in the close confines of the tent. "I had nowhere else to go," she whispered to him.
"The convent," he said harshly. "The arms of any other man in this damned army."
"All right," she said. "Perhaps I did not quite tell the truth. I meant that there was nowhere else I wished to go. Not that I wished to come here either. You are as cross as a bear."
"Joanna," he said, "go away, or at least be quiet. I have no desire to be teased into a more congenial mood, or to listen to any of your lies or wiles."
"Would it help," she asked, and he could feel her turning onto her side to face him, "if I promised never ever to lie to you again?"
"Not at all," he said. "You would not be able to keep the promise for 5 minutes."
She was quiet for a while, as he lay beside her, rigid with tension. "Did you think I was lying this morning?" she asked. He drew in a slow breath, and he cursed himself for not having the courage or the good sense to order her from his tent. "I was not," she said. "I was never more serious in my life."
"Don't, Joanna," he said. "It will simply not work this time."
She touched his arm, but removed her hand immediately. "You are not relaxed," she said. "I would be mortally afraid if you were. As it is, I am only afraid. Robert, is there nothing I can say?"
"Nothing," he said.
She sighed, and he felt her forehead against his shoulder. It was impossible to move away from her in the tent, but she seemed to have nothing more to say. There was a long silence, a silence during which he listened to the rustlings of the camp about them. "He killed Miguel and Maria," she said quietly into the silence. Her voice was toneless. "Duarte's brother and sister. My half-brother and sister. Or at least he ordered their killing. With a jerk of a thumb." He could feel the rigidity of his own body. He could scarcely draw breath. "He raped Maria first," she said, "on the floor, while some of his men looked on. And then they took their turns. And then the jerk of the thumb."
Breathing had become a conscious effort. "How do you know?" he asked her at last.
"I watched," she said, "from the attic. His face will be forever burned on my memory. I searched for that face for 3 years. Thank God I could go among the French because I am French. But he had returned to Paris, and only recently came back again. Duarte wanted me to tell him when I saw that face again. He wanted to be the one to kill him. But it was something I had to do myself. I always knew I had to do it myself, or carry the nightmares with me to the grave."
He opened his mouth to suck in air.
"I had to make him follow me here," she said. "I thought it would be easy. I thought he would catch up to us early, and I thought I would have my musket and my knife. But when he did come, I had no weapon, and you tied my hands. But he did come eventually, and justice has been done. A measure of justice. There were those other men too, but I do not care about them. Only him, for he was their leader, and honour-bound to uphold decency. I'm not sorry I killed him, Robert, even though I know that the horror of having killed someone will live with me for a long time. I am not sorry. He deserved to die, and at my hands."
"Yes," he said. "He deserved to die."
He heard her at his side, trying to bring her own breathing under control. "You believe me?" she asked.
"Yes,"
he said, his voice dull.
"I believe you."
"You will forgive me, then?" Her voice was still toneless.
"No."
He tried to fight her story from his mind.
"I might have helped you, Joanna, but you were having too much fun making a fool of me. Men are only idiots to you, not people. I don't believe you could resist trying to enslave a man if you tried. I have no interest in being any woman's slave."
Her forehead pressed harder against his shoulder. "It was partly your fault," she said. "I told you the truth, but you would not believe me. It has never been in my nature to beg and plead. If you would not believe me, then you would not. But I could not resist keeping you always guessing. I was teasing you, Robert, not trying to enslave you."
"Well," he said, "I cannot see much difference, I'm afraid, Joanna. I'm sorry about your family, and I'm glad that you have avenged them at last, though how you did not lose your life in the attempt I will never know. Don't you know that it is sheer suicide to stand up in the skirmish line?"
"No," she said. "I know nothing about skirmish lines, except that you fight in one, and this morning I thought I would die until I came over that hill and saw that you were still alive. But I will not keep you awake. If you will not forgive me, then so be it. I will not beg or grovel. Don't ask it of me, Robert. It is not in my nature to do so."
She turned her back on him and wriggled into a comfortable position, leaving him still rigid with tension, and now furiously angry as well. "Oh, no, you don't," he said, pushing one arm beneath her and rolling her to face him again. "You are not going to put me in the wrong like this, Joanna, and then think you can turn away from me and sleep the night away in my tent. Why did you do it? Tell me that. To show your contempt for me and for all men?" He heard her swallow in the darkness.
"No," she said. "I think it was to set a barrier between us, Robert. If you thought me your enemy, or if you were not quite sure, then there would be a barrier there."
"Some barrier," he said. "We have had each other almost every night, and several days too, since leaving Salamanca. Heaven help me if you had wanted no barriers."
"There has always been a barrier," she said, "with everyone. I have never wanted it otherwise. I have never wanted anyone close, except you. And when we became close physically, it was wonderful, and I was happy and terrified. I was afraid of what would happen if there were no barriers between us at all. I was afraid of losing myself, of never being in control of my life again. So I think that was what I was doing, keeping you at arm's length, so to speak."
"And all the others?" he said harshly. He wished he had not given in to anger and turned her to face him again. He wished he had not invited these words, which were weaving their lying web about him.
"The others," she said. "You have always seen me as promiscuous, have you not, Robert? I sleep with every man I smile at. I was with Louise 6 times. I counted, and I hated every encounter a little worse than the one before it. And I have been with you I don't know how many times. I have not counted, and it has been wonderful. Every encounter a little more wonderful than the one before, if that is possible. That is the extent of my experience, Robert. And now I wish I had not begun this speech. For of course you will not believe me. You will scorn me, and throw all my other imaginary lovers in my face. Go to sleep. You must be tired."
Her hair smelled dusty. Her skin smelled clean. She must have found somewhere to wash herself, as he had. He breathed in the warm scent of her.
"Joanna," he said, willing himself not to believe, wanting more than anything else to believe her. "Why? If your experience was so limited, why me? Why did you give in to me so easily? You made love to me that first time, I seem to remember."
"Oh," she said, "you will make me say it again, will you? And totally humiliate myself? I am not used to humiliation. Very well, then. I suppose I owe it to you. It was because I loved you, Robert. Maybe I fell in love with you when I first saw you in Lisbon, looking shabby and morose in the midst of a glittering ball, and looking hostile and determined to resist my charms and my invitation. Or maybe at that time I was only intrigued. Perhaps I fell in love with you at Obidos, when you frightened me by taking away my control, and I bit your tongue. Did I hurt you badly? I'll wager I did. Or perhaps then I was only fascinated by a man who did not dance to my tune as other men did. Perhaps, I don't know. Whenever it was, I fell in love with you, and I wanted you, and decided to have you when the opportunity presented itself. But I wanted a barrier between us nevertheless. Love terrifies me."
He said nothing for a few moments.
God damn you to hell, Joanna," he said at last.
"For loving you?" She laughed rather sadly. "I never expected to love. Not once I was past the age of 15 and knew that the world was not made up of knights in shining armour and damsels waiting to be carried off into the happily ever after on their chargers. It is ironic that I have done it with the one man who would rather see me in hell than in his tent. Or perhaps it is not ironic at all. I suppose I would never have fallen in love with you if you had not glowered at me in Lisbon. It was something quite new to my experience, to be glowered at."
"I did not glower," he said. "I was just damned uncomfortable."
"Were you?" she said. "You did not show it. You looked as if you held everyone, and me in particular, in the utmost contempt."
"You were beautiful and charming and expensive," he said, "and I wanted you, and hated myself for wanting someone so far beyond my grasp. If I felt contempt, it was against myself, as it has been ever since. I have always despised myself for loving you."
"Robert."
Her breath was warm against his neck, and her arm twined itself about it, and her body came full against his.
"Say that another way. Oh, please. And if you think I am begging and grovelling, then you are right. I am. Say it another way."
He licked dry lips and closed his eyes tightly and folded her in his arms as if he intended to break every bone in her body. "I love you," he said. "There. Are you satisfied now?"
"Yes."
The single word against his neck. He had not made love to her the night before. It was difficult to make love in a tent. It was small, easily toppled. Besides, there were people all about them, some also in tents, many more on the open ground. It felt almost like making love in public. He lifted her dress carefully to her waist, eased himself free of his trousers, lifted himself on top of her, and put himself inside her. And she lay uncharacteristically still and quiet beneath him, while he moved in her with slow care.
"I love you,"
she murmured against his ear, while he wondered if anyone could hear them coupling. And God help him, he thought, burying his face against her hair, and feeling release coming despite the caution with which he moved in her. But he believed her. He had to believe her. It was there in her body as well as in her voice. She held him silently cradled in her arms and in her body, giving. He knew she was nowhere near climax herself, and would not reach it. But she was giving nevertheless, and telling him with words what she gave with her body. Joanna was giving, not taking, but giving. Giving herself, and he was not imagining it. He would swear to God that he was not imagining it. "I love you," he told her against her mouth, as he spilled himself into her. But he said worlds more than just the 3 words, and he knew, as he relaxed down on her, and her arms came about him, and she kissed his cheek, that she heard him, that she heard all the other words that could never be spoken. There were no barriers. None at all. Chapter 28. It was not morning. All was relatively quiet and still beyond the tent, and yet they must have slept for several hours. The night felt far advanced, but as often happened, they both woke together. She could tell that he was awake, that like her he had just awoken. She stretched against him, rather like a cat.
"I told you it gets more wonderful each time," she said. "Tonight was no exception."
"And I told you you could not stop lying if you tried," he said. "Do you think I was so intent on my own pleasure that I did not know it was no good for you?"
"Because the universe did not shatter into a million pieces about me," she said. "How little you know about women, Robert, or about me anyway. Sometimes it is wonderful beyond words just to feel what you do to my body, just simply to relax and enjoy. And this last time it was especially good, Because you told me that you love me, and your body proved that the words were true. Say them again."
She reached up a hand to touch his mouth, and sighed with contentment. "They were a dream, Joanna," he said. "An unrealistic dream, just as they were that other time when we were children." She hated him suddenly.
"But dreams can sometimes be more true than reality," she said. "Let's dream for a little while longer. I love you, and that will be true even when reality takes over from dreams again and tears us apart. It will, won't it?"
"Yes," he said. "But before it does, I do love you." She snuggled against him and closed her eyes, but it was impossible to recapture her mood of lazy contentment.
"I am going to stay with you as long as I can,"
she said, but there was a feeling of desperation in her already.
"Will you be going all the way to Lisbon?"
"Probably not," he said. "I don't know what is planned, but I would imagine that these lines of defence, though formidable, will not keep back the French without a little human help. I am sure I will be manning those defences with my men."
"Oh,"
she said, but her mission was at an end. All of it, what she had done for Arthur, and what she had done for herself. That latter had occupied her mind for 3 years, and now it was over, and in its place was a void, a certain feeling of anticlimax and dissatisfaction. He had something still to do. She had nothing. His hand was stroking lightly through her hair. He kissed the top of her head. "And you," he said, "what will you be doing?"
"Oh, I will go to Lisbon," she said, "and dazzle all and sundry again. I shall return to my pure white. Don't you think that is a masterly touch, Robert? It becomes tedious sometimes, but I know it intrigues my admirers."
"So you will stay in Lisbon," he said. "That will be wise."
"Oh, wise, yes, and dull, dull, dull." "I may not stay there," she said. "I think I will go to England. It has always been my dream to go there, to become English. You cannot know how tiresome it is, Robert, not quite to belong anywhere."
But she had a sudden memory of a boy who had lived at his father's house, but had not been invited to join or even to meet his father's guests.
"Oh, yes, perhaps you can too. I want to be English. I want to live in England and marry an English gentleman. I want to have English children."
"Do you?" he said, kissing the top of her head again.
"Lord Wyman, Colonel Lord Wyman, has asked me more than once to marry him," she said. "He is sure to ask again when I return to Lisbon. I think I may accept his offer. I think I may."
"You love him?" he asked.
"Fool," she said scornfully. "I love you, Robert. How can I love 2 men? He is rich and handsome and amiable and charming, and a whole lot of other good things. He can offer me what I have always wanted."
He said nothing, but merely turned his head to rest his cheek against the top of her head.
"I could not follow the drum," she said. "There are too many uncertainties, too much moving from place to place, too many discomforts, too much danger and worry. I could not do it, Robert."
"No," he said, and very quietly, "I am not asking you to." His words stung. She had not realized how much she was hoping that he would do just that, until he spoke. She was dreaming of impossibilities, as she had not done since she was a girl.
"I am very, very wealthy,"
she said suddenly, though she knew how useless it was to try to fight against reality.
"You would not believe how wealthy I am, Robert. I could buy property in England. We could live there together."
"Joanna," he said. "No. I have made a career for myself in the army, and this is where I stay for as long as I am needed. This is my life. This is what I like doing." She hated him for being so inflexibly the realist, for refusing to enter her world of make-believe for even a few moments.
"It is more important to you than I am,"
she said, but her hand shot up to cover his mouth again before he could reply.
What a stupid, stupid thing to say. Forget I said it. Of course this is where you belong. I would like you less if you could give in to the lure of wealth and comfort and love. So of course we must part when we reach Torish Vedrash. That is a fact of life. How long will it take? 1 week? 2? We will make them the most wonderful weeks of our lives, shall we, Robert?
Yes, he said.
Retreating with an army, she said, and sleeping and making love in a tent each night. It would not sound much like heaven to anyone who was not you or I, would it?
We will make it heaven, he said. Why do you wear perfumes normally? You smell wonderful as you are.
She chuckled. I believe there would be a significant empty space about me if I appeared in a Lisbon ballroom smelling like this, she said, and I would hate that. Can we make love again, Robert? Would we wake everyone?
If we have only 2 weeks left, or perhaps not so long, he said, I think we had better perfect the art of making love without arousing the whole camp. Come on top of me.
I promise not to scream, she said, bringing herself carefully astride him and hugging his hips with her knees and setting her hands on his shoulders as he mounted her, and she felt the beginnings of pleasure even without full arousal. And she began to memorize him. The feel of warm and slender hips against her inner thighs, the feel of strong hands spread on her hips, holding her steady for his upward thrusts, the feel of him in her, long and hard, encased in her own wetness and softness, the feel of his muscled shoulders beneath her hands. She brought the upper part of her body down on him, feeling his shirt and chest muscles beneath her breasts, and she sought out his mouth, opening her own and fitting it to his, feeling the familiar inward push of his tongue. She began to memorize him, and knew that she was thereby destroying some of the pleasure. For loving was not something that could be calculated and hoarded. It was in the here and now, to be enjoyed here and now. It could not be stored up for future pleasure or for future pain. She wanted to die, she thought suddenly, and the absurdity of the wish struck her. She wanted to die while she was still with him. She wanted to die now, while his arms were about her, and he was murmuring sweet nonsense into her mouth, and while their bodies were still joined, and they were about to relax, sated into each other. "Robert," she whispered, "I wish I could die. Now. I wish I could die now."
"We still have more than a week," he said. "Perhaps 2. An eternity, Joanna. Now is all we ever have, and perhaps the next week or 2. One learns that fast as a soldier. A day, a week, is a whole precious lifetime."
"But I am not a soldier," she said. She rested her forehead against his shoulder and closed her eyes. "That feels wonderful. Oh, yes, Robert. Oh, yes." He lifted her head and covered her mouth with his own so that she would not cry out. But she would not have done so. It was not ecstasy she was feeling as he pulled her down hard onto him and held her while she felt the hot gush of his release. It was just the quiet force of love and union, far more powerful than even the wildest physical passion. She turned her head against his shoulder and knew that they would both sleep again for the short remainder of the night. But she was memorizing him again, and there was sadness mingled in with the drowsy relaxation and feeling of physical well-being. "Robert," she said, "I will always love you. When you are 82 years old, know that there is an 80-year-old woman somewhere who loves you. Isn't that a delightful thought to keep you going for the next 50 years or so?"
"You will probably still have a court of admirers," he said, "and will not be interested in knowing that there is also an 82-year-old man who loves you."
She sighed. "I could sleep for a week," she said. "I am so tired."
"Sleep, then," he said, "but not for a whole week, please, Joanna."
She found herself wondering, as they both drifted off to sleep again,
Why it was that time could not just be stopped. If one was enjoying a particular moment, why could one not make it last forever? Life was a stupid business, she thought. She could have done so much better if she had been God. Marshal Massena learned his lesson quickly. He had underestimated the size and strength of the Allied forces and had attacked them in a position that gave them all the advantages. He would not attack again. Instead, he looked for another way past to the heart of Portugal, and he found it in the mountains of the Sierra de Caramula to the north, where a rough track led to the coastal plain a few miles north of Coimbra. Lord Wellington knew of the track and had sent orders for the Portuguese militia to defend it, but they were not quite equal to the task of holding back a whole army on the move. The French moved inexorably into Portugal, and so the Allied forces began the inevitable retreat to the grumblings and complainings of those who had thought their victory more decisive than it had been. The army felt defeat and despair as they marched south across the ridge of Busaco and down onto the main road to Coimbra. They felt betrayed by a commander who was snatching defeat out of the jaws of victory. The retreat began on the evening of September the 28th, the day following the battle. Most of the army moved out, leaving behind them a rear guard and many blazing fires, so that the French who remained would not know that they had gone. They marched westward to Coimbra, and south at last on the road to Lisbon. Miraculously, the autumn rains held off. Or perhaps it was not a good miracle either, for while the rains would undoubtedly have slowed them and made of their march a dreary business, it would have been worse for the French, who were following a rougher and more difficult route. The riflemen formed part of the rear guard, sniping at the few French who followed at their heels, waiting always for the main body of the army to catch up to them. But the forced marches did not allow for such a disaster. The inhabitants of Coimbra, who had largely ignored the orders to follow Wellington's scorched earth policy, realized too late the danger in which they were being placed, and were soon fleeing along the road to the south ahead of the army, loaded down with those possessions they could salvage, while their remaining possessions had to be left behind to be looted, possibly to burn. It was essential that the French continue to feel the full effect of their penetration into a virtual desert. The Light Division were among the last to leave the old university town, much of which was burning, and it was there that Joanna met her half-brother again. He had come there deliberately, he said, to find her, to see that she was safe. Carlotta was with the baby up in the hills, he explained, much against her inclination.
But she saw the wisdom of not bringing the baby here, he said with a grin. And where Miguel is, there Carlotta has to be, too, for at least the next few months, whether she likes it or not.
He hugged Joanna and shook Captain Blake's hand before slapping him on the back.
I heard about the fight, he said. Lucky devils! What I would not have given to be there. You had to stay close, Joanna. You could not be persuaded to go back to safety. Go back to safety, Captain Blake said scornfully. Joanna? She actually came into the thick of the fighting. The shells and bullets could not kill me, but the sight of her waving my rifle almost did.
He set an arm about her shoulders. Duarte smote his forehead with the heel of his hand.
My sister and my woman both, he said. Two of a kind.
Duarte, she said, I had to go into that battle. I had to kill him.
Him?
He looked at her, at first blankly, and then with gradually widening eyes.
I recognized him in Salamanca, she said. It was Colonel Marcel Leroux, the one who said he would kill you, the one I begged to come after me. I had to kill him, Duarte, and I did, with Robert's rifle. I have never fired a rifle before, but I knew I would not miss. I could not miss. He was mine.
Joanna, he whispered, and all the carefree vitality had gone from his face.
Oh, my God! I might have lost you, too. Why did you not tell me, madwoman? It was my job to do, not yours.
And he pulled her from Captain Blake's arm and hugged her to him.
He is dead, she said, and they can rest in peace. They can finally be at peace. I killed him, Duarte.
Captain Blake turned away tactfully and watched a sergeant nod to him to confirm that all buildings in that particular street had been checked and found empty of food and other supplies. Brother and sister wept in each other's arms behind his back.
"So, you are on your way to Lisbon?"
Duarte asked Joanna when they finally drew apart.
"Yes."
She smiled at him.
"I hope you will be safe there," he said. "I hope Viscount Wellington plans to make another stand somewhere between here and there. And you, Captain?" "Not as far as Lisbon," Captain Blake said. "I will be a part of that stand you talk about." "Ah."
Duarte looked from the captain to his half-sister.
"Joanna has finally convinced you of the truth about herself, I gather. But fate and circumstances are about to take you in different directions. Well, that is the way of the world, or of this particular world in which we are living. I had better be taking myself off. I just wanted to see that Joanna was safe."
He hugged her again and shook Captain Blake by the hand, looked once more from one to the other and shrugged.
"I shall see you," he said. "Both of you. Together, perhaps. Perhaps separately. I will not be happy until this bloody war is at an end, and the French back in the country where they belong, and our lives back to normal. I don't like what war is doing to our lives. But enough of that."
He grinned.
"On your way, or you will be having a grand French escort."
They continued on their way south with the Light Division. The rains held off until October the 7th, the last full day of the march for the bulk of the army, and then they came down with full fury, lashing the long line of refugees and the longer line of weary, ragged soldiers into misery as they dragged themselves through mud that was knee-deep in places. And the French drew ever nearer, their cavalry sometimes within sight of the Light Division as they rode up into the hills to left and right of the road. The men trudged on, expecting ignominious defeat, and then the Allied army reached Torres Vedras, and the lines were there in the mountains to greet them, one of the closest-kept secrets in military history, and one that was not even then immediately obvious to the eye. Every pass through the mountain had been barred, every road made impassable to an enemy. Guns, hidden behind earthworks, or set up in old towers and castles and redoubts, pointed down from every height. Trenches had been dug, streams dammed to form bogs, houses and forests levelled to allow no hiding place for an approaching foe, hillsides smoothed out into glacis or blasted into precipices. The story went on. The defences stretched from the sea in the west to the river Tagus in the east, 3 solid concentric lines of them, and the British Navy was on guard both at sea and on the river. It was only as the regiments were met on the road and directed to their new posts that they began to realise what had been awaiting them, and what would be awaiting the enemy hot on their heels. It was only then that elation began to replace the deepest depression, and it was only as the French came up, drenched and miserable from the rains, hungry from the lack of food, far from their own supply lines, cut off from retreat by the fierce ordinanza in the mountains, totally barred from a forward advance, that Massena realised finally how he had been tricked, how his advisers had made the wrong guess and given him the wrong advice. It was only then that some men realised whose side in the conflict the Marchesa das Minas was really on. All Massena could do was settle his men in for a long siege and hope that something before them would give way. The Light Division arrived in Torres Vedras, drenched, muddy and miserable, and not yet in a place where they could rest. They were to march south and east to a position at Aruda, not far from the river Tagus. They were to rest for only a few hours before resuming their march.
"Well,"
Joanna said, smiling at Captain Blake,
"it does not really matter, does it, Robert? I don't believe we can get any wetter or any muddier. What difference do a few more miles make?"
But he was in a deep depression. Although he had been the only one of his men to know about the lines, to know that they were marching into safety, he had been quite unable to feel the elation he should have been feeling. He was wet and dirty and tired. Not that those conditions meant anything.
He had long been accustomed to physical discomforts. No, his mood had nothing to do with conditions. It had everything to do with arriving at last at Torres Vedras, a destination that the soldier in him had been longing for and the man in him had been dreading. Torres Vedras. It represented the end of heaven, the end of everything that he had come to live for. He did not believe he would have the courage to say it until it was said. She was still smiling at him ruefully, but with her usual indomitable courage.
"You will not be going any farther, Joanna,"
he said quietly, taking her by the arm and leading her away from his company, after nodding to Lieutenant Reed to take over for him for a while. "What?" There was fear and understanding and denial in her glance. "I am coming with you to Aruda, Robert."
"No."
He deliberately did not look at her, but at the street ahead of them, along which he was guiding her.
"You have friends here. It is on the direct road to Lisbon. You must go, Joanna. This is where our ways must part."
"No!" She jerked her arm free of his and whirled to face him. "Not like this, Robert. I will come with you and spend a few more nights with you and see where it is you are going to be stationed for the winter. I want to be able to picture it in my mind. I will leave in my own time. Soon."
"The time is now,"
he said, taking her arm again and walking resolutely on with her. "No! Stop this!" She jerked at her arm again, but he kept his firm hold on it. She kicked at his shin so that he swore. "How can we say goodbye now, without any preparation, any privacy? Are you planning to say goodbye in the street?" She looked wildly about her, and he knew that she realized he was taking her to her friend's house.
"It will not be any easier at another time or in another place," he said. "It is better now, Joanna. A clean break. Go to your friends and forget about me. Go to Lisbon and marry your colonel."
"Imbecile! Barbarian! Bastard!" she hissed at him as he increased their pace along the street. She had to half run to keep up with him. "Robert, don't do this! Oh, please don't do this! I am not ready!" There was panic in her voice at last.
"Would you ever be?" he asked her. "If we had a night to spend together, knowing that the end would be tomorrow, would you be able to enjoy the night? Would you be ready to say goodbye tomorrow?"
"Not now," she said. "Not today. Oh, not today, Robert."
"Today and now," he said,
and he could hear the harshness of his voice, but could not soften it without giving in to his own panic. They had turned a corner, and he could see the whitewashed wall that surrounded her friend's house at the end of the street.
"It is better so, Joanna."
"Let me go." Her voice was cold suddenly, and she had stopped struggling. He released his hold on her arm and stopped walking when she stopped. "Very well, then," she said, and her face was expressionless and her voice toneless. Her hair was plastered to her face and her dress to her body, but she lifted her chin and looked suddenly regal. "If I mean so little to you, Robert, you must not even trouble yourself by walking all the way with me. I shall be quite safe, thank you. I will say goodbye." He had thought he had the length of the street left. He had thought that he would allow himself the indulgence of taking her once more into his arms at the door of her friend's house and of kissing her once more. This was too sudden, too cruel.
"Goodbye, Joanna,"
he said, and it was still the same harsh voice he heard. She turned from him and walked away along the street without hurry and without a backward glance. He watched her until she disappeared into the courtyard beyond the white wall. And then he continued to watch the empty street, some of the rain streaming down his face, hot and salty. It could not be over, he thought. Not so suddenly. Not without some definite and climactic ending. Not this way. It could not be over. But it was. Chapter 29. Joanna did not leave Torres Vedras for Lisbon, even when her friends, the owners of the house at which she stayed, did so for safety's sake. She stayed on in the house alone with the servants. Not that being alone spelled loneliness. She was not lonely. She was the Marchesa das Minas again. Matilda had had the presence of mind to leave a trunk full of her clothes and other possessions at the house, and she was attending entertainments galore. Her court of admirers was as large as it had ever been, and she sparkled among them as brightly as she ever had. And yet she was lonely for all that, for he had gone, and in all likelihood she would never see him again. Indeed, she hoped she would not, for there could be no future for them, and the pain of seeing him would be too great. And yet she pined for one glimpse of him, hoped against hope that he would be sent to Torres Vedras on some errand. She had not forgiven him for their abrupt parting. She could understand why he had done it, could even admit that perhaps it had been a good idea. But she could not forgive him. For a relationship like theirs, since it had had to come to an end, needed a definite end, painful as it would have been. It would have been agony. He had pointed it out himself, spending a last night with him, knowing that in the morning she was to leave, never to return. But it would have been a necessary agony. It was something she needed to remember. And yet it had never happened. The void was far more difficult to bear than the agony would have been. But Joanna would not mope, even for one moment. By the time she had reached her friend's house, dripping with rain and spattered with mud and indescribably tattered and shabby, she had already been cheerful and had greeted their shock with laughter. She did not stop smiling and laughing for days afterward, in public. The terrible depression that touched on despair was given rein only in the privacy of her own rooms. But even there she would not allow tears. There were to be no telltale signs, like puffy or reddened eyes, that others might notice. But oh, she missed him. God, she missed him. And then Lord Wellington decided to host a grand dinner and ball and supper at Mafra in honour of Lord Beresford, who was being created a Knight of the Bath. Several officers of Joanna's acquaintance from Torres Vedras were to attend, and several more were coming from Lisbon. It was altogether possible, she thought, that Colonel Lord Wyman would be one of them. It would be good to see him again. It would be good to touch reality again, and put dreams permanently behind her. And it was no unpleasant reality. She liked Duncan. Marriage to him, life with him, would be a good experience. Joanna accepted the invitation, and she smiled rather sadly at the thought of Robert, many miles away at Aruda. She thought of his aversion to glittering events such as the Mafra ball was likely to be, and she did not allow herself even a glimmering of hope. At least she did not do so with her mind. The heart cannot be ordered to do what the mind knows to be sensible. "You're not going?" Lieutenant Reed looked at his superior officer with incredulity. "Isn't it more in the way of an order than an invitation, sir?" "Not going?" Captain Rowlandson said. "You are the only damned officer in the whole regiment to be invited, Bob, except for the General himself, and you shrug casually and say you are not going." "I'll not be missed," Captain Blake said. "I don't think the beau is going to personally notice my absence and be upset by it. I have been invited only because I was able to do him a little favour." "That little favour being going to Salamanca and allowing yourself to be taken prisoner there, so that you could lure the French into this trap with false information," Captain Rowlandson said. "Don't think the details have remained a secret, Bob. You're a bloody hero, man, but afraid to show your nose in public." "Fear has nothing to do with it," Captain Blake said impatiently. "Go," Captain Rowlandson said. "Give your men a break, Bob. You have been barking at them and over-drilling them ever since we got behind these damned lines." "That's not true." Captain Blake's head snapped up, but his friend merely nodded to him. He looked at Lieutenant Reed. "Is it, Peter?" "The men don't mind," the lieutenant said, "because they know that you always look after them when there is danger. Besides, they all understand that you are missing the lady, if you don't mind my saying so, sir." "I damned well do mind." Captain Blake was on his feet, his chair toppled behind him, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. "I'm a damned soldier, Lieutenant, not a bloody womanizer. Bob," Captain Rowlandson said firmly, "go to the ball.
and come back and break our hearts with the details. Life is going to be dull if we are staying here for the winter. You would think at least Massena would try to make an attack, wouldn't you, for sheer pride's sake? But apart from that one rush on Sir, there has been nothing. Absolutely nothing. Go to the ball, man."
Captain Blake sighed.
"Sorry, Peter," he said. "I don't know what has got into me lately. This damned rain, I think. All right, then. I'll brush my coat and wash a shirt and polish my boots and cut my hair and dazzle the elite with my splendour. And I'll even dance, goddammit. Are you satisfied now, the two of you?"
His two friends exchanged grins.
"A happy devil when he is invited to a party, ain't he?" Captain Rowlandson said. "Can't contain his excitement."
Captain Blake swore, and his friends laughed outright. A ball and supper. It was all he needed. Such entertainments could send his spirits plummeting, even when they were not in his boots to start with. He thought about the last 2 balls he had attended, one at Lisbon and one at Viseu, and he tried to shudder his mind. No, he would not remember. And yet, how could he not do so? Joanna, glitteringly beautiful in pure white. Joanna, the same woman who had trudged through the hills with him and endured all of the hardships of the journey without complaint and with unfailing good humour and high spirits. Joanna, the woman who had been his lover. No, he would not remember. He wondered if she was still in Lisbon, or if Wyman had sent her off to England already. Were they betrothed? Had they even married hastily, perhaps before her departure? He would not think of it. He would go to the ball at Mafra. Maybe it would be the best thing for him. And he would dance too. Doubtless there would be some Portuguese beauties there. He would dance and perhaps flirt. And he would find some woman in Mafra to sleep with. Perhaps some of his devils would be banished if he could just get his life back to normal again, to the way he had lived it for the 11 years of his service in the army. He had told Joanna that he would love her all his life, and he believed that he had spoken the simple truth. But he was not going to pine for her. He was not going to ruin his life and make the life of the men under his command hell for an impossible love. She was in his past, however agonizing that realization was. But in the meanwhile he had a present to live through, and perhaps something of a future too. It was a wonderful, glittering occasion. Almost everyone who was anyone was at Lord Wellington's dinner and ball. All the officers wore their most splendid dress uniforms, making the Portuguese noblemen who were not in the army look quite drab in contrast. The ladies had all worn their brightest colours and their most sparkling jewels in order not to be outshone by the officers. Only Joanna wore pure white. She looked about her when she entered the ballroom after dinner to see what other guests had come, invited only for the ball and the supper. She was determinedly enjoying herself. It was difficult to believe that she was the same person as the one who had retreated through the hills of Portugal as Joanna Ribeiro. She was quite irrevocably the Marquesa das Minas again. "You will have to wait your turn, Jack," she said, tapping Major Hanbridge on the arm with her fan. "Duncan has claimed the first dance, and no, I will not promise the next. You know that I never promise dances in advance."
"And so, Joanna," the Major said with a sigh, "I must engage with a foot race when this set is done, and will doubtless be outstripped by some young lieutenant still wet behind the ears."
Joanna smiled dazzlingly at him, and she noticed that the very shy Captain Levens was gazing at her worshipfully, as if afraid to open his mouth in case she should laugh at whatever words should issue from it. "Colin," she said, smiling sweetly at him, "would you be so good as to have some lemonade waiting for me at the end of this set? It is so warm in the ballroom already." The young captain's eyes lit up as he made her a courtly bow.
"Come, Joanna,"
Colonel Lord Wyman said, extending his arm for her hand.
"The sets are forming."
She smiled at him. He had arrived in Mafra earlier that afternoon and had called upon her. He was going to offer for her again during the evening. She knew it as surely as she knew anything in her life, and she was going to accept him. Then her future would be assured, and her present would be full, and the past would be crowded out of her consciousness. She was going to go to England and be an English lady. It was what she had always wanted. "Arthur is not going to dance," she said. Their host had come into the ballroom with a large following of senior officers, both British and Portuguese, and some important Portuguese civilians. They were all standing in a large group at one end of the room, but showing no sign of joining the sets forming on the floor.
"Joanna," Lord Wyman said, "when I asked you this afternoon, you were very secretive about what you have been doing since I last saw you in Lisbon. But I have been hearing strange things since visiting you. Are any of them true?"
She shrugged and smiled at him. "How would I know if I do not know what you have been hearing?" she said. "But I dare say most of them are not. One hears strange things in these times."
"Were you ever in danger?" he asked with a frown. "Lord Wellington or someone in authority should have insisted on having you escorted back to Lisbon as soon as the French began to invade. I should have come myself to fetch you. I blame myself for not doing so."
"That is the trouble with men," she said. "They always think to protect women and shield them from all the fun that is to be had."
"War is not fun, Joanna," he said. "It is a life-and-death business. You should not even be as near to it as this."
She smiled at him. "But I have you to protect me, Duncan," she said. "I know that if a company of desperate Frenchmen were to break into this ballroom tonight, you would protect me with your own life. Is that not so?"
"Of course," he said. "But even so, it may not be enough, Joanna."
"Then I should steal one of their guns or swords or daggers and defend myself," she said.
"Joanna," he said, his eyes intense on hers, "you need protection. I cannot bear the thought of your being in any danger. I want you out of it, permanently. I want you in England, in my own home, with my mother and my sisters. I want to know that you are safe there. You know what I am saying, do you not?"
The music was beginning. "How can I?" she said, moving into the steps of the dance. "You must put into words what you mean, Duncan, or perhaps I will misunderstand." It was not the sort of dance for such a conversation, since the steps separated them frequently. But Joanna was not annoyed. Quite the contrary. The declaration would surely come, and in the meantime she could savour the certainty that all she had dreamed of was about to come about. And if seeing Duncan again had not brought quite the surge of joy that she had hoped for, and if the prospect of living in England at his home with his family brought no great uplifting of the spirits, then she would have patience with herself. Life could not always be as wildly exciting as it had been just a short while before. She must have patience. Lord Wellington was still with his cluster of dignitaries and officers at one side of the ballroom, she saw, looking about her as she danced, though they had turned to watch the dancing. And in doing so, they had revealed the figure of the man with whom they had apparently been talking. A tall, muscular officer, dressed in a carefully brushed, though plain and somewhat shabby green uniform coat, his face bronzed, his blonde hair close-cropped. He had had it cut again. The stiff and unsmiling figure of a man who looked uncomfortable, perhaps at the whole setting of the ball, perhaps only at the attention his presence had attracted. He was standing where he usually stood at public entertainments, in the most shadowed corner, but he had not escaped notice. Far from it. Joanna lost a step in the dance and looked about her, bewildered for the moment, and unsure even what dance she was performing. But she recovered herself instantly. His eyes had found her. She knew it, even though she was no longer looking at him. He had seen her, and she would not give him the satisfaction of seeing that his presence had discomposed her. Never. Captain Blake had just been thinking that he had never felt more uncomfortable in his life. All day he had been regretting his decision to come to Mafra to attend the ball, and when he had arrived he had acted from instinct and taken himself off to the part of the room where he was least likely to be noticed. He had scowled about him at all the other splendidly clad guests. hoping by such an expression to hide his discomfort. But it had been worse than he expected, 1,000 times worse. For no sooner had Lord Wellington entered the ballroom than he, along with his large following of the elite, sought him out to meet the hero of Salamanca. Robert had bowed and answered questions, and bowed and answered questions, and felt his stomach tie itself into knots. He had longed for a battlefield, and a sword in his hand, and a rifle over his shoulder, and the whole French army before him. He would have felt a great deal more comfortable. Finally, blessedly, the music began, and his interrogators turned away to watch the dancing. He hoped that soon they would also wander away, and he would be free to melt into oblivion for what remained of the evening. He had changed his mind about dancing. Besides, there were far more men than ladies present. There would be no one to dance with. And then his eyes were drawn, as by a magnet, to one particular spot on the dance floor, to one splash of white amidst the myriad colours. And there she was. It was like a flash back in time. She looked as beautiful and as expensive and as remote as she had looked that first time in Lisbon. She was the Marchesa das Minas again, not Joanna at all. And he found himself hating her again, even as his stomach somersaulted with the shock of seeing her when he had imagined that she was in England already. He hated her because she was the Marchesa, and he was merely Captain Robert Blake, a soldier who had raised himself through the ranks to become an officer, though he would never be able to make himself into a gentleman. For as long as he lived, he would be a bastard, the son of a marquis, but not of a marchioness. He hated her because he wanted her, as he had wanted her in Lisbon, and because she was as unattainable as she had been there. And he hated her for having returned from Lisbon instead of staying where he could never see her again. He hated her because she smiled and looked happy, and because her partner was Colonel Lord Wyman, and because she had seen him, but her eyes had been sweeping away again, even as his own caught them. He clasped his hands tightly at his back and clenched his teeth, and knew that he did not have the willpower merely to turn and leave the ballroom and the building. He knew that he would stay and watch her and torture himself. And he knew that his misery had passed into a new phase, that now he was gazing into the terror of despair, for she could not look so beautiful, so exquisite, and so happy, and love him. The idea was absurd. He had fallen prey to her charms after all, and had forgotten that Joanna lived to conquer male hearts. He had believed that she loved him, right up until a few moments before. But it could not be. How could she love him? Despair became a tightening and a pain in his chest. Duncan had asked her. He had taken her to stroll in the long hallway beyond the ballroom, and he had made her a formal offer. "It is what I have always longed for," she told him. "Marriage to an English gentleman, and a home in England. England is where I grew up, you know." He squeezed her hand as it lay on his arm.
"The answer is yes, then," he said. "You are going to make me the happiest of men, Joanna."
She looked up into his face and frowned. "Am I?" she said. "I would make myself happy if I married you, Duncan. At least I think I would. But would I make you happy? It is important in marriage, is it not, that we each make the other happy?"
"Joanna," he said, "just your consent will make me ecstatic."
"Oh, no, Duncan," she said. "There is a great deal more to marriage than that. Years and years of being together, with all the glamour and novelty gone. I don't know that I can make you happy." She drew a deep breath and said what she had not planned or expected to say. "There has been someone else, you know."
"Your husband," he said, patting her hand. "I understand, Joanna."
"Louise?" She frowned. "I hated Louise." "No, someone else, Duncan. Someone more recent." He stiffened only a little.
"You have many admirers, Joanna," he said. I can understand that sometimes flirtation leads to something a little more serious. But I shall not worry about it. You have a good heart."
"You mean you would not worry about it when we were married?" she asked. "You should, Duncan. I should certainly not tolerate even a little flirtation in you toward another lady." She licked her lips. "I loved him."
"Did you?"
She could tell that for some reason he did not want to discuss the matter. "No," she said. "I used the wrong tense, Duncan. I love him, but I cannot marry him. I thought to marry you and live in the sort of contentment I have always wanted. But I find that I cannot marry you unless you know."
"You will marry me, then?" he asked, "now that you have told me. The past will be the past, Joanna. I am not interested in it."
She sighed. "I wish I were not," she said. "How long are you going to be here, Duncan?"
"A few days at the least," he said. "And when I return to Lisbon, I hope you will do me the honour of allowing me to escort you there."
"Ah," she said. "Give me those few days then, Duncan. I shall give you my answer before we leave."
"I have waited so long," he said with a smile. "A few days longer will not kill me, I suppose."
"The answer may not be yes," she surprised herself by saying.
"But it may be," he said. "I shall live on hope."
She did not know why she had delayed, why she felt suddenly so reluctant to accept him. But of course she knew. How foolish to pretend that she did not. There was a dream she could not let go of. "Let us walk about the ballroom," she said. "There are uniforms I have not yet admired, and gowns I have not yet had a chance to envy. Take me on a promenade, Duncan." She smiled gaily at him and chattered brightly as he complied with her wish. They would be 3/4 the way around the room before they passed him, she thought. He still stood in the same place, though not in obscurity. Several people had gone there to talk with him. She deliberately made their promenade a slow one. She stopped to talk with everyone she knew, even remotely, and to flirt a little with every officer who tried to attract her attention. She would give him every opportunity to move out of her way if he wished. Part of her hoped that he would leave before she had a chance to talk with him. Part of her felt panic at the very thought, but she would leave it to him. She would not maneuver him into anything that he really did not wish for. "Ah, Robert," she said, when they drew level with him. His very blue eyes looked directly back at her. He was not smiling, but then she knew him well enough not to expect that he would. "You are not dancing?" It was a foolish question, since the dancing was between sets. "No," he said, after a slight pause. "Do you remember Duncan?" she asked. "But yes, of course. He travelled with us out of Lisbon. Robert has become even more of a hero than he was, Duncan. Have you heard?"
"Rumours, yes," the colonel said, "about a daring visit to Salamanca, and an even more daring escape. Congratulations, Captain." "Thank you, sir," Captain Blake said.
"Ah,"
Joanna said, turning and tapping her foot.
"A waltz. Come, Robert, you may have the pleasure of dancing it with me." She laughed lightly. "You were about to ask, were you not? I want you to tell me about all those daring deeds." She thought he was going to refuse, and wondered if she would laugh, blush with mortification, or beat him about the head. Fortunately, perhaps, he did not put her to the test.
"It would be my pleasure, ma'am,"
he said, bowing awkwardly and taking the hand she stretched out to him. Ah, a dearly familiar hand, she thought, and wished that he had not come, or that she had not come. She should have gone to Lisbon and stayed there. She felt an ache in the back of her throat as she smiled first at Duncan and then at him. "You do dance, I remember," she said, as he led her onto the dance floor. "Your mother taught you." "Yes," he said, and one strong hand came about her to rest behind her waist, and the other hand was held out for hers. She placed her own in it and set the other on his broad, muscled shoulder, and she breathed in the scent of some men's cologne. But she preferred the raw, masculine smell of him, she thought. Oh, Robert. The ache in her throat had become a lump. "I have still not forgiven you, you know," she said, as they began to move to the music, tipping her head back and smiling up at him. "I never will, Robert. You will go to your grave unforgiven."
"I should have taken you to Lisbon," he said without smiling, "and taken you on board the first ship bound for England, and tied you to the mainmast. I should have done that, Joanna. I should have known how mad it was to leave you in Torres Vedras with your friends, and expect you to act like any normal, sensible woman. Did you even go to Lisbon?"
"No," she said. "I do not like to be told what to do, Robert. And I should have escaped from that mast, you know, even if I had to pull it down and wreck the ship in the attempt. I would rather die trying to swim to land from the middle of the ocean than live under a man's well-meaning care."
"Yes," he said. "Oh, yes, I know that, Joanna. It was foolish of me even to have thought of what I should have done, wasn't it?"
"Yes," she said, and she smiled slowly at him.
He looked so much grimmer and more formidable than he had when they parted, though that had happened very recently. Perhaps it was the haircut. He had been looking almost like her gentle, poetic Robert again with it longer. Oh, not quite, perhaps, but almost. At least she had been able to see that they were one and the same person. Now he looked every inch the tough, seasoned soldier that he was. Someone with such a different life from her own that they might as well inhabit different planets.
"This is a foolish dance, is it not, Robert? Take me walking in the hallway outside, and I shall explain to you why I cannot forgive you, and you will persuade me to do so anyway."
"I think we should continue dancing, Joanna," he said.
"You are a coward," she said. "You are afraid to be alone, or almost alone, with me again."
"Yes," he said, "mortally afraid, Joanna. It was why I arranged that particular parting. Don't force me to say goodbye to you."
"I don't like stories without endings," she said. "In fact, they make me furious. Ours must have its ending, Robert. It must. Oh, do you not see why I could not leave Torres Vedras, and why I had to put Duncan off earlier when he asked me yet again to marry him? There must be an ending for us."
"There must be pain?" he asked.
"Were you without pain before coming here tonight?" she asked. "Did it help, the way we parted?"
He danced on with her for several moments, looking into her eyes, his expression still grim. When they neared the door, he stopped and took her arm through his. "Very well, then," he said. "Let us have an ending to this story, Joanna. You must always have your way, it seems, even to the end. So be it, then." She felt no triumph as she allowed him to lead her from the ballroom. Chapter 30. All he could feel was anger. He had thought it was all over. He had thought that the rawness of the pain would ease with time, and a little time had passed already. He had settled into his new quarters and into his new duties, and he had waited patiently for the first, most painful phase of his loss to pass into the second, whatever that would be. All he knew was that it could not possibly be worse. It could only be slightly better, and so on, until he would be able to remember with nothing worse than sadness, until he would be able to get on with his life again. He did not want this to be happening. He had not wanted to see her again. If he had known, or even suspected, that she might be at the ball, then he would have stayed away. He would not even have been tempted to go for one more glimpse of her. He had not wanted one more glimpse. He certainly did not want this talking with her and dancing with her, and now being alone with her. Yet he had to admit to himself that he had been selfish. He had not been able to bear the thought of a long, drawn-out goodbye, and so had thought of a way of cutting it short. He had assumed that she, too, would be relieved once it was over, and yet it seemed that she needed a more definite end to their relationship. And so he was angry partly at himself. He should have given her her ending when they were still together. He should have allowed her to go to Aruda with him and leave after a night of private goodbyes.
He should have put himself through that agony in order to satisfy her that their affair had reached its term. It would all have been over now, and he could hardly have suffered more than he had anyway. But now it was all to go through again, and he was angry, partly with her, partly with himself. "You look as grim as you looked on the morning of the Battle of Busaco," she said, smiling up at him.
Do I?
He looked straight ahead.
Strange. I feel grimmer.
"Oh dear," she said, "this does not bode well. We had better get out of this hallway, Robert. It is too public."
Is it? He said. The ballroom was too public, so we must move here. Now this is too public. What next, Joanna? Do you have a cosy bedchamber handy? Is that the sort of goodbye you want?
"Let us find a private room first," she said, "and then I shall tell you what kind of goodbye I want."
She tried a door in the hallway, but it was locked. The third door was not locked. It opened onto a darkened room that looked like a workroom. There was a large desk in the middle of it, and several upright chairs. He picked up a branch of candles from a table outside the door and set it on the mantelpiece, while Joanna closed the door. He turned to face her. "Well?" he said. She leaned back against the door and smiled.
"It could not be like that, Robert," she said. "There was so much I needed to tell you, so much I wanted to hear. I needed your arms about me, so that I would have the courage to leave."
"And I wanted it over with," he wanted to tell her. "I could not bear to prolong the agony." But he did not say the words aloud. Really, both of them would have been meaning the same thing. They just had different ways of coping with pain. And yet, though he understood and even sympathized, he could not get rid of his anger. "Say it, then," he said curtly, "and I shall tell you that I love you, and that leaving you hurts like hell. And then I shall hug you and kiss you, and it can be over with at last. Come on, Joanna. Speak your piece, and then come here." She continued to lean back against the door as she looked at him.
"I have been selfish, haven't I?" she said. "You do not want this at all. But I gave you time in the ballroom, Robert. I took forever promenading about the room with Duncan. I wanted you to have plenty of time to escape if you wished, but you stayed. You must have seen me coming." He watched her silently. And it was true. He could have left. He had wanted to leave, had been on the verge of doing so, but his legs had not been willing to obey his will. "Yes," he said, "I saw you coming." "And stayed,"
she said. "Yes."
"Robert,"
she said, and she paused for so long that he thought she had changed her mind about continuing.
"I am a widow, and you are unmarried."
"No, Joanna," he said.
She smiled.
"I always knew there were certain things beyond my grasp," he said. "At least I knew soon after my mother's death. There are certain things, certain people, a certain way of life that the bastard son of a marquis cannot aspire to, and I accepted that. I have built my adult life around the knowledge, and I have been happy."
"But you are not happy now,"
she said.
"Because for a while I forgot," he said, "or at least ignored the knowledge. And you, Joanna, there is a certain life that you have been born to and raised to, a certain life that you married into and have lived since being widowed."
"Except when I escape into the hills as Duarte's sister," she said.
"But those days are over," he said. "You have no further reason to be Joanna Ribeiro."
She smiled at him again.
"Except perhaps for a little fun," she said.
"There is no bridge long enough to connect our lives, Joanna," he said. "Not permanently. Neither of us would be happy in the other's world once the first gloss had worn off our passion for each other."
She was looking at the floor in front of her, apparently deep in thought.
"Am I not right?"
he asked, after a lengthy silence. She looked up at him, and there was an imp of a smile lurking at the back of her serious expression.
"You must be," she said. "You are a man. Men are always right."
"Well, then," he said.
"Well, then."
She took a few steps toward him and stopped again. "I suppose there is nothing left, Robert, except that hug and kiss. It is rather a shame that this is not a bedchamber, isn't it? But I don't think I would fancy making love on the top of that desk, and there's always seemed something a little sordid about making love on the floor, though why that should be I don't know, when we have made love many times on the ground outdoors. We have had some good times."
Yes.
He had expected her to be in tears, but when she came toward him and set her hands flat against his chest and raised her face for his kiss, it was glowing. She had the look in her eyes that experience had taught him to be wary of, the look that spelled trouble, for him, but it was merely her way of protecting herself from an emotional scene. "This is goodbye, then," she said.
Yes.
He framed her face with his hands and moved his thumbs gently over her cheeks and lips. His anger had evaporated, leaving in its place a tightness in his chest, an ache in his throat, and up behind his nose.
"This is goodbye. I love you."
And her face blurred before his vision. "Oh, Robert!" She threw her arms up about his neck and drew his cheek down to rest against hers. "You idiot and imbecile and fool! Men are such foolish creatures. Don't cry. I am not worth tears, am I? I have been nothing but trouble to you. You will live a far more peaceful existence without me."
"Yes," he said.
"Well, then," her fingers were ruffling his short hair, "you will be well rid of me."
"Yes."
"You don't have to agree with everything I say, you know," she said. "Kiss me, Robert. Let us do this thing right."
"Yes."
He did not realize how much he was trembling until he tried to find her mouth with his. His eyes were tightly closed, the hot tears finding their way past the lids anyway. She held his head and kissed him, and he groaned and wrapped her in his arms and folded her against him, tried to fold her into himself. It was a desperate kiss, one that brought no joy at all.
"Christ,"
he said long moments later.
"Let this be enough. Leave, Joanna, or let me leave."
He swallowed convulsively.
"Just tell me once more."
"That I love you," she said. "I love you, and will until I am 80 and you are 82. No, amend that. I plan to live a long time, and you seem to have a gift for dodging bullets. Make it 90 and 92, 100 and 102.
"Go," he said harshly. "God damn it, woman, get out of here. I can't leave looking like this. Get out of here."
She touched his face with soft fingertips. "Men are so foolish," she said, "and I love this most foolish man of all more than I can find words to express. I love you, Robert." And she was gone. He had always found the notion of a broken heart rather amusing, but he was not amused as he crossed the distance to the desk and leaned both hands on it, bending forward with closed eyes, not the slightest bit amused. There were several things to be done, an irksome fact for someone who liked to act on impulse, but this was not an impulsive move, though the realization and its consequences had come upon her like a flash of lightning, and because it was not impulsive, then everything had to be done just so. There were letters to write, several of them, in particular one to Matilda, with an amount of money enclosed equivalent to 2 years' salary, and there were clothes to obtain. Her Portuguese Marquesa's garments were totally unsuitable, but she was not displeased, she thought, looking at them, a row of unrelieved white in the wardrobe, to have to abandon them forever. And Joana Ribeiro's dress would no longer do. It was past looking even shabby. Indeed, the housekeeper had looked dubious when offered it to use for cleaning rags. Besides, there was only one of it. A woman needed more than one dress. The problem was not a particularly difficult one to solve.
The friend at whose house she was living was only slightly larger than she was, and Sophia always wore pretty, serviceable clothes. Joanna chose a number of them and began to take in seams and shorten hems. She had not been handy with a needle for a number of years, and soon enlisted the aid of a skilled servant. In the meanwhile, she wrote to Sophia and enclosed what seemed generous payment for the clothes. And there was Duncan to talk with. She summoned him the day after the ball, and told him of her decision almost before he had got himself quite through the door. She did not wish to raise any false hopes in him. "I am sorry, Duncan," she told him. "I cannot marry you. I would not be able to make you happy, because I would not be happy with the sort of life I would be living."
"But, Joanna," he said, "I thought you said that you had always dreamed of an English husband and a home in England."
"Yes," she said, "I did, and I have had those dreams for as long as I can remember. Sometimes we can be very blind, can't we? I would not be happy with such a life, or at least not with just that."
And it was true. Of course it was true. She had known it in a flash at the ball, when Robert had uttered his foolish words. Except that to him they were not foolish, and to her they would not have seemed so if there had not been that flash of insight. Neither of us would be happy in the other's world once the first gloss had worn off our passion for each other. She could hear the words as clearly as when he had been speaking them. Words that at first she had taken for granted were true. Certainly he would never be happy in her world. He was uncomfortable to the point of misery when he merely had to attend some social function, and she would never be happy in his. She was the daughter of a French count and the widow of a Portuguese marquis. She had always lived a life of wealth and privilege. She was a lady. And then had come the flash of insight. Was she happy? Had she ever been happy? She found her normal, day-to-day life tedious in the extreme, and useless and meaningless. There was nothing to add challenge and excitement to her life beyond flirting, and she did not really enjoy that. Life on a quiet English country estate, with Duncan's mother and sisters until he came home. She would go insane. Had she never been happy then? Oh, yes, she had. She had known happiness. It had come whenever she had put off the Marchesa das Minas and lived with Duarte and his band of ordinanza for a while, and it had come and lasted during those weeks with Robert between Salamanca and Busaco. Incredible, total happiness, not only because she had been with him, but also because she had been free of the trappings of her own world, free to meet the dangers and the challenges and the wonders of life in another world. And was she to give up that life in order to live the one she had been born into? Was she to give up Robert for Duncan? The idea was absurd, totally mad. She had realized it as soon as he had spoken, and she had almost told him her thoughts right there. She was almost always impulsive. It was not her way to think first before acting. But she had done it on that occasion nonetheless. It was too big a decision in her life to be made impulsively. What if she had found afterward, on more careful consideration, that it was just her reluctance to say goodbye to him that had prompted her thoughts? She had known that she had to give herself time to know beyond any doubt that only one kind of life could bring her happiness. And now she really was about to do it. She had not been mistaken. The man she loved lived in the only world that could challenge her and ultimately make her happy. There was only one sensible thing to do. So, for once in her life, Joanna thought with a smile, she was going to do the sensible thing. He had been billeted in a small house in Aruda, one that he had shared with Captain Davies for a short while, until that gentleman had had to leave for Lisbon to have a festering wound sustained at Busaco attended to. Now he was there alone, very much alone, since the house had been abandoned by its tenants, who did not quite believe that the French army would be held back. But it did not bother him to be alone.
In fact, he welcomed the opportunity of a place to which he could retire and be away from everyone. It was a luxury not often attained in the army, and he needed to be alone for certain stretches of time, until he had learned to cope with his emotions and not take out his own unhappiness on men who were at the mercy of his moods. One of the women from the train of the army, the widow of a private soldier killed earlier in the year, who had not yet remarried, came in the evenings to cook for him. She had indicated a few times, without the medium of words, that she would be willing to stay to offer other services too, but he had always sent her away as soon as he sat down to his meal. She was a good cook, but he did not need her in any other capacity. He was tired. Sometimes drilling his men and watching them as they did their part to keep careful guard over the lines was as taxing on the time and energy as moving into battle was. It had been a long day, and there had seemed to be no time at all for relaxation. It was good to be home, and yet his nose wrinkled in some distaste as he lowered his head to pass through the low doorway into the house. Mrs. Riley had burned his dinner. He walked through the small living room to stand in the archway that led through to the kitchen, and he came to a stop there, feet apart, hands clenched into fists at his sides. "What the hell are you doing here?" he asked quietly.
"Burning your food,"
she said, throwing him a glance over her shoulder to reveal a flushed, bright face. Her hair was tied back loosely at the neck. She was wearing a neat and serviceable green dress.
"I put only one more stick of wood on the stove, but now it is burning like a furnace in hell. And what sort of a welcome home was that?"
He strode across to the stove, lifted the pot with its offensive mess of burned stew, and set it down away from the heat. He took her by the upper arm and swung her to face him. "What the hell are you doing here, Joanna?" he asked again. He was feeling furious enough to commit murder.
"Apart from burning your dinner?"
she asked, raising her hands to play with one button on his coat.
"I came here to marry you, Robert."
"I don't remember asking you," he said roughly. "I shall find someone to escort you to Lisbon, and then you will stay the hell out of my life."
"How lovely,"
she said, smiling.
"I love you too, Robert. That is why I have come to marry you. Though if you do not wish to marry me, it does not matter. I shall just live in sin with you as I did before."
"Joanna," he said, "we have talked about this before. You know it is madness."
"And you know that I am mad," she said. "If you will not allow me either to marry you or to live in sin with you, then I shall attach myself to the camp followers and become a cook or a laundrywoman. And when you find out how poorly I cook, have you already guessed it, and how poorly I wash clothes, you will put me in your bed, where I can do less harm."
She smiled up at him from beneath her lashes. "When did you get this mad idea?" he asked. Despite himself, he could feel his fury ebbing away, and a desperate longing taking its place, and a certain suspicion that he was wasting his time arguing with her.
"At Lord Wellington's ball," she said, "you said that neither of us could be happy in the other's world, and of course it was the sensible thing to say, and ought to be true. But it was not true for all that, and I realized it there. But I wanted to be quite sure. I did not want to rationalize, merely because I did not want to part from you. I have never been happy in the world I am supposed to be happy in, Robert. You cannot know how tedious my life has been, how empty and meaningless, how stupid, and what a dreadful waste of my life it would be to spend the rest of it in that world."
"And yet you have everything you could possibly want," he said.
"Oh, no," she said. "Only material things, and a stupid title, Robert. Of what value are they? I want freedom and challenge and excitement, and even a little danger now and then. Those things I can never find in my own world, where I might as well be wrapped tightly and safely in cotton wool. Sometimes I think I should have been a man, but not always, for I like being a woman. I would hate to be a man and not be able to love you without creating the most dreadful scandal. But there must be something to make life meaningful for women too. Otherwise life is even more unfair than I have always thought it. I can find meaning with you, in the world I have lived in with you.
Joanna, he said, you have no idea.
Don't I?
She leaned forward until her breasts touched his coat and looked up into his face.
Don't I, Robert? I think I do. I have never been more happy than I was after we left Salamanca, until we reached Torres Vedras. I was so very happy being with you, not just because we were lovers, but because at last life was alive.
And lived on the verge of death, he said. Either one of us could have died at any time, Joanna. Did you not realize what danger we were in? And how could I let you stay with me now and share my life? I am a soldier. A soldier's business is to fight, with real weapons. I could be killed at any moment.
And I, she said. The ceiling might fall upon my head.
She looked up, and his eyes followed hers despite himself.
Death will come, Robert, whether in the next moment or 60 years from now. In the meantime, there is life to be lived, and love to be loved.
He closed his eyes and lowered his head until his forehead touched hers.
Joanna, he said, this is madness. There must be arguments I can use. There must be thousands of them. I have nothing to offer you.
Stupid words, she said. Oh, imbecile, you have love to offer and yourself to offer. You once told me that you would give the woman you loved a cluster of stars and the sunrise. Give me those stars, then, and give me that sunrise, and I will be more happy than I have words to express. Give me the sunrises, Robert, all of them, every day of our lives, until there is only a sunset left. And then we will remember that we did not waste a single moment of the single life that we each have, or of the 2 lives we shared.
Joanna, he said, and there was longing in his voice and agony.
I know you were trying to find the words to send me away, she said. But you cannot do that, Robert. You do not have the authority. I have made my decision, and I have told you what it is. There is only your own decision to make. In what capacity do you want me? That is all you have to decide. I am not going away.
He inhaled deeply and drew her into his arms. He held her head against his chest and turned his cheek to rest against it.
Very well, then, he said,
and he drew a deep breath before continuing.
We'll marry. I'll sell out. I am not as penniless as you may think me, you know. My father died recently, and he left me property and a considerable fortune. You can live the life of an English lady, even though I will never be quite an English gentleman. You can have your dream, and me both, Joanna, if you are sure that is what you want.
She jerked back her head and glared up at him.
Dolt, she said. Fool! I will not accept you on such terms. How stupid you are. I want you as you are, as I fell in love with you. Do you think I would be happy if you gave up everything that makes you who you are, and everything that gives your life meaning and happiness?
You make me happy, he said.
Oh, yes, she said scornfully. And being with me can make up for everything that you would give up? How foolish you are, Robert. For we are very different in that one way, you know. You would have to give up a great deal, while I give up nothing except that ridiculous title, and all those tedious white gowns, and all the other things that mean nothing to me.
She smiled brightly at him suddenly.
But how I love you for being willing to do such a foolish thing. Is there a preacher to marry us, then? Or is it to be a life of sin?
God, he said, I love you. How you tempt me, Joanna.
My mother should have named me Eve, she said. Is there a preacher?
Yes, he said.
Can we afford a servant? She asked him. I am afraid I will starve you if we can't, Robert.
Wives of officers are not expected to do for themselves, he said. Of course we will afford a servant.
Oh, good, she said, smiling. "It is all settled, then?"
He gazed at her for a long moment. "Am I being given a choice?" he asked.
"Only if you can tell me that you really do not want me and really do not love me," she said. "But you cannot do either, can you?"
"No," he said.
"Then you have no choice," she said. "Are you going to take me to bed? Since I have no dinner to offer you, I had better offer myself instead. Is it a good enough meal to compensate you for a lost dinner?"
"Hush, Joanna." He lowered his head to hers and kissed her lingeringly. "My mind is befuddled. There must still be 999 arguments, but I cannot think of a single one of them. I suppose you are manipulating me as you have always done?"
"Yes," she smiled up at him. "But you are, without a doubt, the most difficult man to manipulate I have ever known, Robert. Take me to bed and let me love you witless. Otherwise, you are going to think of some of those stupid arguments, and I shall have to think of new wiles to convince you. I don't want to use wiles. I want to love you."
He sighed, then looked down into her eager face and somewhat anxious dark eyes, and smiled slowly. "I suppose we will always fight, won't we?" he said. "Every day of our lives. Because I will always insist on being the man, Joanna. I give you fair warning." She lowered her lashes and peeped up at him from beneath them.
"Good," she said, "because I will always insist on being the woman. I give you fair warning."
"This, for example," he said. "This is my job, not yours. Joanna, will you do me the honour of marrying me?" She gazed up into his eyes, and her own grew luminous as she circled his neck with her arms. She bit her lower lip and surprised both him and herself when her eyes filled with sudden tears.
"Yes," she whispered. "Oh, yes, please, Robert."
He cupped her face in his hands and brushed 2 tears away with his thumbs. "Tomorrow," he said, "I will find someone to marry us. Tomorrow. In the meantime, there is no dinner, is there?" She shook her head. "What did you offer as an alternative?" he asked, lowering his head to touch his lips lightly to hers. She laughed, her laughter all mixed up with a sob.
"I'll make you forget that you are hungry," she said. "I will, Robert. All night long, I promise."
"And you," he said, touching his forehead to hers again. "Are you hungry?"
"Ravenous," she said. "You are going to have to feed me, Robert."
"All night long?" he asked.
"All night long."
"And then at the end of it," he said, "I have something to give you."
"What?"
she asked, as he stooped down to lift her into his arms. "The sunrise," he said, "and everything that is beyond it."
"Oh!"
She hid her face against his neck as he carried her through to his bedchamber.
"Robert, I do love you so. I do. I wish there were words to say it. Oh, I wish there were."
He set her down on the bed and leaned over her, smiling fully and warmly down at her. "But then," he said, "who needs words?" She smiled back and reached up her arms for him.
The End. You've been listening to Beyond Sunrise by Mary Balogh, narrated by Rosalind Lander. If you've enjoyed this book and this performance, Recorded Books recommends The Trouble with Honor by Julia London, also narrated by Rosalind Lander. Desperate times call for daring measures as Honor Cabot, the eldest stepdaughter of the wealthy Earl of Beckingham,